Welcome, everybody, to Quake Pro League Stage 2, Week 3. I am 40 Lines, joined by the one and only, the most handsome, Lethal. Lethal, how are you? How's it going?
Stop it, you. Stop it. You always make me blush, but yet, it's going to be a great day. As always, great set of matches. Looking forward to it.
Oh yeah, action-packed day, but even though we're only 3 weeks in, we've already had 2 weeks of action. Why don't we take a look at a quick recap and see where we're at?
Now, there's already a little bit of that acid damage coming through, but Garpy pushing on big time. The Mega's just about to spawn. Base is able to get a really good rail, a second fantastic rail, but he just can't resist. Garpy making sure to control this high ground, and he springs the trap onto Base.
Ketchup and time is running out.
Looking for any damage he can squeeze through those floorboards at this point, with it being 1 minute on the clock, 2 frags. Base right in front of the Mega, but he's able to take the Mega at the last minute, importantly. Just about 4 minutes. Nice little reactionary. Change to rail, get that mid-air. These grenades always available and now effortless. Caught again. There's no way you can stick around for this Mega. There's no way! And caught on the jump pad. Of health and armor, and then eventually able to fight, or in this case, taking it away from Chain. A fair old Wild Till dual wield comes back though, so you have to rely on things the old-fashioned way, as Chain, caught around the corner. And he's weak now.
Yeah.
Oh, he has the angle ready again, Avec.
Definitely not the start, the second stage that he was hoping for. He had a bye week last week, so this is his first appearance following the Stage 1 finals.
I know Avec with double the frags DNZ's currently working with. Could easily change right now, but Avec in position for the heavy, and there's the rail. What happens next? Oh, Saigib. I do like the fact he was looking for a rail first. Oh, come on, Dahang.
Yeah, that is ridiculous. The hang landing every shot that counts. Look at the momentum that Saigib got. I was still on his point of view. He flew all the way across to that small armor just because of the push that the LG gave him through the teleporter. The stack advantage, Zeneku is on the back foot. He's gonna hear that rocket jump coming on. He knows that he's in a bad spot right now. Rockets, they need to be sublime. One more rail can do it. Can he connect with the bull rush?
No!
Denied just before he can hit Rafa.
But Rafa just spawned, so he's not going to be particularly healthy himself. However, it will be Rafa having way more weapons to punish a rather obvious but only possible jump pad. Anyone jumping down there and doing a 180, not looking where they're going, makes me well nervous. Oh, there's the rail onto the cube.
This is a big push from the German. Wenger caught with tribal out in Kilson, abusing that advantage that he's given right there. Good rockets though, out comes the peaker. Just not a good start, but that's good for Wenger. Oh!
Wow.
What?
I mean, that was an amazing play by Wenger. He got the direct rocket, he got the peaker damage and the peaker kill, but Kilson coming in hard. What?
Does secure the heavy. Gets burned off almost right off the bat.
Oh!
That play once more, Wenger.
You also had to wonder,
Oh
like,
my
what?
god!
Oh my
god!
Oh, devastating. And Razy's like, he's gone now into a completely different mode. Oh, are you kidding me right now?
Oh no. Look out! Do we even need to commentate the rest of this?
The frag spoke for itself.
An absolutely action-packed 2 weeks that we've had, Lethal. Biggest storyline for me, Rafa drops a map.
Yeah, unheard of. I don't think we expected anyone but Zeneku to take a map of him, but Zenaku has been playing really well ever since Stage 1 finals when he won that best of 5 against Sib. He seems to be on a tear. He's on that momentum swing, and he's still showing that high level of consistency ever since then.
Yeah, absolutely. Another thing of note, Nosfa actually overchained 2-1. I believe that was week 1. That's a pretty big performance for Nosfa. But let's take a look at what we got going today. Start breaking down some of these games, see what's ahead. It's going to be a long day. Sundays are for Quake. We're starting off with Sparty versus Razy, a banger right out of the gate, Lethal.
Yeah, nice tasty match to start us off with. Should be an absolute banger. Dewey versus Maxter, the opposite end of the spectrum in terms of playstyles. That should be another good one. Zanaku, like we mentioned earlier, we'll see if he'll show and continue that consistency we mentioned just now against Effortless. And again, we'll see Rafa versus Nosfa. Rafa's looked a little bit weaker than usual, maybe because he's just trying to de-rust get into the stage. So see if Nosfa can make any dent into that armor. But CNZ versus Cooler, the Hang versus Drama should be a great day as always.
Yeah, I mean, shouts to Garpy making it back into the Quake Pro League. Rough road, though, first 2 weeks. He went up against Razy and then Base and now Kilson. The EU side of everything a little bit stronger than NA, I'll admit that, but rough road for Garpy. Hopefully he can put some points on the board, but it's going to be a tall order. But a great set of games, but it all starts with Sparty versus Razy. Razy on a tear, as we've seen. I mean, that immaculate performance at the stage finals. Just coming up short, but he pushed everyone to their limits, especially Rafa, and it was incredible and no signs of stopping. He looks really, really good. I don't know what Sparty has to do. He has to pull something out of the hat to try and stop him, but can he? I have no idea.
Yeah, it's going to be very difficult. We know Sparty has improved dramatically over the last couple of months, but it's like you said, is it enough? That's going to be the next big question. Razy hasn't really shown any low level of play, like, none of those inconsistencies from what we've seen. We've seen it a few times in the past where we'll have a good stage final, but when he comes back, he looks a little bit weaker than usual, and it takes him a little bit of time to kind of adjust, reset again. But we've seen none of that. It's all just all gas, no break.
Yeah, absolutely absurd. I like to lurk in a lot of the pros streams, and everyone has been saying that Razy is just playing peak performance Razy, and that's so terrifying to run into. But we'll see. I mean, maybe Sparty has some tricks up his sleeve. Maybe that railgun can send him to the promised land, but I have a feeling this one is going to be an uphill battle for old Sparty here. We should be getting into the pick bands shortly, but just, based on names, based on performances in the past, Lethal, how do you feel about it as the pick bands come up? And look at that, Razy on the clutch, game over, call it. Wow.
Calling it already.
No.
Yeah, the clutch on the Ruins. Yeah, it's going to be a tall order, like you mentioned earlier. It's going to be interesting to say the least. He also has to kill on Deep Embrace, which again is going to make life just that little bit hard for Sparty. And then Molten falls at the end with the Nyx versus the Galena. It's going to be very difficult for Sparty. With Razy, like you said, he's still hitting that peak performance, still showing the high level of play, which you all know and love. And I feel like with Razy, ever since the Stage 1 finals, he tasted victory. He was so close on that final map of Deep Embrace. And I feel like now he just knows that if he just gets that little bit better, just improve just those slight margins, those some minor mistakes here and there, he can definitely do it, which is why he's been on a massive grind and a tear at the start of the stage.
They're just so close. And all through the lower bracket, too. I will never shut up about Razy's performance and how absolutely absurd it was to push through the lower bracket, play so many extra games, and push Rafa to the 7th map, just coming up short, as you mentioned. That's going to be in the back of his brain, but he is looking to redeem himself. He wants to get back to the stage finals. He wants to prove himself, and it starts week in, week out with wins, and he's stacking them up so high right now. Sparty might be another one of his victims. I don't know. Predictions? Do we even need to say anything, Lethal?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that Razy should take this one at least 2-1, 3-0. If Sparty takes a map, it may be the last one because Molten Falls can be a little bit of a coin flip depending on the scenario of the game and what exactly happens. But from what we've seen those first two picks, Clutch on Ruins, and of course we saw the kill on Deep Embrace, it's very hard to even say that Sparty, he's got a small chance, but it's looking a bit bleak for him.
Yeah, I think if Sparty does pull it out, it would be a bigger surprise than if Razy puts him away. But any given Sunday, this is what they play for. So excited to get into it. Chat, make some noise if you can. See, lock in your vote. Let me know what you think. Let Lethal know what you think. But I would say Razy might take this comfortably, especially starting off with that clutch. We've seen him do terrible things to people with that clutch. It's offensive almost.
It's awful, isn't it? It should be illegal at this point. He's so good with the clutch, and a lot of people have said that with the clutch, yes, you're fair enough. It's one of those champions where he's got a large hitbox, the shield can be, using that shield at the correct time in those certain engagements, it's very, very difficult. Sparty needs to make sure to try and bait out the shield if he can, and then at least that way he can do something afterwards. There's going to be a lot of plays which Sparty needs to make, but needs to be very careful with the decisions he wants to make in order to try and execute any game plan against Sparta. We haven't seen him use clutch that much on Ruins. Normally see it on Awoken or maybe one of the other maps, but Ruins, it's a rare choice for him. But any chance that Razor's going to use clutch, of course, yeah, he's going to go for it.
Yeah, just super comfortable on that champion, probably the best in the world. Sparty, he's got to use that distance on Ruins, try and just keep away, rail as best he can, try and get down that shield like you said. But it could be curtains. One mistake, one miss rail, Clutch is just going to be on him, shotgun, rockets. It's going to be a nightmare. But it's going to be a fun nightmare because we get to watch it the whole time, Lethal. So I think we heard the ding in the background. I think this is going to be it. We're going to get into the game shortly. Chat, I hope you're ready. Sundays are for Quake, and this is the best way to start it off. Razy on a clutch. Sparty has to fend off that Astrovan. It's going to be a tall order on map number 1 on Ruins, but I think it's going to be a great start to a great day.
Certainly will indeed. Even with the Strog as well, like that's where I was talking about, baiting out his shield and try and get away in any, kind of like shape or form. But even with the clutch, it's, maybe easy to use, but difficult to master. It's just one of those champions, which is why you don't really see many players that use clutch in that kind of environment.
Yeah, I mean, the key to all of this could be just a peeker in the gas tank. Who knows? Who knows what Sparty has in store? That might be the play. I think there's slight delays in the game. Chat, calm down. I see everyone flaring up. Patience. Patience. How dare you? But yeah, so just to recap a little bit, if Razy goes 3-0, you wouldn't be too surprised. But Sparty, if he goes 2-1, I mean, that would be pretty crazy.
Yeah.
Even if he gets maybe a map, I mean, I feel like I'm just dumping on Sparty right now, and I don't mean to. It's just Razy is playing at such a high level already, and somehow I believe, lurking in his streams, he's kind of said, and other players have said, he's actually kind of playing less, maybe VOD reviewing more, maybe focusing more on tactics outside of the game, but he's just getting better somehow by putting in less actual playtime. So be it studying the VOD, studying other players, like he is reaching a level which is very, very scary for everybody in the Quake Pro League.
Yeah, if it was like the Sparty from 3 to 6 months ago, I think I would have said, yeah, it's 3-0 without a doubt. But, the Sparty over the last couple of months, you can definitely take a map without a doubt. If people say otherwise, then it depends on the situation, like I mentioned earlier. Like, I still feel that it's only going to be the final map of Molten Falls where he has a much better chance to try and force out what he wants to do in terms of his game plan against Razy. But, the way Razy's been looking, he hasn't even took the, gone off the break at any time. Like, some players may take a little bit of a break and then they'll grind a little bit, but not as much until like it's a stage final. But Razy's just been going off.
Yeah, there's no time to waste. He wants that belt. He almost tasted victory at the last stage finals. It's a long road back to the stage finals. We're only in week 3, but I think maybe Razy's the one who wants to try and go undefeated in maps this time around. Who knows, Lethal? Who knows? Any given Sundays, we're going to get into it. Appreciate the patience from everyone in chat. This is officially the kickoff for stage 2, week 3, Sparty versus Razy on Ruins of Sarnath.
Yeah, this should be an absolute cracker as we do start off with Sparty. You can see what his plans are as he has picked up the Mega and just waiting to find out where Razor could be. Gets the first rail. Was thinking about flanking round. Has his sights on him. Misses that second and important rail there.
Has to try and stack damage as best he can. Razy still has the shield. Peeker still in the pocket for Sparty. He's looking for a little bit more armor here out in the courtyard. Heavy's going to be up next, as is Mega, and it's just a matter of, are the players going to play their items? And it looks like they are. Synced up again. On this map specifically, you can kind of just hear everything. So I thought we were going to see a little game of chicken, as we've seen before, but players just want to secure their items. Now through the telly goes Sparty's. He's just trying to find where this giant barn door is. Again, trying to chip away, get some rails off, maybe bait the shield out and just run away and then regroup for some sort of attack here. As Razy just waiting down below on the heavy. Sparty's going to make his way back to the Mega. And a rather slow start here, Lethal.
Yeah, both these players will not be fighting for the hourglasses as much. So literally could be anywhere on the map waiting for the opponent to make that first mistake. But Sparty just trying to delay the Mega as much as possible. But Razy's doing the exact same thing. Of course, they can both hear the items being picked up, but are just playing very, very patiently. I think both players are hoping that one of the players will actually make the flank or go for a little crawl. But yeah, they both know it's like, yeah, when are you going to pick up the heavy? No, when are you going to pick up the mega? But look at the delay on this. It doesn't really matter how delayed it is, but Razy's basically saying to him, no, you can pick up the mega first. But no, he's being too kind here. How long do you reckon it's going to take until one of you... Who do you reckon is going to take the item first here for you?
Looks like Sparty, but that was absolutely amazing. I don't know if chat saw it, but they're actually talking to each other about who's going to pick up their item first. 4D chess here on the Quake Pro League as we're 2 minutes in, and it's still a very, very slow game.
We know Sparty's game plan. It's just a matter of how he's going to execute it. Razy does have the high ground and height advantage, but not anymore as he decides to prioritize the heavy. And Sparty has come around to do the exact same thing. Again, the item's still not segregated enough for these players to go for both. But it looks like Razy's going to try and force out the first engagement. Some good damage there, but Sparty's just trying to stay alive, but it's not going to be enough as Razy finishes him off with the LG and still got a decent stack to fight back against.
A little brutal there from Sparty. Did not want that fight to go this way. I know it's only one frag, but it could spiral out of control so fast. A rail off the spawn, make that two. Razy looking for the frag. The shotgun is not enough. Sparty puts him down with a rail of his own. Ties it at one, and here comes the relentless onslaught off the spawn. The shotgun not landing enough. Sparty will get out of town for the time being. Can he land a rail? And he takes the lead.
Oh, Sparty was looking for that 3-3, but it doesn't matter. He managed to get that frag back. Sparty is looking for those lights, but Razy's going to find him first. Is this going to be the right moment for him to get some damage done? Some beautiful rocket there. Nice splash damage, but the rail straight afterwards. Great stuff from Sparty at the start of this map.
Oh, Sparty looking like a beast. There's the peeker and the gas tank. Is it going to be enough? The rocket is 23 HP. Sparty somehow still staying alive and just tacking on all these frags. This is incredible. And Razy puts him down. Caster's cursed.
It's typical for me. Absolutely typical. Razy's stack.
Guilty.
It's fine, mate. I forgive you. It's all good. It's now Razy. Very healthy stack. Waiting for Sparty to try and bait him into the heavy. Second rocket did miss, but that was a great direct. And straight afterwards, another one from Razy. As didn't really take too much damage there, so he can force out another engagement as he sees fit. And does have his ability in his back pocket. Still got a massive stack. He's going to decide if he wants to go for the telly or not. He has him trapped in the courtyard. But does he know he's there? It looks like Sparty's hoping, for the love of God, that he doesn't approach him. But he's going to find him anyway. The shield comes out. But look at the LG and the rail straight afterwards as Razy manages to tie things up in this first map.
Tied at 4 halfway through. Sparty getting in the rail shots. Unfortunately, just launching the peeker a little bit too late. His line of sight is not going to help him here, especially in a corridor like that. Tries to get some rockets, but Razy, the shotgun, comes out on top, takes the 1 frag lead.
As you know, 40 being stuck in that courtyard. One of the worst places to be on this map, especially if you're on the back foot. As Razy has already increased his lead. And look at this already. Sparty just trying to get something done here as Razy needs to give up that heavy. Waiting for Sparty to go for that flank. But Razy is not in a position to take this next fight.
Sparty trying to add on the pressure. I like it. He's going to be able to get both items too. So Razy is going to be a little bit weaker than usual. The shield's going to be down. This is a good attack from Sparty. Good defensive rail from Razy as he goes through the telly. Sparty smells blood, or motor oil possibly, but he needs to be able to jump on Razy quickly before the shield comes back up. He's going to cycle the heavy, make his way back to the mega with plenty of time. The LG from above, Razy making sure he doesn't rocket jump up, and the shield is back, and that might be bad news for Sparty.
Sparty still has this window of opportunity to try and make something happen. But Sparty, at least with the Strog, he has the mobility to try and corner him off. This could be his opportunity now. Razy only on 44 HP. Oh, the rail got him, but he's still only on 15. Razy just trying to get away with his life. Decides not to go for those health bubbles in case he traps him underneath. So that's a good play from Razy. Good decision making, but it could bite him here as Sparty misses the first rail, misses the second. Mazy's just doing a good job here, just making sure keeps him on his toes. And he's still railable here, 40. He needs to be careful still.
Sparty just needs to be a little more patient on that rail. Razy's still extremely weak. Sparty doing a good job of running the items, but he needs to be more aggressive. He does have plenty of time, so he doesn't need to overextend, but knowing that the shield is down should give him a little bit more confidence. But just like that, Razy doing a good job cycling the vials and getting his shield back up.
Good Pika shot for him. Razy now still realises that he's at a stack disadvantage, so it's up to him what decision he wants to make in terms of what route he wants to take to get away from Sparty. So he decides to stay on the heavy jump pad for now. Knows that all the items have still been taken. He's hoping at some stage he'll give up one of them. Maybe if he gets a direct rocket or rail just to do some chip damage and then manage to grab it. That was exactly what he needed, but it still won't be enough. As Sparty will pick up that heavy. And it seems like Sparty now is just on the hunt, is on the chase. Good rail there from Sparty, but still only 2 minutes and 20 left on the clock. On a map like Ruins here, 40, he needs to get something done soon.
Missing with that rail, and this is what makes Razy so dangerous. He could blow you out, or he can win by 2-1 frag. You know, he's really good at playing that defensive style, especially with the clutch it out of the park. Sparty playing a little bit of baseball, and that's a grand slam if I've ever seen one, but he's still down a frag. He needs a little bit more to tie this up. Through the telly, shields out. Is the shotgun going to be enough? The LG melting. Razy, the picker to finish? No. Handles it well. Still very weak. Sparty is weak as well. Needs to be careful. There's the rail shot that misses around the corner. He's still railable. Needs to be super careful. There's an armor pickup as well. Sparty wants this frag so bad. There's a rail. Can he find the follow-up damage? Great defensive rail from Razy. And wow, the shotgun from Razy takes him out.
That play was perfectly understandable. That was his one opportunity to tie things up 6-all. But now he's 2 frags behind once again. Razy looking to play the same strategy on the heavy jump pad. But Sparty does find him, but can he do anything? Highly unlikely, as he's taken so much damage from the super shotgun. And Razy's still looking very healthy in terms of his stack. Managed to grab the hourglasses and should have at least one more shield to pop before he gets taken down. But I think it could be too little too late here, as he takes that first rail and evens up the stack. But Sparty's going to try and make something happen anyway, but the pick's not going to make too much difference. Doesn't clean Sparty up, but this is Razy's opportunity now to try and get away from him. And Sparty's on the chase, but it doesn't matter, as he managed to get a nice clean rail to increase his lead again.
So close. There's so many opportunities for Sparty as he wants to get a little something machine gun up the jump pad. This game is so close here. Still some time, but Razy's like, I got a gauntlet and a shield, and here we go. All right, I like that. I like that. Honorable from both players. Razy comes out on top with the gauntlet shield combo. Looks like it might be 10-6, maybe 11-6 if Razy wants to tack on another, but a fantastic first map from both players. Sparty was so close. So close. Just missing out on a couple clutch rails that would have put him, you know, at tie, maybe even advantage by a frag. You hate to see it, but the form Sparty's in, not too bad. I personally thought it was going to be a little more slanted of a victory for Razy, but Sparty's here to say, you know what, 40, you have no idea what you're talking about. So, well done, Sparty, and that's a good start to the set.
It certainly is. You know, Sparty, he did have the item control. He had a few items more from Razy. He did 211 more damage. So he was doing all the right things. He had the map presence he needed, you know, to try and suffocate Razy on spawn as well on numerous occasions. But he just couldn't really get round. You saw when he was ahead 4-1, he let a lot of major mistakes happen. He was, you know, hanging around too much on the courtyard. We know he was trying to recover, but sometimes you've got to delay it a little bit more to make your opponent think that you've got the stack you need to execute some of these attacks. So it was a real shame. But in the end, Razy did a great job just pulling it back when it was required.
Yeah, Razy's just really good at playing hyper defensive when he needs to, making sure he's in control and taking the fights he likes. And then at the end, we saw where Sparty was forced to chase. Razy can post up with a shotgun and a shield and say, you know, I've been running a lot. You feel like I'm going to jump down this giant jump pad? Nah, here's a shotgun to the face. Welcome to the buffet. So he turns it around. Razy on top for map number 1, but Sparty with a good performance. A couple confirmed and you know, concise rails maybe would have changed it. He missed a couple near the jump pad and just that last one as well. Look at that, 12 HP. Stuff like that, especially on a clutch, is a little disheartening to see, but it's just one map. We still got 2 more. Sparty can pull out, you know, a little bit of magic. Deep Embrace, though, against Akil, I don't know. Might be rough. Might be rough.
I think it will be. At least we had a little bit of banter towards the end, which we always love here for we. And as you can see from the scoreline and the stat line, it's good though. Sparty's shown some strong signs that it can definitely still take this series. You know, with 211 more damage, the item control. This needs to make better use of it. That's all he needs to do. As you can see there, 19 items over the 13 with Razy. Doing the right things at the right time, but just a little bit too over-aggressive on spawn. Like, you know, trying to go for those trade frags. But we'll have to see on this next map to see if it can make any difference to what he wants to do. But against a Razy's clutch, it's still very good play.
Yeah, and I think the first couple peekers we saw from Sparty weren't as tactical as they could have been. He wasn't really around the corner. It was kind of like a panic peeker where, you know, he's still sitting line of sight and Razy can just, you know, absolutely decimate him. So maybe if those peekers off the bat were a little bit more tactical and just he was a little more defended around a wall or had a little more, you know, ability to kind of, okay, I'm going to pop the peeker and then I'm going to dive and, you know, hopefully I'll be able to get my LG or rockets up before you're around the corner. Maybe that could have spun it his way as well. But it's done and dusted, Lethal. Why are we living in the past? Let's go to Deep Embrace, see if Sparty can show us a little magic with that rail. Again, I feel like against Akil, it's going to be pretty hard because Razy's going to be serving up that citrus, but anything can happen any given Sunday. And chat, if you believe in Sparty, now's the time to make some noise. Razy is technically on a set point here if he takes this one, but every map is money, and Razy's looking to stack some paper. Sparty versus Razy map number 2 is live right now.
That's right. Against the kill, it's going to be very difficult, especially for Sparty. If Razy has that heavy control or gets there early, he can use those pineapples to his advantage. Depending on where Sparty is going to go to contest the heavy, or even if he actually does attempt that. Good first rail from Sparty. Good opening. Pineapples come in. Both that and the rocket managed to miss. Misses the second rail. Managed to hit the third anyway, so he's doing a nice chunk of damage. He does have a strong feeling that maybe it's not worth going for the heavy. He can still go for the mega still, but he's pretending to see if he can at least try and do some damage. Ooh. Good first rocket there, but it's just not enough as Razy managed to take him down. And look how weak he was, 40, only on 18 HP.
That was just an all-in gamble from the party, and unfortunately, it was not lucrative, but a little bit of LG here as Razy gets caught out near that armor shard. 87 just available here. Razy, oh, up the jump pad. Sparty with the LG, absolutely electrifying, tying it at 1 here. Razy trying to rush. He does actually deny that rail. Wow, the nail damage, the fadeaway here from Sparty, and this might be a bloodbath, Lethal. I feel like we're going to see the best kind of embrace, which is just non-stop fragging.
You know me, we love a bit of chaos and mayhem. Oh, and he didn't really do that much damage. He just basically just ported in, but he's only on 32 HP. So I have to see if Sparty can try and cut off the choke point, which he has done. Great stuff there from Sparty. He knew he had to go for that 50 at some point. Good first rocket. Only did 40, but it's enough to make Razy pull away only slightly. But he's in a bad place at a bad time, pretending to rocket jump, but the second rocket didn't really do too much there as he finally gets taken down. He was obviously hoping to try and go for the telly from that with the speed, but it just wasn't to be, as Razy now has backed away. He's looking to go for that heavy. Good rail, only on 38, but it should be enough for him to restabilize. Decides to drop down, gets another rail down up a mat and gets a second to clean up Sparty. Good job from Razy.
Razy just chaining together these rails. 83%. Brutal. Sparty hitting 50, not terrible. It's only 4-2, very early on here. Razy looking to push the lead and just getting more and more momentum. Spiraling out of control. There's another great rail. Sparty just not landing these rails of his own, and Razy making it look easy here. Finally missing when he wants to push in. 3 HP, and Sparty capitalizes, hitting a rail. So weak. 225 is through the murder hold there. Great direct rocket, almost getting the follow-up rail here. Ooh, cheeky peek right there. There's the Dire Orb, hits him with the Hadouken. 4-4, Sparty very weak, but he should be able to secure this heavy after the armor shard. He's going to opt for the Mega instead. Probably the wise choice here as he goes up the jump pad. Razy on the chase, and the heavy's still up. Wow. What a combo there from Sparty, doing good damage. Can he get in on this? And he can, as he hits the rail as well. And this is curtains for Razy. There's the shotgun blast. 5-4, and almost gets a rail off the spawn. Sparty heating up.
Sparty's been looking really good these last couple of frags. Almost gets that spawn rail on the shotgun spawn. Barely missed, but he's already done the damage he needs to do anyway. As already you can see Razy's pushing straight in with that shotgun. Managed to clean up beautifully as he gets the mega for his troubles. Definitely worth the engagement. And has seen that Sparty now's got the rail and will be looking to contest the heavy, which he picks up. But Razy still has the slightly larger stack, but hasn't got the weapons in his arsenal. Has the LG and the rail, but not the rockets as of yet. But he will be putting that in his priority list at some point. But it depends if Sparty is defending it, which he was, but just a little bit too late. But good first rocket and a nice cleanup with the LG straight afterwards.
Razy fearless with these pushes here. Sparty doing a decent job of dodging those pineapples, looking a little bit like Neo, but Razy aggression pays off as he has the 1 frag lead, and we're not even halfway through. Sparty trying to play silently from below here, and the drop from Razy might be another frag here to the murder hole. That's a lot of citrus to worry about. Sparty with the panic rocket needs to get out of there. 10 HP, Razy on the hunt, the shotgun in the butt cheeks will do it.
Razy now with a horrifying stack for Sparty. Sparty realises he's in a world of trouble, but that heavy is definitely going to give him some leadway. And luckily for him, Razy did miss that first rail, but I don't think it's going to matter anyway. The rockets are looking good, the LG is looking even better, but he needs to back away. He hasn't got the stack to fight this. He realises that if he wants to try and take this next engagement, he needs to be very cautious on how he wants to play things out. Good flank, good rail as well to boot. And he's still got enough pineapples in his back pocket to try and contest this heavy, but it doesn't matter. He cleans him up with the rail anyway. He realises he's on the LG spawn, but Sparty also realises that he's waiting for him on top mid. He's only on 48 HP, now on 24. He needs to back away. The heavy is up, but needs to find those health bubbles. Gets the first one, he gets the second, and looks like he's looking okay again, as he's going to try and clean up Sparty once more. Just trying to hide behind, but I don't think he expected to come out, but the pineapple did its duty anyway.
Wow, the fadeaway pineapple through the murder hole saves Razy's lives, adds to the deficit here for Sparty, 9-5. Sparty needs a little bit something. He keeps going toe-to-toe, but the stacks aren't good enough for Sparty. And ooh, Razy trying to lay a trap. This could be very risky. Next up, there he is, popping out with a rail. More of that, Sparty. Less than 4 minutes now, down by 4. Sparty's trying to make his way up the stairs. 1 pineapple for his troubles, awaiting his ascension here. Is now Razy playing from down below. Rail out, as you hear Sparty just firing off those rockets, almost connecting with that one. Razy trying to make his way to the heavy. Looks like he's going to be a little bit late. Concedes and tries to make his way to the mega. He's going to be able to pick it up before getting fragged. That's huge to at least take it away from Sparty, as Sparty just claimed the heavy. Doesn't want to give the item control completely away. And now we might see Razy start playing this defensive game that we saw earlier on Ruins here. Pineapple. Right on target, LG. There's the dire orb to try and get up close and personal, but Razy just has all the answers. 10-5 now.
Looking very good for Razy. Even though he's not picking up the heavy, he's timing the lights very well. He knows that the light bottom mid is only 3 or 4 seconds in front of the light armor top mid, so he's just doing a little rotation back and forth. And as you can see, he's doing it again. He knows this light's coming up very shortly, but is waiting to see where he could be. The next light will come up in the next few seconds. Razy's going to try and see if he can make something happen in terms of contesting this next heavy. Misses the jump though. But you can see Sparty knows exactly where he is. Good first rocket from both of these players. Razy's decided to drop down. He's going to back away only for a little bit, as he's going to try and go for that light top mid. But I'm not sure if he will now, as Sparty's on his case. He needs to make something happen. He's only got 2 minutes and 10 left on the clock to try and get these 5 frags back. He's 62 HP. Oh, that was beautiful from Sparty. He heard the rocket jump happen, and he made the assumption he was going for that heavy, so that was good predictive play from Sparty. But this is his moment. He needs to make something happen here, 40, or else it's done for, and it's 2-0 in the series.
Tries to start it off with the rail as Razy grabs the 50 shard. You're absolutely right, especially chewing through a massive stack of Keel. It's going to be difficult. Time is of the essence here. Tick-tock. Sparty needs to make something happen. He does have the Dire Orb. There's the rocket jump up using that Ranger passive to get up close and personal. He's going to steal away the Mega. But I think Razy is just more than content with playing the plus back game at this point. Wants to secure the victory. Rockets from above. Not a lot of damage though. Sparty needs to get in there. The problem is the pineapples and the stack. Can he knock him out of the map? Almost with that rail there. Tries to get a follow-up, and Razy just taking maybe a preemptive victory lap here. Still a minute 5 left. Sparty only down 3, just needs to catch him out. But the damage, he needs to do so much damage. And Razy, look at that, playing a little bit of Metal Gear Solid here. Just around the corner, doesn't want any fight. There's a little bit of LG tickle on his way out. Make that a lot here. Sparty's gonna grab this heavy, and it looks like this might be it. Razy in no way wants a piece of this unless Sparty does that. And that's a layup for Razy here. Sparty, no choice, time is ticking, has to make a play, and that's where Razy wants to fight. You come to me, and there's all this LG riding the lightning there. Down goes Sparty again, and Razy just plays it perfectly every time.
Yeah, Sparty still had a chance if he managed to get that frag top mid. The only thing he needed to watch out for is if he's going to spawn rail, and if he did, which way was he going to go? And if he spawned that shotgun, just keep tabs on whether he's going to go mega or bottom mid. But it doesn't matter though. Look at the scoreline. 12 seconds left. 7 frags behind. Nothing he can do here for you, as it's 2-0 in the series. But the scoreline didn't really explain exactly what happened in that series. Either player could have made something happen there, but Sparty, sadly for him, got taken out just in the last few minutes as he was trying to make that comeback happen, but it just didn't happen. Razy, with 634 more damage, showed a lot more map presence, and item control still in favour of Sparty, just couldn't really do much with it.
I feel like the story for both maps was the scoreline isn't really indicative of how close the game was. It was 1 or 2 situations where Sparty could have taken the lead or at least tied it, especially on Deep Embrace, though. Off the spawn, dealing with the Keel is just going to be so hard on a map that small, especially with all the damage and the pineapples that he does on the way out. So when he respawns, it's hard for Sparty to keep up that aggression. But yeah, I mean, Razy just plays it well every time. When he wants to play passive, he'll play super passive. He'll be a nuisance. You have to chase him, eating citrus, rockets, LG, just to get in line of sight of him. And that's what makes Razy so great. If he wants to play hyper aggressive, hit every rail, hit every rocket, he can do that too. And it's just, yeah, Razy looks unstoppable right now. Sparty, he's getting in his licks. It's just not enough.
Well, that's the thing, you know, with Razy, if he's on the back foot, he only needs to try and survive a couple deaths to the last minute. But that's the thing with the Kill, it's the fact that you can use those defensive rockets, the pineapples, just hide in a choke point. And even if you still get taken down, you've done so much damage, you can go for the trade frag, especially on a map like Deep Embrace. And Sparty knew that. And that's what made it a little bit more of a nuisance for him, because there's nothing much he can do. Even if he does manage to take him down,
Clap back.
you could see he was revving for it. He knew he could have made that comeback even with a minute remaining. As long as he managed to predict the right spawns on the 50-50 rotation on wherever Razy's going to go, then it could have been okay. It could have been fine. But there were some points on the map where Razy wasn't even prioritising the heavy. He had the timing so well coordinated with the lights, going from bottom mid to top mid, spacing them out by only a few seconds. He didn't need to go for it. He was okay. He was satisfied going for the Mega and the 2 lights. Let him go for the heavy, you know. But that's the thing with the Kill. You kind of want to go for the heavy anyway because of all the choke points you can use with the pineapples and the rockets depending on where you're standing. But he didn't seem to mind too much. He was just being a bit more unorthodox compared to his usual pace.
Yeah, and this is the map that you were speaking of that might be Sparty's. We're going to go to Molten Falls next. Are you sticking with that prediction, Lethal? Do you think this is Sparty's map? Do you think he could get, 1-2 frag lead and just keep it and win this out? Or is Razy going to go for the clean sweep and stack that cash?
I wouldn't be surprised if he stacked that cash, mate, in all fairness, the way he's been playing. 63% with the rail there, only 48 for Sparty. The amount of damage which has been done has just been ridiculous. But then again, Sparty has still had very good item control. It's just Razy has just been doing a lot more damage, a lot more map presence for what he wants to do in terms of executing his game plan. And Sparty couldn't really do much about it. But we know what it's like with Molten Falls. For some people, say you pick your poison with some of these maps, Molten Falls is normally one of them. And we see sometimes the better player actually end up on the back foot. But it depends who gets the first frag and gets the advantage at the start.
Yeah, I think the ability is there. Sparty's showing that, you know, he can play, he can keep up with Razy. It's just a couple of these opportunities that may be missed. Maybe it rail, rocket, off the spawn, not enough stack, and just gets refragged. But this could be the map. Sparty fans in the chat, make some noise for Sparty. It's not really a party right now. It's kind of a small gathering. He needs to step it up if he wants to try and take this map and steal away some of Razy's money. But Razy already takes the set to 0. But again, every map is money. And money, I like money. I don't know about you, Lethal. Money's nice when you come across it. So I think Razy's going to try and stack that. Sparty's going to try and run through his pockets and take what he can on Molten Falls, but it's not going to be easy. Razy's just looking too good right now.
Yeah, money's all right. It's all right. You know, you can't really complain with that. But that's the thing. Like with the EU region, you saw, you know, in terms of the cash and the point system, how close it was. Like, you know, one map was between each player from like 3rd to 8th. It was just ridiculous. So 3rd to 10th, ridiculous how close all these players are. So every map does count, maybe from getting top 4 to, you know, maybe even getting relegated at this moment in time. But we are going to start off with Sparty to see if he can create any kind of party here, as he's not really having a party of his own from these first 2 maps. But let's see what we can do here. See if we can make some kind of comeback happen.
Right off of the bat, rail to the face here. Sparty does get in on a rail of his own. Gets the totem back up rather quickly. The first one is already gone, and Razy's going to have to keep that in mind as well, trying to get out those totems as best he can, make sure the overstack isn't available for Sparty. And Razy just kind of flew on by there and Ghostwalk and stole that Mega away. Now Sparty has to play with this heavy. It's going to be dangerous, but that's a fantastic rocket. Razy was not aware of anything and somehow just turns that around as the LG's so strong. Even though Sparty got the drop on Razy, Razy put the beat on him, hit it with the Elmers, and takes that frag.
Yeah, that Ghost Walk was pretty funny to say the least, going for that Mega, but we understood his game plan. He was thinking, well, if Sparty is hanging around the Mega area and he's literally sitting on the item this early in the game, then he can just get behind him with ease. But he wasn't there, so it doesn't matter. But it doesn't matter anyway, as Sparty, see you later, going straight off the map. Second frag goes to Razy, and it's heard him. He's going to Ghost Walk behind him. Will he realise? Oh, he's got the gauntlet out a bit early in the game, and still takes him out 40 as he gets his 3rd frag now, and it's only been 90 seconds as he gets the hourglasses and soon to be the Ghost Walk.
So not only did he not let him get rung out, he actually railed him on the way out and said, "That's my frag. I'm going to take that." And then he hit him with the gauntlet, and that's the same as getting posterized in the NBA. Like, Razy's just popping off right now. Puts the beat on him again. Fantastic air rocket from Sparty, but it's not enough. And we're not even 2 minutes in, and it's 4-0, and Razy's looking real strong. And this might be a statement map. I fear for Sparty's life.
Yeah, I just can't believe the fact that he actually tried to get away with the gauntlet. It's still so early on in the match, and he was just like, do you know what, I'm just going to do it. I don't care. You know, he's going to try and entertain us, and he has done, but he's going to hit his jump pad from the Ghost Walk. He hasn't taken that bait, but will he get taken down anyway? Yes, he does, and the totem for his troubles. He's doing a good job to making sure he's keeping the totems in check, as Sparty hasn't got any up at the moment, and it doesn't matter. Razy, on a map like Molten Falls, to be up 6-0, it is heartbreaking here for you. It really, really is. And the fact that Razy is going to consistently have that Ghost Walk, because the hourglasses for Razy is a little bit more important compared to the totems of Sparty, but it doesn't matter. Sparty's just kind of running out of answers. He's only got, you know, 7 minutes 15 left to play with, and against, you know, a champion with Ghost Walk, it's going to be very difficult for him to make some kind of comeback.
Just sweet mother of God. If Sparty's manager's in the chat, throw in the towel here as he's fighting back, and there it is. Sparty gets 1 frag back as Razy was getting a little bit too crazy there, trying to drop down and make something happen, as he's done time and time again. I mean, 7 frags this early is crazy. There's the Ghost Walk. He wants a little bit more. Rockets flying out from both players. There's the totem planting his flag down, trying to get this frag. There's the denial on the armor, and Sparty's coming to life. All you had to do was just question his ability to get back into this one, but no signs of stopping from Sparty here.
Razy's been very, very aggressive with this Ghost Walk. It's used to being quite passive. Razy again taking him down. Oh, he's only on 2 HP. Again, another heartbreaking scenario which could have gone either way. But what can Sparty do here? He's expected to make more passive plays with the Ghost Walk, but it seems to be not the case. And Sparty just barely managed to clean him up. Gets the Mega for his troubles. Gets good first rail. Will Razor get a second? He's just daring him to get that second rail, tickling him with the shotgun damage. But could actually still take him out here. But no, he doesn't. Razor just teasing him and still doesn't take him down. But, you know, good try for Spy.
Razor's a serial killer. Like, who does that? He's just staring down Sparty, just watching. He's like Jigsaw right now, just wanting to play a game as he's raining down rockets. He won't even let him get the Mega. There he goes off the map again, and Sparty's like, are you kidding me?
He's just playing with his food, and he really, really is. I thought it was going to play out a slightly different way. But Razor's just been so aggressive with his nicks. And then seeing him drop down. Good rocket to follow up from the LG damage. Good rail also. Only on 18 HP. Sparty is nowhere near raidable. But it's got to be careful with the totem underneath that telly. He's going to play a bit calm now. It's got 7 frags in terms of his lead. 7 frag deficit as Sparty needs to try and figure out a way of what he wants to do. But we know what it's like on Molten Falls. It's very, very difficult to come back from a stat line such as this. And playing against the Knicks as well, as soon as Razor starts playing defensive or passive with that Ghost Walk, he's going to be in a world of trouble. He's just waiting for him to go straight through. Smarty didn't expect that at all. He's waiting for him to come straight up. He hasn't got the stack advantage, but he's flying in the air from the LG and has now got an 8 frag lead. Sparty with the Mega. Good first rocket. Hits the rail for his troubles, but needs to try and back away if he can. He is railable, needs to try and get away. Sparty in a world of trouble, but it doesn't matter. Razor's just waiting, daring for him to try and contest this heavy.
Razor's just insane right now, hitting everything, popping off, shotgun, jumping over to claim his heavy, and this is peak Razor. This is insane to watch. And if you missed the banter earlier, Sparty, during that murderous stare down at the armor shard, Sparty was like, "You got to be kidding me!" And Razor just hit him with the serial killer smile. And Razor is just adding on to the onslaught here. 12-3. Fantastic rail from Sparty. He's going to need more than that, but just like that, the Ghost Walk is up, so Razor can get out of dodge if he needs to. And yeah, this map spiraled out of control rather quickly, Lethal.
This is the thing, if you're teasing your opponent like he did earlier on the Mega Staircase, it's like, what can you do? It just makes you think, just makes your opponent think, oh, like, you know, why do I bother sometimes, you know? It just gives you that kind of mindset, but he realizes that he's got his too many frags behind. 10 frags he needs in 3 minutes 15 with a slight stack disadvantage and no weapons in his arsenal. There's nothing he can do here. Good direct, knows he needs to back away. Good rail, but just isn't going to be enough. And if Sparty wants to make something happen, he needs to do it now. But let's be honest here, Fully. Let's not beat around the bush. Can it happen? Highly unlikely.
Yeah, I don't think so. I do not think so. A bit of rocket damage here. Razor's not afraid to just take the fight to Sparty. And there's a great rail there, 14-5. And yeah, it just spiraled out of control way too quickly. Razor, when he feels that confident to pop off, you know, set in hand, it's curtains. Literally, he did that thing that boxers or fighters might do where he's like, you get one free punch. Stuck his chin out, and oh my god, Sparty! No, in the meat grinder he goes as Razor just catches him with a gauntlet. Sparty trying to get that frag back with the rail as he's chasing now. Razor standing his ground with the rail and pops him right out of the sky. Such patience from Razor as this one is just dusted. This one's done.
Yeah, you hit the nail on the head, absolutely. There's nothing more Sparty can do. He's taken out with his totems. He's got no potential for an overstack. Literally just chasing him down anyway as he sees fit. He's going for another gauntlet. Will he be able to get it? He is chasing him. He's literally got him, mouse, and he still takes him out here. Oh, Razor.
It's a horror movie. It's a horror movie for Sparty right now. But LG on LG, he's not going to give up, but he's going to eat that rail just as the Mega spawns. That is unfortunate. And yeah, Razor just Razor things. Just Razor things here. You see the smile on his face. He's having fun. That's what it's all about. And it's easy to have fun when you're up 12. Sparty maybe not having as much fun, but nevertheless trying to fight from above here on this heavy. That's a good vertical rail. Maybe he can hit another one. Does. 15 HP. Can he hit the third in the Ghost Walk? Just in the nicks of time from Razor there. He's going to grab 225s and some more armor shards. But yeah, minute 10, 12 frags. I don't even care if you believe in miracles. This one's done, but just such unbelievable play from Razy. I don't think there's anybody that does it as well as he does in terms of the pop-offs, the gauntlets, the confidence that he has. When he hits that level, when he's that comfortable to do that stuff, it's a bad way for whoever he's playing.
It really is. You know, most players with the Knicks, they normally use an aggressive ghost walk for any kind of item congestion. Normally at least around a few minutes mark, or maybe the second half of the game, but like Razy just went straight in on the second item spawn. He didn't care. It was like after 30 seconds, he was like, you know what, I'm just gonna go straight in. It doesn't matter. As you can see, a Sparty special vet, just to confirm that sadly, you know, he has lost the series 3-0. But it was a good try. Like those first two maps were definitely eye-openers. We saw a few plays in which we thought Sparty could take it, could have gone either way. The scoreline doesn't represent exactly what occurred during those maps, but it was just a bloodbath in this third and final map. We didn't expect it to spiral out of control so early on, but like I said earlier, with the aggressive ghost walks for the items, it was very difficult. I don't think Sparty expected it, and then afterwards it just went through the roof. 1,700 more damage in comparison. Pretty much says it all here for you.
Yeah, and it's a little tough to get out of your own head after that first gauntlet. You're like, all right, everybody saw that. That's fine. That's fine. Just the millions of people watching. It's okay. I'm still in this. Then he hits you with another gauntlet, and you're like, okay, everybody saw that one too. And then it's just you look at the scoreboard. He's up 11. What do you do? I mean, how do you deal with that? Razy just playing out of his mind, as we've seen time and time again. Look at that. He denied the ring out. He was like, nah, this is my frag. This is just a highlight reel. There it is. A little bit of the ghost walk into the gauntlet, and there's nowhere to run. It's a horror movie. And look at that. The giggle of a serial killer, Lethal, in the game is, absolutely fantastic performance from Razy. The first two maps were a lot closer, but this third one was just a highlight reel of footage for Razy.
The worst bit was the fact that he was trying to get a gauntlet kill. Like, you know, he wasn't trying to get it on the last 30 seconds of the game after he's confirmed that he's won the map or won the series. He did it on the minute 20 mark. He didn't care. He was just like, do you know what? I'm that confident I can beat you. I'm just going to gauntlet you anyway. And the fact that he did it so early on is demoralizing for your opponent in terms of Sparty, and I think it's demoralizing for anyone, like, especially when it happened 2 or 3 times. The fact that he was just landing on his head, Razy's like, okay, I like that, you know, I'm kind of getting better at these gauntlet kills. He's impressing me more and more each time he gets them.
Yeah, and Sparty's got to have just a thorn in his foot with the Maestro boys. I mean, week 1, he went against Wenger, lost 3-0. Now Razy 3-0. It's a little brutal. A lot more gauntlets this time around, but as we take a look at the stats again, shouts to Razy, 3-0, clean sweep of Sparty in true Razy fashion.
Yeah, 3% accuracy for the gauntlet. Can't complain, can we, 40? It's definitely a lot better than what we could do. And yeah, you know, 58% with the rail. Again, his rail has just been absolutely absurd. He's been playing so well, out of his mind, and you can see he was oozing confidence during that first couple of minutes. The way he was playing, like, Sparty didn't expect it. It was a lot more unorthodox in comparison, and Razy is the type of player where he is very aware of his surroundings and expects surprises more than the standard play of Quake. So it was very hard for Sparty to even try and make something happen.
Yeah, well, we wanted a hell of a start to the day, and that's exactly what we got. Razy 3-0 in true Razy fashion. Gauntlets were out. Pride was hurt, I'm sure, but a lot more Quake action to go as we're going to head over to the NA shortly. But what can you say about that set that hasn't already been said? I mean, it's Razy. He's playing out of his mind. He's playing the way he wants. When he's comfortable, he's in control, and that is terrifying for everybody in this league. But NA, when we get back, it's going to be Dewey, Maxter. Don't go anywhere. Grab a drink, maybe. But we'll be right back in a couple minutes. welcome back everybody to Quake Pro League. If you're just tuning in, you missed Razy give Sparty a bit of a pummeling. 3-0 in favor of Razy, but we're going to hop over to the Americas. I am 40 Lions, joined by Lethal, and we got Dewey and Maxter coming up next. Lethal, how do you feel about it?
This should be, I reckon it's going to be another close series. Last time these two played, I think Maxter won it out 2-1, but it was a very close series. And Max hasn't played this stage. You know, this is going to be his first match of stage 2. Dewey has only played one. He lost to Zanaku back in week number 1. He lost 3-0, but it wasn't even a close 3-0. Zanaku actually demolished him, which is not something you really see, especially against a player like Dewey, because Dewey normally keeps every single map so tight-knit, so close between 1 or 2 frags. But if he's playing against a player who can really adapt in a strong manner, such as Rafa, then yeah, normally it's pretty much downhill from here. But to lose that battle against Zanaku is pretty surprising, but I don't think that's more on his part. I think that's more the fact that Zanaku's just improved so much over the course of the last month that, it's just one of those things really. But Maxter still needs to make sure he plays super aggressively, make sure he's unpredictable, make sure his shot is absolutely on form. And if he plays like he normally does, he should be able to take this. But Dewey, I always feel like he is the kind of player who's the thorn in most of these players' backsides in the Americas region, because he's very hard to figure out sometimes.
Yeah, Maxter coming back from a bit of a break. Everybody deserves a break, so this will be the first official match, as you said, for this stage. Looking forward to seeing how he does. I mean, I'm not going to say that he's going to be rusty or anything like that. He's been practicing, but it's always nice to see players come back and kind of see what shape they're in terms of the first match back. We saw Avek kind of took a break, and he came back stronger than ever. I'm sure Maxter might have the same story behind it, but yeah, Dewey dropping that game to Zanaku. I don't think that was so much on Dewey, more so that Zanaku is just playing out of his mind. He's been playing a lot with Rafa. I mean, he's the only one to take a map off Rafa in weeks and weeks and weeks, so that's a testament to how Zen is getting better and better, and we'll see him a little bit later today. But Dewey versus Maxter should be a fantastic set. I think it's going to be a close one. I think it's anyone's ball game, and I think the map, Veto, and champ picks might affect that heavily as we take a look. Exile. It's going to get frosty, Lethal. It's going to get frosty. Awoken and then Veil of Noth. Eisen on Veil is going to be huge, going up against the Sorlag. We got Ranger and Galena on Awoken, and we're going to start off on Exile, Athena versus Nyx.
All the small map picks here for we. Very interesting indeed. We see no Molten Falls. That's more due to the fact that Dewey's best 2 maps from what we've seen the last few months has been Awoken and Molten Falls. Maxter had to choose one. He decided to go for Molten Falls because it suits more his style in terms of the smaller map picks. But normally, I would say for Maxter, his best maps have been Deep Embrace and now and again Corrupted Keep. But for him to select Exile, it's I think it'll be an interesting one. It's his first match of the season. Maybe if he chooses Exile, then at least that way, Dewey hasn't really got much VOD research in terms of what Maxter does on this map. So it's going to be a little bit difficult for him to predict what to actually expect throughout this map. But Dewey to get Awoken, at least he gets that map. But then again, Maxter, it's not his favourite, but he enjoys it anyway. And Veil, again, with the Eisen, we see Eisen selected so much in Veil, and I'm not surprised we get to see it again. We know how good Eisen could be, especially around that mega area with the turret. It's very, very difficult, a difficult setup to break, but Dewey is the kind of player who can possibly break it depending on how it goes his way in terms of his stack.
Yeah, this one should be a good one. I love the respect for Maxter as well. I mean, Dewey has quite the scale on him, right? And Maxter threw that out immediately and was like, I don't want any part of that. But Athena versus Nyx on Exile. This one's going to be interesting. I've been watching a lot of Exile games going down, both in practice and the regular season. I don't know. It should be interesting. I don't really know how it's going to go with Athena and Nyx, but interested to see what Maxter and Dewey have in store for us.
Yeah, Exile, you could say, plays a little bit like Deep Embrace, not just because of the map size and how the items and the weapons are laid out like Deep Embrace. It's just more the fact that Maxter enjoys playing the small maps against people who are very passive or very defensive, because it doesn't really give them much window of opportunity to try and back away and try and set yourself up for the next game plan. It doesn't really give players like Dewey or Dramus time to maybe suggest themselves what they should be doing as their next motive. Maxter likes to be the kind of player where it more goes based on instinct and his initiative rather than the strategic elements that he has going forward. And Exile was perfect for that. Even with the Athena, he can try and catch him off guard. He's got that verticality, of course, to maybe go for the Mega straight after the Heavy, depending on how well the items are segregated. There's a lot of strategic elements, you could say, that Maxter could use in order to throw off Dewey, but also to get that item control, depending on how well segregated the items are.
Well, I think I'm not the only one when I say I wonder who's going to fall off the map the most, but this is it. We're going to be live on Exile. Set between Dewey and Maxter is live now. Map number 1. Chat, make some noise.
Absolutely, and Dewey already, literally, I've just gone to the game and already he's got a frag. He's clearly not mucking about here. He wants to teach Maxter a lesson for saying, you want to choose Exile? Okay, we'll see if this is one of your better maps. And it doesn't matter what your game plan could be, but already Heavy only 3 seconds in front of the Mega. He's going to be trying to contest that first if he can. He was considering going for the light before the Heavy, but has decided not to go from behind. But good rocket bear.
Maxter.
In the end, the retaliation, that rail was basically saying to him, no, you're not going to get away with this one, as Maxter ties things up, baiting the Mega, and it looks like Dewey will be able to get that.
Yeah, forced to play a bit of a platformer there as Dewey claims the Mega. Good rail there. Maxter very weak, needs to get out of there. Still extremely weak even after that health bubble pickup. He's going to be able to grab a 50 shard that's going to help a little bit here, but control goes to Dewey here as he's waiting next to this Heavy. Does have the Ghost Walk. Ooh, but he's going to actually leave. Why? Dewey gives up the Heavy. A little bit of a misplay there. Misses the rail as he makes his way to the Mega a little bit too early, and Maxter's there with a rocket surprise. Dewey 2-1, and yeah, Maxter with that hook, just not afraid to play, super aggressive, swaps to shotgun, gets another frag as Dewey just can't get anything going right now, but that LG is going to hurt so much. Well done from Dewey to get himself back in this and stop the bleeding, forcing Maxter up the jump pad. There's a little bit of buckshot for the butt cheeks, and there's the LG follow-up. 2-3 as Dewey says, you're not going to slide away with this one. I don't care how frosty the map is. Mega goes to Maxter. Shotgun around the corner from both players, and Maxter gets the better of Dewey.
Maxter's been very patient with his shotgun shots. Just biding his time. Gets back to his default stack, but it looks like it's going to be too little too late as Dewey, with those mid-air rockets, looking very good here. Waiting for the next Heavy to respawn, which it does. Mega's come up in the next couple of seconds. He may not be able to get there in time, but he can at least try and contest it when Maxter passes through. But it seems like he's decided to go for the rocket spawn instead. Dewey now just biding his time, waiting to make the first move to jump on Maxter. But it looks like he realizes that he's just going from behind. He knew that it was going to be caught off guard, decided to wait, backs away, and looks like he needs to give up this Heavy as he goes for the Mega next.
Around the corner, there's the LG into rockets. Ghost Walk. Wow. Just in the nicks of time. And there's the tickle as he tries to get just a little bit of something on the way out in terms of damage. Maxter looking real strong, 5-3 right now. Traversing the map well. A little bit of rocket damage there from Dewey. Decent rocket there. Dewey starting to do a little bit more chip here. Try and get back into this. The Heavy's just going Maxter's way the last 2-3 cycles here. Is Dewey a little bit too early. The Mega gets forced off again and gets trapped. There's the shotgun, and Dewey is just too quick on these items. He either has to concede and run away, or he dies at the hands of Maxter for mistiming just a little bit too early.
Yeah, some questionable plays for some of these items, but it's still early days as of yet. Maxter got a very, very healthy stack. See if he can force something in this next engagement. Finds Dewey, so weak, so he's going to try and clean it up with the LG. Picks up the Mega. Nicely done from Maxter. Didn't really take too much damage, and he can just go straight in for the next attack. Increase his lead. 8-3. It's not looking too good here for Dewey, as the Heavy is coming up in the next 8 seconds. Good first rocket and the rail combo straight afterwards. Fabulous stuff from Maxter. He's looking to try and do it again. He's trying to stay up, but he can't. As he goes 2 for 2, managed to grab that second frag and still got a very healthy stack.
That was dirty. Maxter hit him with the rail. Dewey tried to use the wall jump to get back up, and as he's clutching for dear life, Maxter looks him in the eyes and says no, and rails him again, takes that frag. And there's another one as the rail's heating up for Maxter. And I have to say, he has the most fantastic nail gun skin for this map. Very fitting. Snowballs everywhere. As Dewey is just, there's no answer here. Maxter hitting everything, catching Dewey off guard with these rails off the spawn, and it's just relentless right now from Maxter.
5 minutes.
Looks like Deep Embrace isn't his only better map. It seems like XR could be on par to one of his best maps. But this is the great thing, you know, some of these players, depending on his style, will try and establish the meta in terms of how to set up for some of these items, some of the plays, the defensive strategies. And there's definitely 2 players to look at. As Maxter now is trying to sneak behind him. He knew exactly where he was, cleans him up anyway. Beautiful stuff as Dewey now's got to try and come back from a 10 frag deficit. That's 1. Still needs another 9. Picks up the heavy, but has taken so much damage from that last engagement. He needs to try and make something happen. Still though, 2 beautiful shotgun shots to clean him up again. He wants to try and go for the Mega, which he should be able to here with ease. Is he going to do an aggressive ghost walk? No, he will not. As he realizes he still needs to try and somehow contest this heavy, with Maxter holding the high ground on that rocket spawn.
Dewey looking a little stronger right now. He's going to be able to get this heavy, which feels like after an eternity of not being able to claim it. Does get it under his belt, but he's down 8 frags already. Massive deficit. And that rocket is going to give Maxter the information he wants. Dewey has to be careful, and just like that, the hook steals away the Mega. Dewey needs to be super careful jumping through that window there. Almost icing himself. So he has to try and battle back. It's going to be difficult, though. Maxter goes through the telly, misses with the rail. Well-placed rocket from Dewey into rail combo, and that was beautiful. Heavy again goes to Dewey, and this is the momentum that he needs, but time is ticking. He's got to pick up the pace. Unfortunately, misses with that rail, tries to get another one, misses again, and Maxter laying on the damage with the LG, punishing every miss that Dewey has, and again stealing away the Mega, making it so much more difficult, and then Dewey hits shots like that. Rocket to rail combo. Maxter's going to wait there patiently. Good dodge on that rocket. Maxter can dance all day. A little bit of shotgun blast, and wow, Dewey picks him out of the sky. He's not going to hook away from him that easy. 6 frag deficit now. The shotgun off the spawn is going to be enough. The Ghost Walk for a little bit of insurance, 21 HP, and he claims the heavy. Dewey has a shot at this.
That was beautiful from Dewey these last couple of minutes. We was worried for him at one stage, considering that he had those few missed rails. Even when Max didn't have the weapons in his arsenal. But this could be Max's chance to try and come back from this. Decides to leave the lights back to way. Knows that Heavy's come up in the next few seconds, but this is his chance to try and contest it. If he manages to get this frag and contest it, it could be all over here for Dewey. Dewey on 25, 50 HP now. Gonna see if he can go for this Mega. Decides to prioritize the light first. Completely understandable, but that was a big risk. It was a big gamble, but now he's giving it to Maxter. Some good rockets from Dewey, but is it going to be enough? Good first rail, but instead Maxter is the one who wins that bout, cleans him up for the LG, and Maxter's going to try and get away and hopefully be able to get this heavy, depending on the height disadvantage that he has. 3 HP, Maxter. Oh, he still managed to take him down when he was on 3 HP at the time. Good spawn rail as he was pushing up for that LG.
So unfortunate there, Dewey trying to make something happen, didn't have a choice, and Maxter was ready for it. Clutch rail as he's in the lead. Firm 7 frags. Minute and a half less than now for Dewey, and this is going to be a tall order. I don't think he can do it. I think it's probably done. I mean, this map is really small, but with rockets like that, even with the frag in Dewey's pocket, he did enough damage, Maxter did, on his way out, to where Dewey can't really play super aggressive off the spawn. He needs to. The time is, ticking, but just doesn't have the stack for it. And now he's trying to find him. Maxter has the rail that he wants to play defensive with, and there's the jump. Is it enough? And, okay. We're getting a little crazy now. Getting a little crazy. It's a little icy. It's slippery. The whole map looks like a frosted pound cake here. There's a fantastic rail. Needs to try and cut off with a shotgun, and there it is. Mid-air collusion. And Dewey will take, priority over that. Shotgun out when in doubt, but 5 frags down. It looks like this is still going to go Maxter's way. He steals away the heavy. LG on LG. Into the shotgun isn't going to be enough. It's not. The zoom shotgun not landing for Dewey. Maxter is extremely weak, but with 25 seconds left, this one will go to Maxter, and that's a big first map. Maybe taking breaks is the key. Maybe that's what it is.
Sometimes a break is good. Not too long of a break, but just enough to kind of chill, refresh. Sometimes you could burn yourself out, and no one likes people burn themselves out, obviously. But Maxter, though, looked very, very good on that map. But like I said, it plays out a little bit similar to Deep Embrace, and guess what? For Maxter, Deep Embrace is one of his best maps, so it doesn't surprise me that he also did really well on Exile too. As you can see there, Dewey still had 108 more damage, but Maxter, look at the item control. 25 items in comparison, 53% rail. It's just looking so good right now for you. So good.
I feel like some of the plays, Dewey wasn't expecting Maxter to be that ballsy and hook in and steal the item, so Dewey was kind of looking for a different entry strategy, and instead Maxter just came up with the hook and said, this is mine, and just yoinked it out of there. And I think a lot of that kind of got in Dewey's head about, okay, I need to be careful about where he's coming from, and that kind of opened the doors for Maxter. Also, hitting everything doesn't hurt. That's usually a good sign, and there it is. Look at that. Just hanging on by a thread, and Maxter says, no, you're going to die here. But yeah, it's good to see Exile being played. I hope to see it more and more. It's a great map. But Maxter just outclassed Dewey on this one. Takes the first map in the set. Does Dewey have a reply? Does he have an answer? We'll see.
I hope so. It was just a little bit more one-sided than what we expected. It was just a shame that when Dewey was making that comeback, trailing behind from 10 frags to 5, you saw that no matter what weapon he had, if, for example, Maxter picked up the LG on spawn and tried to get away, then it will play to his disadvantages. So, for example, it will play a distance game to try and take him out with the rail or do some damage, or use the rockets up close. He will try and do anything he can. If he knows the exact spawn location of where Maxter could be, then he'll work to his advantage. He knows he hasn't got the weapons in his arsenal, so he has to try and make something happen with the weapons he has and play the distance game in terms of which weapon he wants to use. But, a good comeback from him, but it just wasn't enough. Maxter was just all over him. His instincts and his initiative in terms of how he played that map was just godlike. It was really well done from Maxter. And it's like I said, when you're playing against a player like Dewey or Dramus, where they're very passive and you've got to try and adapt to their gameplay, some of the best maps to play are some of the ones with the small map geometry, like Deep Embrace or Exile, or maybe even Awoken in that matter. But speaking of Awoken, I think that's going to be the next map, isn't it?
Yep, we got Awoken coming up next. Again, with the Exile, I love seeing more and more weeks and sets go through Exile. I want to see the meta evolve. I want to see some crazy plays. I want to see, what people have in store. But yeah, hats off to Maxter taking that one. But we do have Awoken coming up next. Thoughts on this one, Lethal?
Well, this is Dewey's map pick. It's always been one of his better maps, apart from a couple of the others in terms of Awoken and Molten Falls. So Molten Falls is normally his go-to as well, depending on if he gets that first frag or not. But no, this should be an interesting one. It won't be like how we saw Exile in terms of how they're both going to play this out. Who's going to get that top mid control? Who's going to play for those audio cues? Who's going to make the first mistake in terms of trying to be over aggressive and try and push up for that mega? There's going to be a lot of questions which are going to be asked here. But from what we saw from Maxter, he did a very, very good job. But on a map like Awoken, we need to see Maxter try and adapt a little bit quicker and a little bit better.
We'll see if he can do that. Maxter on the Ranger, Dewey on the Galena, and we are live map number 2 between these two. Maxter with the map advantage, and also with the heavy, trying to serve up some heat through that drive-through window right off the bat, missing with the rail, unfortunately. Dewey getting a rail of his own, ready to play Rail Wars if he needs to. Both players missing with these rails now. Dewey wants that LG, using the tri-bolt to try and zone him out. Maxter goes all up in there, rockets flying out, and wow, lands its mark, 10 HP. Luckily for Maxter, and that's gotta hurt, as Dewey takes a rail going up the jump pad, throws down the totem just to secure the mega. Was it worth it? He's gonna push in, but the rocket is gonna be so strong, almost getting the combo into the rail, and he's not done yet, but neither is Maxter. Wow, the last rocket just absolutely obliterates Dewey. And he's got to be so frustrated. He knows Maxter's weak, and Maxter's still maxing out damage on his way out, hitting that fantastic rail, making his way out of there, and surviving to fight another day, almost hitting another rail. Dewey wants this frag so bad. There's the LG on LG, and finally Dewey takes him down. A sigh of relief.
I still feel like Maxter outstayed his welcome contesting that Mega earlier on. But even then, Dewey still approached him, but he approached him in a straight line. So you could see Maxter was able to get a nice direct rocket there. Great stack from Maxter. He's looking very good here. 15 seconds until the next Mega. And Max's game plan is to make sure not only to contest these items from top mid with the fat control that he has, but also to Favor to keep on his toes and keep an eye out for any totems which Dewey is leaving behind and check those unorthodox spots here. But LG on LG, Dewey managed to take that and got the Mega to boot. And still early days as of yet. Drops the totem anyway. He realises that his rocket jumped over to the rail, but Dewey's not going to go after him. He hasn't got the stack. Max is looking very healthy in that department and needs to be careful as Max have found that totem on a tri-bolt spawn straight away.
Yeah, really good push there from Dewey on that Mega, knowing that Maxter was a little bit early, taking that item, taking that frag, and stopping the bleeding, so to speak, as Maxter trying to get some rail damage out here on the Mega. Dewey does a great job of hitting his reply. Needs to be careful, though. We've seen people get floated off that ledge before. Crazy. As he almost gets taken down. Does throw down a totem. Maxter trying to lay on the damage. There's a little bit of rocket damage. 10 HP for Dewey as he grabs the 50 shard. Dewey's still extremely weak. Maxter adding to his stack here. So both players about equal. Is Dewey going to put some pressure on this? He is. That's a fantastic rocket. Maxter almost gets taken out as he doesn't quite make the landing the first time. Has to go off the jump pad, but here's the pressure from Maxter. Totem goes down. Is it going to be enough? And the shotgun swap is going to be enough, but Dewey's so incredibly weak. Oh. There it is. Maxter cleans that up with the orb play. Wasn't going to let that one get away, Lethal.
Certainly wasn't indeed. I thought he was going to be kicking himself when he hit against the wall going for that heavy earlier, but luckily for him, he was given the opportunity to try and grab it as he was backing up. LG comes out for Maxter. Very good tracing there. Misses the last rail, but he's already done enough damage to keep him at bay. Maxter, though, has picked up the heavy, looking very good. Wait for him to cross paths on the staircase. Hits the first round, misses the second. But Dewey gets one of his own, and that was a lovely rocket. Interesting, to say the least. I don't think he expected him just to fire a rocket out like that, but maybe he mispredicted it. Who knows? But hits the first rail again. LG comes out. Max is going to increase his lead 7-3 here for you.
Maxter looking so strong, and Dewey just gets caught out. He wasn't even really looking in the right direction, as it looked like for that last frag. So 4 up for Maxter. 4 minutes in, almost gets a rail, just barely nipping at the heels right there. But Maxter's super comfortable right now. Rocket jumping around, using that Ranger passive, asserting dominance. There's a great rocket there. So he wants to take position, but he needs more rockets. Out of rockets, has to rely on LG. Doesn't even have a lot of LG either, so he needs to be very careful here with his next couple moves. So a little bit of a warning shot from Dewey, forcing Maxter back onto the Mega. He'll take that comfortably. Still doesn't have rockets. He's going to be able to make his way towards there before going back to the heavy, and Dewey's going to have to concede. The stack isn't terrible, but he just doesn't have the positioning for it.
No, he really doesn't. Maxter hasn't even really been top mid that much either. Like, you know, this is the first time in a while we've seen him up there, but neither player is really holding that position. They're just trying to go for the flanks and trying to out-coordinate each other in terms of, oh, the statue, but look at this, the LG comes out, but that totem might save him. No, he won't, as the orb absolutely destroys Dewey there. Destroys the totem, and now he's going to try and contest this heavy. Surely this is going to be his. Yes, it is. It's Maxter now up 9-3. This is a completely different series compared to when these two players last played against each other. As they're going to try and finish him off with the rocket. Good shotgun, but he's only on 28 HP, and you can see there Dewey is not available. Maxter needs to back away. Will he find the top mid? No, he won't. So Maxter gets away with his life. Mega is up in the next second. And you can see Dewey's going to try and contest that heavy as well. Good first rail, misses a second. Dewey retaliates with one of his own. Good rail there from Dewey, but still not early days, but we're past the halfway mark as we've got 4 minutes and 20 left until the end of the map. So Dewey still has a little bit of time left to make something happen.
And it's not every day you see Dewey get a dose of his own medicine with the Dire Orb, but Maxter doing a good job of using that Ranger ability. Dewey trying to maintain control here. Gets behind Maxter. Makes sure that Mega doesn't go to him, but he gets so much LG damage, but luckily for him, the clutch rail swap gets him that frag. Only down 4, plenty of time, but Dewey has to try and keep this stack alive while he gets in on the heavy. But there's Maxter right around the corner. LG out, absolutely melts Dewey. Didn't have the right weapon out. Just barely getting caught out, and Maxter makes him pay in full.
Oh, look at the tracing from LG and the rocket straight afterwards. Doing so much work, and even just then you saw he was going to go for the light, decided not to. Prioritizes the Mega. The right play, and Dewey just rocket jumps up and says, no, you're not having any of that. And manages to clean up, but still 3 minutes and 15 left. Plenty of time for Dewey to make something happen here. And he's going to take so much damage, but manages to survive on 37 HP. Got plenty of armor behind him, but needs to hit these rails. Misses the first 2. He's going to go top mid to get some kind of map control. Good rocket, but I don't think it's going to be enough as Maxter cleans things up. And now is still ahead by 5 frags, 12-7.
Dewey's somehow staying alive. If he gets this frag somehow, it'll be incredible. Somehow, still staying alive. Maxter can't find the damage he needs, and Dewey making him pay and actually gets that frag, and that was a miracle. I'm going to say it. That was absolutely incredible that Dewey not only survived, but got the frag back. Still down 4 with 2.5 minutes remaining. The tactical rocket jump to peek over the ledge here, as he's going to go straight into Maxter. Doesn't have a choice, and the rails won't land. Maxter with a fire back of his own, clapping back on Dewey, getting that frag back. 5 frags is still going to be the deficit for Dewey. Going to need a little something, and these rockets not landing into the tribal. Maxter actually takes the fight to him, and the shotgun will land for Dewey. So Maxter getting a little bit crazy with the Dire Orb, handing him that frag. Good rail off the spawn. Maxter trying to reply with a rail of his own, and Dewey has an opportunity here. 4 frags, 2 minutes. Needs to play clean. It's not going to be easy, but it's possible here. If you can just catch him out in the sewer, and that's a fantastic rail from Maxter.
Yeah, that was a great rail there. And also his decision-making, decided not to go for that Mega. But in the end, it doesn't matter. Dewey manages to clean things up. But how does Maxter want to play this? He's up by 3 frags. But the only problem is, does he want to play defensively and play ring around the rosy half the game? Or does he want to at least try and retaliate? I feel like at this moment, he needs to try and at least get 1 or 2 more frags, or try and establish some kind of map control, contest the items a little bit better. But then again, who knows? He's still got 1 minute and 15 left. It is doable with 3 frags. But definitely not impossible, as Dewey is on the hunt and his aim is looking phenomenal. But it just depends on if he can catch Maxter off guard. His rocket jumping back and forth from the rail area back to heavy. It's just keeping Dewey guessing. He's not really losing too much HP from all this. He's still on his default stack. But look at these rockets from Maxter. Dewey's trying to do everything he can to get the correct flank going to take the right route. And Maxter's just saying, no, I'm not having any of that. I'm still going to go around. I'm still trying to back away from you. But now with 3 frags, he should be perfectly fine here. But as I say that, good rocket, but look at that. Maxter orbed across and managed to get that rocket before he said see you later. And that is definitely game, set, and match. 25 seconds left, 4 frag deficit, nothing Dewey can do here. But what a great way to finish things off.
The victory sip from Maxter is cool guys don't look at their own frags, apparently. Maxter just using that Ranger passive so well to just be a nuisance. Going back and forth, there's the victory lap, and yeah, that's quite the performance from Maxter in this set right now.
Yeah, we said it before. Maxter, the last time both these players played against each other, it was a 2-1 series in favour of Maxter, and all the maps were very close, but it seems like Maxter is already, you know, up 2-0. Is going to try and go for the 3P and try and get a 3-0 sweep. Will he be able to do it for you? You know, that's the next question. He's already lost. Dewey's lost on his own map pick on Awoken, but was it the right decision? You know, that's the question.
I feel like, so we got Veil coming up, and it's going to be Eisen for Maxter, I believe, and Sorlag for Dewey. I give that edge to Maxter because of the Eisen. I mean, that turret is just going to be such a nuisance, even though Sorlag has the stack and can jump around in the acid and have a good time. On Vale, I just give that advantage because Timmy the Turret is just so strong on that map, especially near the Mega, or even some spots, you know, around Rockets. And I feel like Dewey has to be extremely careful not to let go of that stack advantage, and that's exactly what Timmy the Turret does. It melts that stack advantage and makes it more even. And then, you know, you have Eisen, Maxter, again, hitting all his shots, looking fantastic. Add that in, and it could be a nightmare for Dewey. I feel like if he can control the turret and make sure that he's not going into traps, going into the bamboozle, then he might have a shot. But I feel like Maxter is playing so confident, he's playing so smart. I feel like he's going to have the trap set up that he needs to take this 3-0.
Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me. If you said to me that it's an Eisen versus Sorlag matchup, you would assume that Max is the one with the Sorlag and Dewey is the one with the Eisen, because it kind of suits their style on how they want to approach this map. But yeah, very strange that it's actually the opposite end of the spectrum. And as you see from the damage count there, just over 1,200 more damage in favor of Maxter. The rail accuracy isn't the greatest, but look at the tracing from Maxter's LG, 44% against the 34% of Dewey, and the amount of damage output is down 1956, and he still did 44% in terms of accuracy. That is unheard of. But now we'll have to see what Dewey can do to stop Maxter from going on a 3-0 sweep. We know how difficult it is to play against Eisen. Eisen is a very common champion pick, I feel like, for Vale in terms of what you want to do in terms of strategy. Most people normally have to tow it up on top mid on the top Mega to make sure if they do portal through, they get blocked, or just to be a nuisance in terms of feeding them info if they're on top heavy or anywhere else. Sometimes some people even leave the turret on the rocket spawn in case if you do take out your opponent, then you can hear the turret, it make its movement, and you know exactly where it can be going off spawn. There's lots of things you can do with the turret, and it's no surprise here that we're seeing another Eisen on Vale.
Yeah, I'm really interested to see, based on the spawns, how each player is going to approach their start. We've seen Maxter play super aggressive off the spawn, so if he gets rockets or LG, he might just go straight for it. It's going to be a little bit tougher against the Sorlag, but it's all about defending rockets right off the bat if you can on Vale, especially with that turret in your pocket. I feel like, again, Maxter has the advantage. He might be on his way to a 3-0, but Dewey's going to do everything in his power to say, no, I'm going to take a little bit of that money, but it all comes down to this. Maxter already taking the set, but again, every map is money, so Dewey's going to be fighting for his life on this one. Uphill battle, in my opinion, but chat, this is it. Map number 3 of the set between Dewey and Maxter. Maxter looking oh so good. Dewey has a tough road ahead for the next 10 minutes.
He certainly does indeed, as we are starting off with Maxter to find out what his game plan is and what he exactly wants to do. So the turret has already been used. Still got a little bit of time left, and both his players won't be prioritizing the hourglasses as much as you'd think. So they could literally be anywhere in terms of what they want to do with their game plan. Maxter just double checking, making sure no one is around that mega area, but from that rocket jump, he's going to go straight away, but it's not looking too good. Here's Dewey's trying to clean him up. Did his best, but just not quite, as he has placed the tower up in the perfect position. So if he goes for the telly, he won't be able to contest the mega straight away. But look at the damage he's done. A nice chunk of damage. He did at least 75 damage with the turret, and Dewey was still able to take him down.
Just that spit damage put him over the edge. That was actually a really good play from Maxter, maximizing his damage on his way out, but the spit too strong. Sorbet, acidic as ever. 1-0, needs to be careful. The shotgun blast into rail for Maxter will tie that up, hits him with the fadeaway from beyond the arc, hits him right off the spawn as well. Dewey needs to be really careful here. So much LG damage. He's going to just push in and try and get as much damage as he can. Maxter adds on another frag and takes the lead early.
Another, he dropped the turret down on the rocket spawn straight away to see if Dewey would push straight for the telly. Dropped it a little bit late, but that's not his fault now. It's just literally just timing in terms of trying to prep for that, but he didn't really get the time to actually do it. But it doesn't matter. He's got the information he needs. He knows he's just got the rockets. He's portaled through. Dewey has the high advantage, but Maxter doesn't care. He's going straight with the LG. Slightly better tracing. He had a better stack. He's going to try and contest the rockets, which he has done. Picks it up. Was it worth the 2 rails? Probably not. But Maxter is at a massive advantage in terms of stack. Tried to clean him up with the shotgun as he portaled back through. Didn't manage to get it, but he does have the turret. He's going to place it slightly differently, not directly in front of the portal, but just behind it, just to be a little bit more of a nuisance in terms of how Dewey wants to portal through. As he gets the first rail, good LG damage, cleans him up beautifully. Still has a slight stack to maybe survive this next engagement. As he takes the rocket, Dewey's going straight in. Beautiful LG as he's flying down. But the health orb is literally right next to him, so he should be fine.
Grab the health orb to stop the bleeding, and Dewey gets caught out again by Maxter and his LG. Maxter is railable, but Dewey's going to spawn over the LG. Turret in hand for Maxter, a 4 frag lead as well. The drop. Dewey with decent rocket damage. Needs to be careful though. Again, he gets caught out in that situation where he's fighting Maxter, but Timmy popping off puts one on the board for Maxter, and that is the bane of every player's existence. Trying to go through that telly when you know that there's a turret there, and Dewey just raw aggression off the spawn, getting that frag, forcing his way back into this game. 2-6, still plenty of time, but you can tell Dewey's he's like getting a little frustrated. He's going a little more aggro, which can work with Sorlag, especially with Spit in hand. He's missing that rail. Giving that damage to Maxter, needs to be careful not to do that. Oh, there's another one for free almost. Was that the third one? How did he even hit that one? As Maxter is absolutely crazy. The Spit will land. Dewey sees all of the damage, now just needs to land this rocket. Maxter, he could dance all day. He could dance all day, Lethal. Somehow gets out of there with taking no damage at all. Dewey misses that last rail, and that was just, wow.
Oh, Doug. As Dewey now. Still got a high disadvantage, but he's going to go for the telly and keep this Mega Control going. He's got a fantastic stack. Just needs to try and not take too much damage in next engagement so he can grab him on spawn and force the next one. As we're not even at the halfway mark yet. And he's left the turret there in front of the rockets to see if Dewey passes through, which he hasn't done. He's not going for that bait at all. Does have the acid in his back pocket. Just walking slowly to see exactly where he could be. He has information he so desperately requires in order to force out this fight. He's going to try and grab it if he can. Good first rocket. LG's not looking the best, but managed to finish him off anyway. That was good stuff from Dewey, as he's got the first rail which he desperately needed. Misses the second, but managed to get that spit out in time and cleans him up the LG again and come back as on as we hit the 5-minute mark and hits the first rail on the LG spawn again, as Max is just trying to stay alive before this Mega pops in the next seconds.
Dewey doing a good job of hitting the rails he needs. He's still lacking heavily on the rail, only hitting 15%, 3 for 19. But if he can start stringing together some off the spawn, it's going to be okay. He's only down 2, not the biggest deficit ever, especially in a map like this. He should be okay, but he needs to be careful of things like that, dealing with the turret nicely. Now he needs to be careful not to take this extra damage from down below. Maxter goes through the telly, and there's another rocket in his pocket. Just like that, Maxter up 3, right off the spawn. So much LG. Dewey rushing the rockets, and that is going to cost him so much of his stack. Oh no, there's the chase, and Maxter smelled blood, playing a little bit of Turok now as he's hunting down that dinosaur. That's a 4 frag lead. Dewey was looking strong for a little bit there, but Maxter says no momentum for you. Now he has to be really careful where he jumps over. Does get the heavy, takes out the turret as well. There's a rocket jump getting a little crazy, just wants a piece of him. He wants to take a bite out of Maxter, and Maxter's so good at playing this dancing game. Where did he learn to dance, Lethal? Somebody tell me.
I have no idea, and he shouldn't even gone out of that situation with the stack Maxter had. But this is Dewey's window of opportunity now to make something happen. He's got just over 3.5 minutes left. That's exactly where Maxter is. Maxter's rail has also been on point. Looking at the hit percentages, Dewey's only got 19% of rails hit, but Maxter has 52%. It's unreal, but if Dewey find that rocket, then Maxter would have been in a world of trouble. As the turret comes out, so does the LG for Dewey and cleans him up beautifully. It is only down by 2 frags, but it needs to re-heal. It needs to try and restack if he can. Cannot go down the rail room as Maxter's already spawned there, going for that rail. And the light, but beautiful rail there as Maxter knew that he's probably going to contest that heavy. He was literally half a second roughly until that was going to pop, and he came just in the nick of time as Max now has the height advantage, waiting for the Mega, and is going to see exactly where Dewey is going to go, where it hits the first rail, just barely misses the second, but the damage has been done. Dewey needs to back away here.
These rails are just absolutely vicious from Maxter. Dewey has no answer. We've covered before, he just can't hit these rails again, and he's in a position where he can't use machine gun, he can't use rail, he's just taking all this damage for free, and Maxter gets another one right on the old tail here. Now he's going to just dive in with LG, knows that he could take the fight, and he does, takes the frag up 4 again as we get closer and closer to 2 minutes left. Dewey has got to try and find some answers, and that rocket's going to be a good start, but just like that, Timmy pops off again, gets his attention, and Maxter's right there with a railgun in his face again, and it's just so brutal right now. Maxter playing this so well, taking that heavy. Dewey can't land the rail again as he moonwalks his way down, trying to set up for another rail, doesn't get it. And oh my god, I thought he wasn't going to make it. That would have been it. That would have been done, but he does make the jump, so everything's okay. Still a minute 40 on the board, down 5. And look at this jump that he gets on Maxter. That's going to be big damage here. The turret goes down, and Maxter somehow just has the rockets that he needs. And Dewey is not happy about this one at all. You could kind of tell the frustration coming out as the early GGs come out. And what do you say? I mean, Maxter played every map so strong. He came out swinging. He played his game. He had an answer for anything that Dewey may have thrown his way. As yeah, Dewey just good old webcams there. This is just brutal. It's just brutal. So yeah,
Really
it's not often you see that in the Pro League, but sometimes frustrations flare up. Sometimes your opponent just bests you so hard that you're like, I gotta get out of here. I gotta go to Whataburger. I gotta get a milkshake. This didn't just happen to me. Hats off to Maxter. Like, first week back after a little break, looking so strong.
We saw in the map pool as well, when we looked at the maps, we're just like, it screams a 3-0 for Maxter, but it may not happen because Dewey's map, Awoken is one of his better maps. But after seeing that second map, and then it's Vale, and Max is playing the ice, and we're just like, I'm not really too sure about this. But he utilised the turret so well in every situation possible. He used it to feed information when he's coming through. He used it to block Dewey's entrance for going for the Mega when he portaled through. He used the turret to make sure that he used it as a shield on so many different occasions, but not only that, the damage which he used from the turret. There was at one point where on one of the last frags, that turret did 120 damage just sitting there. It helped him so much. I felt like it was 2v1 sometimes. Like, the turret did so much damage in comparison to what it normally does. Because, nowadays, when someone uses Eisen, they don't normally do it for the damage. It's more just to be a bit of a nuisance, a bit of a pain in the backside. Just use it as shield or information. But the amount of damage it was doing, I think everyone would have been ripping their hairs out. I think I would have gone totally grey by the end of that map if it was anyone else.
Yeah, definitely just a super frustrating series for Dewey. That wasn't his peak performance at all. So the frustration overwhelming. You could tell he wasn't happy with his performance, and that's not his regular level of play for sure. But Maxter, he looks really good. Dewey's performance aside, Maxter looking really strong coming out of the gate, getting a 3-0 on the board, his debut back in Stage 2. Just really, really well done there. I don't know what he was doing in his off time. Maybe VOD review, maybe just push-ups, getting jacked, trying to max his ZSX. I don't know. Either way, whatever he's doing, it worked, and he's looking really, really strong.
He's been looking fantastic. Yeah, Max is, like I said earlier, it's his first match of the stage, and what a way to start things off with a 3-0 over Dewey. Dewey, every single series, it's normally 2-1 or 1-2, in his favour or in his opponent's favour. You very rarely get to have the chance to clean sweep him, and the fact that Maxter did, it wasn't with ease. He kept some of the maps close, but that last map was just ridiculous. Everything he did with the turret, he utilised it so well, always kept that height advantage. His rails were just through the roof. Sadly for Dewey, his rails were a bit bleak. I think I said at one point he only had 17 or 18% rail accuracy, and that wasn't from like a couple of shots. That was from like 21, if I remember rightly. So wasn't really feeling it too much. He was didn't have the angles he wanted in terms of trying to take Maxter down and do some damage in order to push in. He tried to equal the aggression, but he just couldn't really do anything. He didn't have any answers, and it seemed like But Maxter just had all the answers to it anyway. So well played from Maxter. Good start for him in stage 2.
Absolutely. Hats off to Maxter with the 3-0. And we got another America set coming. We got Zanaku effortless. So why don't you go grab your shoes? We'll be back in a little bit. And we got more Quake action on the way. 2 sets have come and gone. We're on to the 3rd with plenty more after that. I am 40 Lions, joined by Lethal, Quake Pro League Stage 2, Week 3. We've seen a bit of a thrashing so far, Lethal, and we got Zanaku versus Effortless coming right up. Do you think it's going to be more of the same?
In terms of series scoreline, wouldn't be too surprised. Zanaku has been playing absolutely out of his mind last, I would say, few weeks. I mentioned it earlier during the pre-shows, the fact that with Zanaku, ever since he won that best of 5 against Sib, he's just been on an absolute tear. And even throughout stage 1 of this season, he was very unsure of himself in terms of his decision making and what he wants to do in terms of certain matchups. But I feel like all of a sudden he just has it all. Like, you know, he goes through his initiative, his instinct, and his strategy he's been using. He's been looking very, very confident. And from what we saw last week, taking a map of Rafa and actually, you know, keeping a couple of maps close on top of that, it's very strong signs that Zanaku could become a very, very strong opponent over the next coming weeks as well as today.
Yeah, and Effortless, I mean, he's a great player. He's having a rough road. The first 2 weeks running into Dehang and Shane, dropping both sets 0-3. A little bit rough, looking to bounce back on this one, but it's going to be tough because, as you said, Zanaku on the upturn. I mean, one of the only players within, I don't even know, what is it, 17 weeks total to actually get a map off of Rafa, including last stage. That is crazy. And the second map in that series was extremely close, and then Rafa, in true Rafa fashion, kind of took it away with the third. But if Zen can go toe-to-toe with Rafa and give him, you know, a fit, I feel like that is just a testament to how much he's been grinding and playing and, you know, learning more and more about his playstyle and the holes in his playstyle. Effortless has a tall order in front of him, but he can do it. I mean, after the first 2 weeks of kind of the rough road ahead, you want to pray that Effortless has been looking at his game, reviewing the VODs, and kind of seeing where the holes in his game are so he can come out swinging on this one. But it could just be a shoey thing, too. I mean, Lethal, after he took that shoey, I'm just saying correlation, you know, just saying maybe that's the source of all Zen's power. That's all I'm saying. But nevertheless, whenever we can get into the map veto, we might have a better view of how this set might go down between these two. We got Ruins of Sarnath, Corrupted Keep, and Awoken, and we got a scale on Zen. I like to see that on Ruins going up against a Galena for Effortless. Strog and Peeker versus BJ on Corrupted Keep, and a Visor versus Doom on Awoken. Lethal, break that down. Who do you give the advantage to? Why? 30 words or less. Give it to me right now.
No chance it's going to be 30 words. It's going to be more like a dissertation or an essay, if that matter. And do you know what? That Shui probably was the key, because ever since he's had it, do you know what? He's been almost unstoppable. You know, not playing the perfect game, but making very minimal mistakes. But let's have a look at the map picks and champions. So Ruins to start off with, Scalebear versus the Galena. And we've seen it before, Zanaku, for him, you know, Ruins has been one of his better maps. He's also very good on Molten and Awoken too. So I feel like the maps are stacked in his favour. And normally he likes to play the larger champion. So seeing at least one, I was expecting a couple more, but it doesn't matter. So to see Scalefoes and Ruins against the Galena, that would be an interesting pick, as Zanaku needs to keep an eye. He will keep his eyes peeled on the Hourglass, especially around Courtyard and below. Second map, Corrupted Keep. He's got the Sorlag, he's got the Peeker. It's going to be a bit quite interesting to see how Effortless can deal with that. He does have the BJ anyway, and he's got Jeweled in his back pocket. But it's very difficult because we know Effortless thrives off the momentum, and that's the kind of map for him he can definitely thrive off of, like, you know, catching Zanaku on spawn if he can. But last time we've seen Zanaku play Corrupted Keep, he played extremely well, extremely disciplined, and he played it very, very well overall in terms of his gameplay and how he wanted to do. Awoken, you know, we don't really see Advisor too often on Awoken. It's you know, not really part of the meta, so to speak. But what is part of the meta is the Doomsail. We see a lot of that on Awoken, and it doesn't surprise me in the slightest that Effortless has selected that champion. But overall, I feel like Zanaku does have the advantage. He's got Ruins and Awoken, two of his better maps in the map pool for him to go in with. So he's going to be a happy bunny. Effortless, we'll see how happy he will be. It depends on that first map. He thrives off momentum. If he doesn't get a good first map, it could go downhill from there in the series.
Yeah, it's interesting on Awoken that the Visor pick comes out, but I think that actually benefits Zanaku slightly because it's rare that we see the Berserk come out. So Effortless might not be using the time vials at all. It might be all for Zanaku getting kind of relentless vision, but we'll see if Effortless kind of knows that and pops Berserk just to deny vials. We'll see how the game plan is, but it all starts with map number 1, predictions, Lethal. How do you feel about it?
Ooh,
You got to lock it in. I'm forcing you.
Oh, stop! I told you stop forcing me, Jesus. But I reckon I'm gonna say I'm going to say another 3-0, but I think Zanaku, if he plays like he has done the last month, it should be a 3-0. Depending on the circumstances, it could be a 2-1, just due to the fact that Effortless wins his map pick on Corrupted Keep, because you've got to have a lot of self-discipline, especially with the heavy machine gun, keeping your distance. Will he have that? It depends, if he loses the first map and how much, in terms of his mindset, how much control he has, then it could be a completely different matter. We'll have to see. But I have a feeling it probably will be a clean sweep for Zanaku.
I feel like it's a question of consistency. Are we going to see that same level from Zanaku? Conversely, are we going to see that same level from Effortless? Because he doesn't want that. He needs to step it up. I feel like Corrupted Keep might be the map that he takes, and if he could take that momentum into Awoken, Effortless might be able to take this 2-1. But Zanaku, I feel like I give him a little bit of an edge on Ruins, simply because his rail is very, very strong. I mean, we've seen time and time again Zanaku hit these crazy rails. He relies on it a lot, which could be to his disadvantage, but we'll see how Effortless plays it. Ruins is going to be the first game, and it's going to be an exciting one. Will we see a 3-0? I don't know. Maybe. If he does do we do another Shui? I don't know. I can't say. I'm not a mind reader, Lethal. I don't know what we have in store. All I know, our Sundays are for Quake. A lot of action and a lot more to come, but we're going to get into this one. It's going to be Zanaku versus Effortless on Ruins of Sarnath to kick us off for this set. And yeah, chat, why don't you go ahead and just all caps copy pasta something, make some noise. Zanaku Effortless live right now on Ruins. We're starting off on Zanaku. He's got that Scale Bearer, the Intergalactic Warlord, making his way up to that Mega, trying to spot out that Galena. I think he heard him just at the last moment, so he kind of knows what's going on with Effortless, as Effortless delays the Heavy ever so slightly, just a split of 3 seconds between the two. Zanaku trying to rain down some rockets, no dice, a little bit of a tickle from down below. And the Bull Rush is going to be key here. Can he post up a position on Effortless to kind of hit the Bull Rush into shotgun or rockets and get off to a good start? Effortless, conversely, doing a great job of getting down totems and making sure that he re-ups as quick as he can and start getting that overstack. Maybe keep one in the pocket mid-fight. We'll see how Effortless approaches this, as items, again, cycled for both players. Yeah, they actually take each other's item. There goes one totem down as Zanaku playing this very slow, as is Effortless. Oh, and there's good damage right off the bat. The rail, relentless LG from Effortless. Trying to really light up Zanaku here. Zanaku fighting out of the corner. Switches to rail. There's a great rocket, and there's the Bull Rush, and right off the bat, Effortless goes a little bit too ham and ends up a sandwich here. Zanaku gets that first frag, cuts off well off the spawn into a rail, and that's big damage for the Australian player.
I love how Zanaku's playing here. Very calm aim. He's been extremely warmed up, grinding and preparing for this map. Or this series, rather, as the items still got a little bit more time. You've got at least 10 seconds. Heavy will be coming up first. We'll be seeing where Zanaku goes in terms of what he's going to contest first. It looks like he will be dropping for that Heavy. So he has the advantage, not just in terms of stack, but scoreline. But you said it yourself, 14. The fact that with Zanaku, if you do a Shui, he can't do it alone. So if you ever do it again, it means you'll be forcing him to do it again straight afterwards. So we'll have to see if that happens again.
I'm still dealing with the bacteria from the first one, Lethal, so I don't know if that's going to be good for my health. I don't know if this is going to be good for Effortless's health as the Bull Rush comes out into just the slightest tickle. Zanaku takes his second frag 2 minutes in, making it look easy here. Bull rushing through that totem. And look at that giant armor stack. That is just ridiculous here. Mega does go to Effortless, but he pays possibly with his life. This LG turns his back, and he just slides on down. Zanaku heating up right off the spawn again. Almost catches him out the nail gun. Effortless's only hope here, as he does get around the corner and does get away for the time being. But Zen might catch him out. There's just a little bit of a peek, and he reads it so well. Zanaku's awareness, fantastic. Knowing that shoulder peek forced Effortless off, and now he has just full reign over the map, whatever he wants to do, imposing his will. There's a great rail shot, doubles back for the Mega, has time to go in for the Heavy, but looks like he wants the frag as Effortless gets caught on the jump pad and rides the lightning once again. Zanaku 4-0, 3 minutes in, almost gets a rail off the spawn. He doesn't even want the Heavy, he just wants the damage, and there it is. Great combo, can he hit it? And I think the Bull Rush hit. Doesn't even matter because the LG did. 5-0 for Zanaku, and wow, what a start.
That's right, couldn't ask for a better start than this, and he still has the stack advantage, picking up the Mega, making matters worse for Effortless. using the scale bearer to his advantage very well here. It is Wheat's favorite champion.
Absolutely. Shouts to Wheat. We'll be seeing him a little bit later. I'm sure he's going to be wanting to see a lot more scale bear here. Zanaku gets sight of Effortless. I don't know if he wants to go for this, just trying to rain down rockets. He's going to actually concede the item. He's going to take a lot of damage as Effortless pushes in and hits him with the Elmers. And I think Zanaku thought he can get through the TP. Didn't bull rush, didn't do anything, and he goes down. And Effortless will take those all day as he's on the board. There's the Shambler arm, there's the bull rush, takes it to the face, swap to rockets, back to LG, and Effortless now electrifying. Has a totem in the pocket for Overstack, waiting on this heavy as well. Looking a lot stronger than the first 4 minutes here as he's fighting his way back into this, only down 3.
Yeah, he's had this Overstack for the last minute or two. And it seems like Zanaku's not been able to find his totem, but this needs to be one of his priorities before Effortless gets any kind of opportunity to come back here. Good tracing from Effortless, great LG shot. Sadly for him, misses out on the rail, but hits that rail, but will he be able to finish him off? Yes, he does. Nice direct, just to make matters worse. He's got the overstack back, gets the heavy, and look at that stack once again. We are nearly at the halfway mark. Zanaku's diving straight in to try and clean him up with the LG, but some missed rockets apart from that one, which is a beautiful direct. He's only on 24 HP. Zanaku just looking for that one shot, but isn't going to happen. Decides to prioritize for Mega. Correct decision, of course. And now Effortless has decided on what he wants to do here. Still keeping his totems alive and well. Missing that first rail, is only on 29 HP. It's not looking good here for you, but that rocket may keep him back a little bit. But Howl on 4. Again, another good rocket. Great rail. What a comeback here in terms of stack advantage. And now he needs to try and get away and get ready for this Mega.
Effortless with the haymakers, just hitting all the damage. Stacks about even, all things considered. F still down by 2, but looking a lot stronger now. So here's the jump pad. He knows he's safe, at least for a time being, unless Zanaku had some cheeky up and down plays here. Heavy goes to Effortless as the game has slowed down ever so gently. 6 minutes in, Lethal. And Effortless should know that the bull rush is back up, so he wants to be careful how he aggresses on this. Great damage again. Effortless hitting everything he needs to, it looks like. There's the bull rush too. Does a good job of getting that out, so now he knows that he has an opportunity to go toe-to-toe with the Sandals of Doom. There's the overstack, and Zanaku's going to drop, barely missing the totem, but not on the way out, and that was all Effortless right there. That was the exact fight he wanted. He's making that heavy armor room his fortress with those totems, and that's exactly what you want. Once you get the overstack going, all you have to do is play for the heavy. It took him a little while to get it going, but it looks pretty good now as he ties it at 5, grabs the Mega to steal it away from Zanaku. And again, Effortless can just double back to his fortress now. Zanaku has to be very careful if he goes backstairs towards the heavy.
Yeah, Effortless is looking very good here. It's a very similar strategy as what Cooler used with the totems. Going for the heavy on Corrupt to keep, but it seems like Effortless has his own game plan. Uses that overstack, managed to dodge the bull rush as Zanaku tries to pick up the light, but it's not going to be enough as he's taken down nice clean rails there from Effortless. Gets the Mega for his troubles, not like he needed it anyway. And now is on the hunt once again. Nice clean LG is going to try and bully him into that jump pad. Zanaku knows he needs to try and get away. But look at the placement of his totems. He's got one in the corner just in case to keep it hidden. And when you've got one on the back staircase in case Zanaku actually goes around the back side to try and contest the heavy. The only one he hasn't got is around the front, but he's been using it to keep in his back pocket. But that rail would have done everything, but it doesn't matter. That second one definitely did its justice. Oh, and he didn't pick up the Mega straight afterwards. So this is Zanaku's window of opportunity to come back in this matchup.
Oh my god, the snowballs into the bull rush. Zanaku comes out on top. That's a big frag too. 1 frag deficit. Zanaku looking to tie it up. Needs to be careful. It's a lot of tri-bolt. Effortless laying it on thick here. Zanaku's really hurt. He's going to go up the jump pad. Fantastic rail. But the tri-bolt reply from Effortless is just as good. Positioning on the Mega for Zanaku now. This should be relatively free, especially after that rocket. Effortless almost gets above to do a little bit of damage. Oh, that rail into the totem. Zanaku. This is a rough road for him as he grabs the heavy just in the nick of time. Bull rush back up, but he's still so extremely weak with 1:30 left on the board.
Zanaku now finally managed to take out the totems and found out where they were exactly in terms of positioning. And Effortless only has one totem up, and that's been taken care of. So it's going to give him some breathing room over the next minute and a half, or next minute and 5, shall we say. Knowing that Effortless will not have an overstack. So heavily stacked. Has the bull rush in his back pocket. Only 55 seconds remaining. Zanarka needs to try and cut him off if he can. Gets the first rail. Great shot, and Effortless was a little bit stuck against the wall here. Tries to work out maybe if he's gone to courtyard to pick up the light. Realizes that he hasn't yet. But decides to prioritize the mega and find out where Effortless has gone. He's gone back to the bottom mid. He's going to fake it out and most probably go back. Zanarka's going to do the same. They're going to be doing a tango here for a little bit, I feel, Voy.
Deadly dance for Zanaku as time is his enemy right now, and Effortless is just going to play this low and slow. He doesn't want to even be seen, doesn't want to give an opportunity for Zen to tie it up at all. Is he going to check? This is so crucial here. Zanaku just goes flying by. I can't even. Tongue twister. I don't know what to say, Lethal. But looks like Effortless might take this 10 seconds. Is he going to check this at the last second? He might. There's a rocket. He's going to get it, and there it is. Oh no! It's all gone horribly wrong for Effortless. And off the spawn, he needs to run and play for sudden death. Zanaku so clutch.
I don't believe it. Well, actually, I can in some respects. It's just so unlucky for Effortless. And this could be the time for him to get taken down. It is. Sudden Death only went on for 14 seconds. And do you know what? Even Effortless said it himself, unreal. If he actually stood inside bottom mid, underneath the light room, he would have been fine. He would have been okay. But, at this high level of play, you expect to stand somewhere a little bit more unorthodox. So he was like, okay, I'll stand behind that right pillar and then see what happens. And lucky for him, you can see just his slight part of his arm was sticking out, and Zanaku was like, I cannot believe my luck. And the fact that Zanaku actually checked there as well, like Effortless could have been anywhere. He could have been in courtyard. He could have been maybe hiding at a Telly at Mega. He checked almost every area. There was only 2 places he could have been. Either LG room, the courtyard, and maybe underneath where the light was in the heavy machine gun area. But 3 places. But in the end, he rechecked the area just to make sure it's a common place to be in terms of hiding spots. And luckily, he found him. So, good job on Zanaku to manage to find him. The cat and mouse and the hide and seek kind of play. And because he had such a massive stack afterwards, he was able to force out another engagement straight afterwards into sudden death. So good play from Zanaku.
Just absolutely incredible there. Effortless coming back, making it look easy for a little bit there as we see that amazing Shambler LG. Putting Zanaku's map in shambles for a second there, but that just clutch overtime. Very fortunate to catch him out, get the frag, and then from there it was just all momentum for Zanaku. But Effortless put up one of the best fights I've ever seen. He was down by, 3-4 at a time, came back, stayed calm, took control, and then just unfortunate right here. Again, we talk about it all the time. Look at that. Yeah, of course I would be too. Like, everybody in chat has to understand how painful that has to be. But it's one of those things that we talk about time and time again where you start playing passive a little bit too early. You take your foot off the gas and you kind of let the other player fail. But the problem is, you don't have stack, you don't have items, you're literally out to dry. And if they catch you like that, that's what happens. Fortunate for Zanaku to find him, stealing away that first map, in my opinion. But we go to Corrupted Keep. This is more maybe Effortless style, as the railgun is not applicable here. So a lot of the rail shots that Zen hit were pretty great. I'm not saying he relied on it. I feel like the scale of air play was pretty balanced, all things considered. But that's gotta weigh in on Effortless a lot, losing like that. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, anyone who can lip read, you can tell what he was saying. He was like, oh, no way.
Oh, gee willikers, why? Yeah, something like that, sure.
Yes, something nice and polite, something PG. But the problem is now with Effortless, you saw from there, I still think he played very, very well. He stabilized. He didn't let things snowball out of control. He managed to make a really good comeback, especially on a map like Ruins. He even took the lead at one stage. He made the right decision, just wait it out. There's so many places he needs to check in such a small amount of time. And he only had the LG room, courtyard, and underneath light earlier. But in the end, you know, sadly for him, his arm just peaked out a little bit. I mean, he got taken off guard, and then you saw Zanaku had to stack. He wanted to basically just finish the job and take that first map. Zanaku's going to be quite pleased with himself, not just because of that map win, but just the fact that he actually rechecked some of those spots in case he missed maybe some areas on the map which maybe he should have thoroughly checked sooner. And he did do that, and it was, I wouldn't say lucky, but it was just very fortunate to say the least. But Effortless will be kicking himself a little bit, but it wasn't his map pick, so he's not be thinking too badly about it. But it looks like we could be on for, you know, a nail biter of a series, as long as Effortless keeps his head on straight.
Yeah, I feel like Effortless is going to come out swinging on map number 2, Corrupted Keep. I think this is going to go more his way. Again, in the first map, he kind of showed that, you know, even it took him about 4.5 minutes to kind of impose his game plan, which was, I'm going to set up shop down by the heavy. I'm going to use all these totems. I'm going to have overstack. I don't know what plan he has with BJ on Corrupted Keep, but I'm sure if he can implement it quicker than 4.5 minutes, get the lead, I feel like this might go Effortless's way. Zanaku very fortunate to steal away that first map, but we're live on map number 2, Zanaku versus Effortless. We're going to start off on Zanaku. He's got that Strog, he's got that Rocket, he's got that Peeker in his pocket. He grabs the heavy.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to find out what Zanaku's going to do to start off with. As you know, with the Peeker, it's a lot more difficult to take down on Corrupted Keep without that rail. It does have the tri-box on, a nice chunk of damage towards those hourglasses. The next rocket didn't do too much, only a 13. But knows where Effortless is positioned. Both players on a similar stack. Good rocket bear as he was dropping down, but it's not the position he wants to be in with that kind of weapon. And Effortless is the one who gets the first frag, the first blood, shall we say, as he picks up the heavy. Zanaku gets the mega, and Effortless is on the hunt, trying to clean up a little bit with the LG, but does have the HMG in his back pocket to keep his distance, but looks like he's having absolutely none of it. He wants to come up close and personal. Good LG shots, even after that rocket he took in the heavy and the mega. Still similar in terms of time, they're not segregated at all. So we'll have to see who's contesting what, as it looks like Effortless will be going for the mega and Zanaku for the heavy.
Zen with a good rocket earlier, needs to be careful here. Tries to get a rocket over the ledge, just missing out. LG from Effortless getting so much mileage out of it. Good rocket from Zanaku there. Dual wheel pop. Zanaku's going to get out of there. Give himself some breathing room and know that he should be able to fight. Rather... Never mind. That is so much peeker damage, and Effortless is so weak right now. And there's the machine gun almost getting the frag, but he's going to leave him really weak. He just took all the resources, and there's the shotgun blast from down below. I was going to say, Zanaku should know that, you know, now that the dual wield's gone, kind of stress-free for the next 20 seconds, but instead he goes in with the peeker, gets max damage, and says, yeah, I'm going to take the fight to you. This is fine. So well done from Zanaku. Good use of that peeker. Trying to cut off with machine gun and get that long-range damage here. Putting on the pressure. Effortless doing a good job of avoiding all of it until that strong string of LG there, and pops the dual wield too, assuming that Zen was going to push. The rockets won't be able to save him. He's forced through the telly. He's going to miss out on the heavy. Never mind. Drops back down. Zanaku taken by surprise, and now he needs to be very careful. Effortless still very weak. One shotgun blast can do it either way. The machine gun, the tri-bolt, what's going to land? Somebody wants the frag, and Zanaku's going to put it in the bag with the shotgun. Finally.
I don't know how Effortless managed to stay alive there. Good bait and switch on his part in terms of abusing that map geometry, but it's not going to help out Zanaku in any way. Effortless has tied things up, gets the mega for his troubles. Heavy is up, and Zanaku has managed to bag that no problem, as Effortless didn't have time to contest that. But he's only got the tri-bolt, needs to pick up the shotgun, which he has done. And is backing away. The last time I saw Zanaku play Corrupted Keep was against Dahang, and he only lost that 2-1, and he has so much discipline for this map. So Effortless needs to really watch out on what Zanaku's game plan is. If he's just going to play the distance game and then contest these items, what is his next motive? As Effortless cannot afford to give away too many frags, because it is very difficult to take down Zanaku on this map as he's flying through. Kills him with the shotgun, 4-2 in favour of Zanaku. That 2 frag deficit could increase though after that red room spawn. Trying to stop him from getting the mega, but it doesn't matter, it's not up for another 10 seconds. Use that MG just to keep him at bay and keep that height advantage going.
Zen has the timing. You could get maybe a cheeky rocket, no dice. Effortless gets that one for free. Zanaku didn't have the correct positioning to try and punish that pickup. Oh, and there's the drop from Effortless out of nowhere. Rockets landing. Both players extremely weak, and Effortless just wanted the surprise bang bang. And there it is around the corner. Zanaku using this peeker, riding it out, trying to get a little bit of damage off the spawn. No dice, but 5-2 as Zanaku starting to pull away with this one. Effortless trying to hit him with the surprises, and Zanaku's just a little bit more stacked and can handle it.
I still think, even nowadays, for Zanaku, I know his better maps are Molten Ruins and Awoken, but Karate Keep could be one of them as well. With his change of style, it seems like it suits the way he wants to play, you know. He plays well, so disciplined with the tri-bolt and the heavy machine gun, and then makes the correct plays in order to how and when to push in. Does it so well, better than most of the players in the Americas region overall. Good rockets there from Zanaku. 58 HP, but it doesn't matter. The heavy has just popped. He'll be looking to re-heal, head into the red room and find out where Effortless is going to be. He knows that he's gone for those rockets. He's got the LG too to back himself up a little bit. But he's just trying to back away, using that tri-bolt to keep his distance, to keep Effortless away from him whilst he re-heals. But good LG, good rocket. The Pika comes out. Really went to take it. Yes, he will. Like, he's taking so much damage.
Wow.
It's just too little too late. He's only on 43 HP, manages to re-heal very quickly, but Effortless is the one with the stack advantage, and it's got 4.5 minutes left to make something happen.
Zen now doing a good job of playing the hit and run game, getting the damage while he can, getting out, not really committing to anything. He's up 5. Over the halfway point here is Effortless is going to jump in. He's going to take big damage trying to push through that choke point. Zanaku knows it. Very dangerous drop here, but he does get the frag with 3 HP. Fortunate for Zanaku, that drop. Don't know if it was calculated or not, but I think he even took some extra lava damage there. He's going to grab the heavy. There's the dual wield, and now he's taking some lava damage as Effortless just burns him alive. Merciless there from Effortless as he needs to get more frags like that to get back into it. Still down 5.
Effortless now. He knows that in terms of ability, he's at a massive disadvantage. And the only problem for him now is that even though he's got 3.5 minutes left, he needs to keep going back and forth for these items. So hopefully he can catch him with some rocket jumps against the wall or the floor to try and at least increase the speed to catch him. But look at this, so Effortless is going to get taken down here. And Zanaku manages to clean up even though Effortless had the stack. What's Zanaku going to do next? He's not looking to play passive at all. He's trying to keep Effortless at bay. But what can he do here for us? There's only so much he can do. Even if Effortless regains the lead and regains the advantage, he still needs to go back for the items. And the amount of damage that Pika did was absurd. That could have been his 10th frag there. But it just wasn't. But will it be now? As he misses the second shotgun shot, but just manages to get the third one. As now Zanaku is up 10-3 as he re-heals.
There's just time and time again, Zanaku survives with 15, 22, 3 HP. It's just absolutely absurd. Effortless has to be so frustrated right now. The score line is not indicative of how close these battles are. They're slugfests. Effortless is getting his licks in, just not enough. So close as Effortless trying to jump through that telly, get the momentum. The LG will push him down to the low ground. Mega's not up for another 8 seconds here. Zanaku can now slowly start to play more and more defensive. The tri-bolt raining down will get even more damage. Setting up to try and do a little something on this Mega. 56 damage, not bad on that rocket here. As again, Zanaku can just play super defensive. No armor to his name. If Effortless can push in past the choke point, get some damage, it should be a frag in his name. 2 minutes left, still down 7. Effortless has a lot of work to do.
He certainly does. 7 frags. Minute 50 left. Zanaku just waiting for him to approach.
Ooh.
Good first rocket and manages to clean him up nicely. So this is where Effortless needs to not only win these engagements, but do them in clean fashion. If he does it, then it's all said and done. 1 HP. That was a great Pika, great LG. And that's basically a big no-no for Effortless. As Zanaku's basically said to him, this is going to be my map and my series.
That combination was fantastic from Zanaku right there. Rocket into the peaker. It's just, wow. Wow. This is
Absolute
a different
filth.
beast. This is a different beast right now. Zanaku just Wow. Just wow.
That's all you need, mate. But no, it has been absolute filth. There's not really so much Effortless could have done. I said before this map even started and halfway through that Zanaku, I still feel like this is one of his strongest maps. He probably knows it too. And I said earlier that, you know, Multifalls, Ruins, Awoken, it's a very strong one, but looks like he can add Corrupt to Keep to that list as well. The way I saw him play Corrupt to Keep against Dahang when he lost that 2-1, even though he lost it, he played it very well in a strong manner. Very well disciplined, great aim, knew when to push and not to push and when to execute his game plan. And it seems to be continuing on, you know, a month later, so it's good to see. Zanaku's continued that trend, but 14-4. Definitely a statement.
Oh.
That was a great mid-air, just making matters worse, cleaning him up with the Pika. 15-4, will it be 16-4? Maybe. Depends if Effortless does push in.
Just stop it, Zanaku. He has a family. This man has a family. What a performance from Zanaku right now. Just incredible. As he takes map number 2, takes the set. We still got one more on the way, but just convincing from Zanaku on both maps. A little bit of a rougher start, admittedly, on the second map, but just wow. His ability to kind of keep his head in the game, not get flustered, whether he's ahead, whether he's behind. Zanaku, like I said, this is a different beast right now. I don't know what he's been eating or drinking in Poland, but his practice is paying off, his VOD review is paying off, and it's a testament to showing that if you grind and you grind in the right way, you will excel in this game.
Yeah, he's proved it massively. You know, Quake is one of those games where not only do you have to have a game plan and have very strong instincts on what decisions you need to make on the fly, it's the fact that, you know, if you don't play it for like one day or, you know, don't play as many hours in a day, you can really go downhill massively. And even before the series started, we mentioned that Zanaku, during the last stage, he was very unsure of himself. He didn't know what to do, how to do certain things in certain areas and certain game plans on the maps. And it seemed a bit weird because before he was a lot more sure of himself, but instead he had to rely more on the momentum swing to go in his favour. But now it seems like the high level of consistency has continued on from the Stage 1 finals. Not only is he giving Rafa a run for his money, but even the competition he's showing to some of these players in the Americas region. Normally, the first sign is that you normally stand out from the rest of the pack where not only do you beat all the Americas players, but if you beat them in a clean fashion by a large amount of frags, that's when we see a clear example of possibly being one of the gatekeepers in the Americas region. But still quite early to tell yet. He's having some close maps. He had a close first map. That second map was a little bit different, but to get that kind of scoreline on Corrupted Keep is a big statement. And you can see there, he had 1,394 more damage, or 1,395, sorry, in comparison to Effortless, which shows how much pressure and map presence Zanaku had. And look at the damage Effortless did with that LG, 1,747, but it just wasn't enough, as the Rockets really did Zanaku a massive favour with the predictive ones and the tri-bar as well. Like, how many times did we see him back Effortless away with the HMG or the tri-bar when he was on the back foot? More times than one. It was at least 10 or 20 times every time he tried to push through.
Yeah, just all those little adjustments from Zanaku's playstyle. I mean, getting reps with Rafa obviously helps, but maybe the buffet of pierogies and vodka is helping him as well. And I also love seeing the player cams. You could see Effortless ask where the fudge is. I don't know why he wanted fudge in the middle of a game, but that's fine. Map number 3 coming up. Effortless still has an opportunity to get some money in his pocket, but Zanaku's just looking really strong. And again, it's just a testament to grinding, practicing the right way. Of course, practicing against Rafa is just going to power level anybody. But he still is just putting in the work, and shouts to him. Effortless needs to bounce back. I don't care if the set is gone. I'm sure most of chat wants to see Effortless put one on the board because he can play better than this. We've seen it before. And 3 weeks in a row of 0-3 is just going to be rough. I don't care who you are as a player. I don't care if you're the best, the worst, whatever. That's going to be a rough start. So, you know, give Effortless your energy here as we're queuing up map number 3 between these two. The set does go to Zanaku, well earned, but Effortless still has a chance to put himself on the board, get some money in his pocket, get some confidence going. Because the way he's playing, he's not really making these gigantic mistakes. I mean, how many times did we see Zanaku survive with 13, 25 sub HP in those fights? It's just little ticks of damage here and there that Effortless wasn't getting that he needed to convert. I think it was a lot closer than the scoreline would lend itself to say, but we'll see. Map number 3, Zanaku going for the clean sweep, trying to assert a new era of dominance in the Americas.
Yeah, Effortless, even in some of the bounce they had on the map. Zanaku had a big stack advantage, and Effortless almost came out on top on at least 3 occasions. So I wouldn't say it's more Zanaku, getting a little bit careless. It's more the fact that he's just abusing the map geometry on so many occasions, going in and out the telly, trying to get behind, making Zanaku make the first push. Little things here and there, which makes him such a great player. But I think what you said is completely true, though. Like, even though it's 15-4, it wasn't what the scorelines showed. But we'll have to see what happens here in map number 3, if it will be a clean sweep 3-0 to Zanaku, or if Effortless can get at least 1 map back on the board. But great thing about Zanaku is, it could be the next Chain, where Dahang and Rafa were the gatekeepers, but Chain has changed that and said, no, I'm also one of them. Zanaku could be the next one. We'll have to see.
We'll see indeed. As a good try ball from down below. Zanaku popping that vision right off the spawn. And again, I'm interested to see if Effortless is going to try and deny those vials by just popping Berserk. That's going to leave him very vulnerable. But if he doesn't, then Zanaku pretty much gets vision freely as much as he wants. A little bit of rockets, warning shots there, as Effortless wanted to peek. You could tell he wanted to peek that corner, try and get some damage. Items are traded, more Tri-Bolt. It's Effortless getting all the information he needs now. Both players have all the weapons they need except for Effortless, still lacking a rocket. Why he's getting so much mileage out of that Tri-Bolt. Here's the jump pad, knows that he can safely make his way to the rocket now. So now both players prepared for a fight. There's a good jump over from Effortless, a little bit of rocket damage from Zanaku, and he makes his escape. Doesn't like the situation, doesn't want to commit. Just kidding, goes up the jump pad, timing the Mega perfectly, but Effortless with the LG is just so strong.
That was the fight he so desperately needed to win. No, Zanaku's up there, rocket jumping to the rail. Doing some defensive rockets in case he's pushed early on to that Mega, but still got 10 seconds yet. How is Zanaku going to approach this? Or even if he does, we'll have to see. As Effortless not really giving away any audio cues. He wanted him to go through that choke point, but Zanaku is not falling for it. He knows what to expect. But now Effortless is trying to push for the heavy. It's up in the next second. Zanaku just needs to stay alive for like half a second more. He just couldn't. Effortless managed to pick it back up. But even though he's going to contest Zanaku from the rockets, he could still be taken down here. 1 MG shot will do it. Yes, it will. Zanaku gets his first frag on the board, and there's a little bit of catching up to do, which we're sure he will do as long as he recovers. But now he's only on 43 HP, picks up the light and the HP. But I don't think it's going to be enough here. He's only on 40 now. Effortless. That Tri-Bolt shot was beautiful. Going on that rail jump pad.
That was pretty. Hit him with the rainbow. Adds to his frag lead here. 3-1. Ooh, that rocket gives Zanaku a haircut there. A little bit of LG. Does have vision in his back pocket. Good Tri-Bolt there. Good prediction from Zen. So he wants to make his way over to the rail, just missing out. Good stutter step there from Effortless. Hits him with the Allen Iverson. And there's the chase. Knows he's weak. Getting a lot of mileage out of that LG. One of Effortless's best guns. Putting on a clinic right here. Through the telly, almost telefrag. Needs to be careful. There's a little bit of LG from Zen, but the rocket's too strong from Effortless as he just extends the lead, and this is exactly what he wants. Effortless is kind of a momentum-based player. If you can keep tacking on these frags, he's going to love it. There's the jump, barely making it. Could have gotten floated. Very dangerous from Zanaku as he makes his way towards rail. Effortless still better positioning on this Mega. He's going to catch him out at the stairs. Zanaku trying to fire rockets upward. Can't land it. And the Tri-Bolt won't land, but the rail will. Zanaku turns that around on its head, but he's so weak.
It's not the first time we've seen the visor pick on Awoken. I was trying to remember the last time I've seen that visor selected on Awoken.
Wow.
But Zanaku doing a great job with that rail. It's not just about seeing through walls in front of where your opponent is. Sometimes it's about how you want to approach these items. As long as you have the timings and getting the great first rail shot, do enough chip damage to then pursue one of his items too. So looking at things so far, Effortless has a slight item count in terms of what he's picked up. In terms of rail, Effortless hasn't hit 1 rail yet. A little bit disturbing, but we're sure he'll come back from this momentarily. Zanaku needs to try and get out of it with his life. Misses another rail, but he gets away, gets the light, gets the health orb. Mega's in the next 5 seconds. Zanaku's in a beautiful spot, but is still on that 3 frag deficit as both his players still trying to trade up his rails, but it's just not happening as Effortless is still top mid. Nice to drop. Zanaku has the Mega, and now this is his opportunity to try and push through and see where Effortless is going to go. Sadly for him, Effortless did rotate back round to the LG. Great tri-bolt shots there from Zanaku, and I feel like Effortless is just delaying the inevitable. It's just a matter of time until he gives Zanaku that third frag.
Does hit one of his rails, though, and that's going to be big. Zanaku can start forcing more of a rail battle and hitting more of his. It looks like it might go his way, but Effortless has done a good job of keeping the fights mid-range just like this and using that LG to do so much damage. Wins out on the Mega, and now can make his way back to the Heavy and just take full map control yet again. That LG is his bread and butter right now, hitting over 1,000 damage. Rail, not so much, 1 for 11, but that's okay.
We've seen worse. Well, I'm not really too sure how much worse, but hopefully it won't get any worse for Effortless. But it's starting to hit him now. It's starting to feel his stride a little bit.
Yeah.
2 for 2 there, so that's one way of shutting our mouths a little bit. But Effortless
I think he
up
heard
6
us.
to 2 now. I think he did. I think we, we get the caster's curse, but I think we've cursed it in the right way for him. As now Effortless increases his lead 7 to 2, 5 frag deficit for Zanaku. How is he gonna bring this back?
Effortless positioning on the Mega. Should be able to get this clean there as Zanaku drops down to try and rain some tri-bolt down. Does eat a rail for the attempt. Make that a lot more tri-bolt. As Effortless should be able to push into this easily. Good rocket. Mid-air head-to-head with a little bit of LG to top it off. 6 frag lead, and this should be an easy victory for Effortless as he's going to push the advantage. Zanaku fighting out of the corner with the LG, trying to make something happen. There's the rocket swap, and there is another frag in his pocket. So you start to think, is this because of playstyle? Is this because of champ picks? Was Visor the way that Zanaku really wanted to go? Was he trying a little something? That's a fantastic rail there from Effortless. Putting Zanaku down yet again, going up 8 frags. Fantastic rocket. What a prediction from Effortless there. Zanaku eats the full brunt of that one. Painful.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a surprise in all honesty. Like, Zanaku, he is pretty good on the Woken, is one of his better maps. But it's surprising that this scoreline has existed from what we've seen so far. It seems like Effortless, even though he's doing a lot better, I feel like Zanaku's let off the gas just a little bit compared to what we saw in those first 2 maps. I'm not saying he's in a position where he's like, okay, I won the first 2 maps, so that's the series done. It's more the fact that he hasn't really found his stride as of yet. He's trying to get something going, but at this point, 2 minutes 40 left, 9 frags. Very difficult for Zanaku to make a comeback here. But it doesn't matter. He's going to be satisfied. He's managed to take the series. Maybe not 3-0, but enough for him to be happy with. And again, especially in the Americas region, from what we saw in the last stage, every map counts. So Effortless, even though he won't be too happy, he'll be glad that at least he got 1 map back from Zanaku. Even though that first map really could have been his until Zanaku found him in that last dying moment.
Yeah, that first map is going to come back to haunt him. This could have been a 2-1 in Effortless' favor. But the sudden death clutch from Zanaku puts him up for the set, but Effortless with a good bounce back. A little bit too late, of course, but still this helps confidence moving forward. You could say that the first map was not a fluke, but just very unfortunate from the positioning of Effortless. So, yeah, I mean, just like that, it was a 2-0, or 2-1, excuse me, in favor of Effortless. So, I don't think he needs to worry too much. But the question is, what happened to Zen on this map? Is this just dominance from Effortless? Is the Visor pick really coming back to haunt Zen? Did he have a certain game plan that he didn't get to implement here? Or is Effortless just hitting everything on this map?
Yeah, we've seen a different Effortless here. He's trying to stay alive whilst not trying to go off at the same time, but yeah, it's pretty much all said and done here. There's no way for Zanaku to make a comeback, even if he tried. Effortless just trying to, take his anger out on him, trying to increase the lead if he can. It's just a bit of a real shame, really. It depends though, like maybe if this was the first map, then we might have seen a slightly different Zanaku, but Effortless just put so much pressure on him. Even though he missed all his rails in the first few minutes, he managed to change that back. He was like going like 0 for 7 in terms of his rail, but now he's hit 37%, so he's definitely made up for it compared to how he was playing earlier. And good tracing as well. Like 32% with the LG. It was a lot higher than that earlier, but you know, over time it will deplete. Takes out Zanaku again, 16-2. It's definitely a bit of a surprise, but it doesn't matter. The damage has already been done between these two.
Yeah, and you can't help but think that Zanaku usually plays a stronger rail game, and maybe that would have turned the tide in his favor a little bit more at the beginning of this map. We saw Effortless struggling to hit his rails. If Zanaku could have capitalized by hitting some of his own, this could be a completely different story. But 2-1 in favor of Zanaku in this set. Effortless putting his stamp on this map. Trying to add some punches and just a little love tap between two homies there, as Effortless will take the third map in convincing fashion. But Zen takes away the set. So, yeah, Zanaku, I mean, played pretty much what we thought, right? He's playing on an elevated level, and then Effortless comes out on the third map and says, nah, it's not you, it's me. So, I don't know. The Visor pick, again, interesting pick from Zanaku. I'd love to speak with him later and kind of see what the thought process was there, but shouts to Effortless for putting the map on the board, getting some money in his pocket. But Zen took the series, looking strong, and, yeah, any thoughts, Lethal?
I was just trying to think who I saw play Visor on Awoken, but did it really well in terms of like contesting the items and holding the correct angles before he executes some of the positions on the map. I want to say Kulu again, but it might not have been. But I feel like he could have done a bit more with Visor in terms of using that piercing sight. If you could use it on a small map and use it focus on just to try and get angles and then try and push for the items a little bit easier than you normally would, then yeah, you have to play a little bit more cautious. But it's all there when it got to like 8-2, 9-2. He kind of just let it go in the end. But I still feel sorry for Effortless in some ways on that first map. The first map was the talking point and could have been the actual factor of why he went a bit downhill in that series. The fact that, you know, he is hiding for the last 25 to 30 seconds. I kind of felt like he could have had it if he backed away a little bit more into the health bubbles or into the hourglasses in comparison. But I can understand why he went behind that pillar anyway, because if he did go around the other side, then at least he could have got away to rail and then maybe draw down to heavy and go from there. But the fact that there was 6 seconds left, he got taken down, and then he had to go to that second map knowing that that first map should have been his. He's going to be kicking himself a little bit. But second map, Zanaku, great self-discipline from him. He played that perfectly with the tri-bolt and the heavy machine gun, just keeping him at bay when he's at a disadvantage in terms of stack, just being a real nuisance to Effortless. But Effortless on that third map was just doing everything he could to try and at least claim a map in the series, and did it really well, did it in good fashion. Wasn't in the fashion in terms of taking down the series, but at least it's got a map in his favour. It could come to good use in the later stages of Stage 2.
Absolutely. Anything to boost the confidence. Again, he's had a rough first 2 weeks, but hopefully he'll bounce back in the next coming ones. And coming up next, we're going to go back to EU for Garpy versus Kilson. But first, we're going to take a short break, grab some snacks, maybe some drinks, and be right back. Meet us here soon. We'll see you. Welcome back, my delicious dumplings, to Quake Pro League Stage 2, Week 3. I am 40 Lions, joined by Lethal. And Lethal, we got your buddy up next. Old Garpy versus Kilson.
Yeah, look forward to this. I haven't casted Garpy since 2017, I think. So it's nice to finally get to cast one of his matches against the powerhouse of Kilson. It's going to be very difficult for Garpy, as we know. He hasn't been in a pro league in a while before this, but he's kind of edging his stride. Hasn't got a map as of yet. Could this be the time? We'll have to see, because Kilson is a super aggro player. It's very difficult to try and work out sometimes, and it's hard to keep control. So, controlling the beast, and if you can, then well done. If not, it's you're going to feel it, and you're going to feel it hard. But good thing about Garpy is more of a neutral, reactionary player. He does everything correct, everything perfect, and there's maybe elements of his gameplay where he overextends just a tad, or it can be a little bit passive. It's very interesting to see how he actually plays some of these maps out. But because he's reactionary, normally you'll see Garpy play very solid during the first half. A lot of his maps, it just depends on the second half and what his opponent does, and like I said, how he reacts to it.
Is that just a really nice way of saying Garpy chokes a lot? Did I just blow up your spot,
Maybe.
Lethal? I'm sorry. I didn't mean to do that. No, much love to Garpy working his way back into the Quake Pro League, as we saw in the last stage finals, but he's had a rough road. He's had a rough few weeks. It's only going to get worse. Kilson is an absolute beast. We've seen him pop off time and time again with those rails and just turn into Railson, which is just another beast in and of itself. But we'll see. I mean, Garpy, he's been here before, not in a while, but he's played with the best. He's won his fair share of tournaments and championships. So we'll see what he brings this week, but it's definitely going to be a rough road. Kilson, always on fire. I think he dropped to Wenger last week 2-1, but those games between those two are always very back and forth, so that's not very telling in terms of Kilson. We'll see. Again, it always comes down to me to the champion pick and the veto, if we can get into that and see kind of where we're heading on this series and what each player has to bring to the table. We got Strog and Peeker on Deep Embrace for Kilson versus Keel, my buddy. I love Keel. BJ versus Ranger on Corrupted Keep, and then we're going to Exile. Anarchy versus Galena. Lethal, how do you break that down?
Nothing but small maps once again. Not really too much of a surprise. It's nice to see Exile again. I still feel like, with Exile, it's going to take at least 3 to 6 months for the meta to be established to a degree where we kind of understand who and what's going to do when and why. And it's funny because I remember Kilson saying in one of his streams that he doesn't care who he plays against, what he does, he's going to ban Veil every single time without fail. He doesn't care about who it's against and what he's going to do. He will ban Veil. He absolutely despises that map. I don't think it's the fact that he can't play it very well. It's just more, he just doesn't enjoy it, which is understandable. If you don't enjoy a map, some people may be good at a map, but they don't enjoy it, and vice versa. It can be quite a strange feeling. But Kilson, he hates Veil with an absolute passion, and a lot of people who also watch his streams probably have realised that his passion for Veil is literally downhill. He just does not like it, so I'm not surprised there. But Deep Embrace to start things off. Strog versus the Kill, so at least Garpy is the man who will be able to catch him out of those choke points. Hasn't got the mobility, but if he gets that first frag, then the ball is in his court. Corrupted Keep. We've got the BJ versus Ranger, pretty standard with the Nyx ban. And then we have the Anarchy versus the Galena. What do you think about the Anarchy on Exile? Because, with a champion like that, even though he's got the mobility, it's quite difficult to get out of certain scenarios. And I'm not really too sure in terms of my personal opinion, but what do you think?
I'm terrified because of all of the gaps and the voids that you could fall into, but I'm sure, Kilson knows how to control Anarchy. He's no stranger. He's been putting in the work, so maybe he knows some crazy pathing across the map, getting that speed boost, getting the health stack. I feel like Kilson is very aware of the literal pitfalls of that map, and I think he can navigate it beautifully. I am worried for Garpy, though. I am worried for the boy. I hope he's had his tea. I hope he's ready. I hope the Meister boys have, polished his cane and his walker, and it should be a good one, though. It's always going to be a pleasure to watch these guys play, and hopefully Garpy puts on a performance that we're used to seeing. It's been a rough road, but the biggest upsetting thing of that veto is Garpy took away Nyx from Kilson, which of course you should, because Kilson's so good with Nyx, but that's the champ that he has the belt on, I believe one of them, and I really wanted to see that in game because the belt is fantastic in game. If you haven't seen the Vanities, shame on you. go watch the pros stream because I think Rafa has a bunch, Cooler has one, Kilson has two. It just looks gorgeous. So
it's beautiful, and
It's
we'll never get to have it.
yeah, and we
Never
can't have
in
nice
our
things.
lives.
It's Garpy's fault we can't have nice things. But this is going to be a tough set for Garpy, in my opinion. Kilson might be able to take this 3-0. We'll see if Garpy can shut me up. I'm sure he can. We're going to start off on Deep Embrace, and it sounds like we're getting into it right now. So, chat, I think predictions are maybe closed. I'm not sure. Get in your last-minute predictions if you can. Lose some chat points because that's what it's all about, as we're going to get into this one live. Kilson versus Garpy on Deep Embrace.
We are going to start off with Garpy. I'm sure he's polished off his Zimmer frame. He's whizzing around the map to see what he can do from the start. But he does have the rail. He does a slight inkling of where he could be, but he hasn't really got any decent weapons in his arsenal to deal with any close range bouts which he may face. But does have a heavy machine gun. It's got the LG. What's missing is those rockets, but knows that Kilson is just hiding around there. Just barely misses that rail, which is a bit of a shame. But it doesn't matter. Things could have been worse as the Mega is up in the next second. Both his items will become at the exact same time. Not really segregated as of yet, but we'll see what happens as Garpy does have that height disadvantage, waiting for Kilson to make that next move.
I already like the play from Garpy, being very cautious. He doesn't want to give anything for free. Slow, methodical, almost landing these pineapples. Real close. Doing a good job of just dodging any damage from Kilson.
Garpy now. Some good pineapples just to keep him cornered off around that light armor area. But Garpy is the one who has to drop. Hasn't got the stack to fight this. Needs to back away. Going back and forth just to keep Kilson guessing. But Kilson is on point with the audio cues just to stay on top of him. But has decided to back away and see if he can get the heavy as well as the Mega, which he has done. But Garpy's only on 21 HP. Gets taken out finally. After a minute and a half of play, and look at that, Garpy's going straight in with the LG. We're about to clean him up, just managed to. 91 HP though, so he definitely can make this next fight happen. Misses the first pineapple, but that doesn't matter. He's already done a huge chunk of damage with that LG. Kilson is just sitting there, daring him to go for the heavy. But Kilson's decided to back away. No, I'm not going to contest that. I haven't got the weapons in my arsenal again to fight this. I'm going to let Garpy get the heavy and see where he can go from there as he's holding that top mid angle.
Again, nice slow play from Garpy here, tied it at 1, and that's good enough for him. He doesn't want to give away anything crazy. Deals with the peeker nicely there. Instant reaction. As now he's stuck in this awkward position where he just somehow hits that rail through the grate, and the tri-bolt just landing so much damage. Kilson's so weak. Garpy's going to be able to get this Mega for free. He does have to concede the heavy, but Kilson's still low on health.
Oh, Garpy. A very patient rail shot there. Could have gone for the first one, but decided to give himself a bit more breathing room to go for the second. Sadly missed it. But Kilson has evened up the stacks. He's just waiting for it to drop down, but finally he has. Good pineapple, good shotgun, and good rail to boot. That was beautiful stuff there from Garpy.
Just a buffet of damage from Garpy there, using everything at his disposal, looking like Jackie Chan. Look at all of his grenades, but he can't land. Kilson gets around the corner, dodges the pineapples, gets that frag back almost immediately with the shotgun. Needs to be careful, the rocket's raining down. Good damage from Garpy there. Doesn't really have a weapon to try and fight long range, unfortunately. Kilson's so weak. 100 HP, no armor. Misses with the rail, and Garpy wants this heavy real bad. There's the peeker, needs to deal with it, and he does. Actually, Kilson may have blown it early there as he gets out of there. Still a little bit less than 100 HP for Kilson. He needs to be careful.
I feel sorry for Garpy earlier. I only needed one pineapple to take Kilson down, and all three just waved past him.
Ooh.
But it doesn't matter though. Nice little sprinkle of bullets from that shotgun to actually be able to take him down. Kilson was only on 11 HP, but Garpy needs to back away here. You know, he got some of the stack. He knew that light was underneath, ready for him to pick up. But so far, so good for Garpy. Has the lead, has the height advantage. He's got the top mid control. Good rocket, 71. But the peeker is going to make matters worse for Garpy now as Kilson cleans up with the rocket. And where is he going to find Garpy? Garpy managed to get away straight away. and Mega's come up in the next second. Kilson knows this too. He's trying to get there first before Garpy does, but Garpy still has the height advantage, so he needs to try and keep Kilson at bay and see if he can contest this heavy straight afterwards.
Yeah, that peeker was huge. Slaps Garpy right in the face with that schnitzel there. Tied 3-3. It's not the blood and gore that we're used to here, but it could be right now as Kilson almost traps Garpy. Luckily, he's able to drop down and create some distance. Stacks almost even. As Kilson misses with that rail. Does have the peeker up momentarily. Now, ooh, that's a fantastic rail from Garpy there. Finding all the angles, but a good reply from Kilson on his volley. He's going to claim the Mega. The split is going to be maybe big enough for him to deal some damage here. He's got to be quick, and a pineapple will stop him dead in his tracks. But out comes the peeker, trying to do whatever damage he can. Drive by rail, and there it is. Can he get some more damage? Pineapple comes out, 79 HP from Kilson, trying to fight from below, down to 55 as the rockets rain down through the wood crate barrel. Oh, what a rail. I can't even believe. I don't know. What do you do against that? He's turning into Railson, slowly but surely. He hits one, he chains together another, and then he's heating up, and he just turns into this absolute demon. There's a pineapple to grab as Kilson finally misses one. And another pineapple. The citrus stacking up for Garpy here, and he wants this frag real bad. Kilson, can he do it? He switches to the peeker, and Garpy pulls out the shotgun and says, no, I'm good, thanks.
Yeah, he's making an assumption that Kilson's taking the mickey a bit, so he was like, no, I'm not having any of that. 4 HP though. Daring him to go bottom mid, but it cleans him up with the shotgun. Beautiful stuff there from Kilson. Good start rail there. Good pressure on spawn. Misses the second, but it doesn't matter, as he's always put Garpy on that default stack. Misses another one, which is, you know, very uncharacteristic of Kilson, as he now goes top mid to see where Garpy is going to play from next. Both these players have been trying to trade rails, but both of them have been missing it back and forth. But Kilson finally hits one, hits another. He's going to try and finish him with the peeker. Garpy's just on his last legs. Pineapple's been keeping him away, but not for long enough, as Kilson increases his lead 6-4 and gets some good rails off the spawn from the LG area.
Just brutal right now. That was a fantastic pineapple, and it could have saved Garpy's life. As he doubles back for the Mega, Kilson will grab the heavy. Missing with a rail, hits with a follow-up as he's just taking all the angles now. The LG from Garpy trying to keep him away. He's not getting the damage that he wants. Forced through the murder hole. There's another pineapple. Garpy very, very weak. Kilson on the hunt trying to get this frag. There's the tickle, and there's the frag. Can't run away. They'll find me as Kilson up 3 minutes left. Just under. Garpy needs to come up with a plan here. Rail's going to be a good start, but he needs to be able to close the gap and actually get the frag. Kilson's going to be able to create distance, get some damage on the plus back. That's huge, that rocket. Almost gets the rail conversion as well. Garpy just gets caught with the wrong weapon out again, trying to hit the rails, and Kilson takes the fight to him. Great rail off the spawn, make it 2. Kilson's just feeling it now. He's warmed up, he's ready.
He certainly is. Had a little bit of a slow start. Has managed to change things over the last few minutes with his rail game. Garpy though, showing signs of life. Does have a nice stack advantage. What's he going to do with it though? That's going to be the next question. He's going to try and stop him going for that rail, but it doesn't matter anyway. As Kilson, even though he hasn't got the rail, he can try and flank through it later on. 2 minutes left. Garpy still has a bit of time to play with to get these 4 frags back. And the problem is he needs to try and have a decent enough stack, healthy enough you could say, to stay alive and force out these next engagements, as well as prioritising these items. But Garpy is still looking good. He needs to decide on how he wants to approach this heavy. And that's not the best of starts, as the Tribot did a tickle of damage to keep Garpy away. But this is good. Kilson is just wasting time and doing a good job doing so. Assuming that he is at heavy, he's going to find him top mid now. Good rocket, good second rocket. Not a lot of damage, but it's kept him away. He's only on 76 HP, and he is the one with the stack advantage.
Kilson's not going to drop. He's not going to do anything too crazy. He wants to make sure that this map is in the bag here. As 4 frags on this map, very, very doable based on the spawn. Great rail from Garpy, but the return damage from Kilson is strong enough to deter him ever so slightly. That's going to win Kilson the heavy. Garpy missing with the rail. every tick of time in favor of Kilson now. As Garpy just has to dig deep and try and find these 4 frags, but he can't, especially if Kilson hits rails like that. Down to 60 total stack for Garpy. Next rail will obliterate him, even a little bit of machine gun. As Kilson now just taking full control of the map. A little bit of LG actually misses with the rail. Garpy still 20 HP in that rail from around the corner. Kilson's the one to bend it like Beckham as he takes the 5 frag lead, and he's going to take this map number 1.
He certainly is indeed. Garpilo played a good game at the start. Oh, good rocket and good rail combo straight afterwards. Just too little too late. 11-5 in favour of Kilson. Kilson even himself had a slightly slow start, but managed to put his mark on the map during the second half of Deep Embrace. But 11-5 in terms of damage count, just under 1,500 more damage in favour of Kilson, showing a huge amount of map presence. A bit more item control as well. But Garpy was looking very good to begin with. You know, some of the pineapples he's hitting was, you know, the defensive pineapples he was hitting whilst he was trying to contest the heavy was phenomenal. He was just doing some great reactionary plays like we mentioned during the pre-game. But it seemed like afterwards, Kilson just wasn't missing. He was just playing very aggressively like he used to. And the mobility, you know, with Strog, even though it's not too necessary on that map, you can still, you know, flank your opponent and, you know, catch him off guard and cut him off. But it just, yeah, it wasn't enough. It was way too late by then, and Garpy was struggling to figure out what he could do, even with stack advantage sometimes. But good first mount. We'll just have to see what Garpy can do in the next 2.
Yeah, I think Corrupted Keep is going to be the next one we go to. Overall, I mean, Garpy, again, not the result that he wanted, but usually we see blowouts on Deep Embrace, so the fact that he kind of at least dictated the pace a little bit and didn't give it up too crazy or let things snowball out of control is usually a good sign. Garpy played nice and slow, very, very cautious right off the bat, but then as Kelson, like you said, started to warm up, started chaining those rails together. Not full Railton, but definitely on the way to getting there. Corrupted Keep is going to be harder. Again, no rail, so maybe this is the opportunity Garpy needs. I'm not saying that Kilson won that one solely relying off the rail, but man, when he hits those off the spawn, you have the stack advantage for about 0.06 seconds and then immediately just get railed twice, and you're like, well, there goes my advantage. That's going to hurt, so it's going to be harder to get that on Corrupted Keep. I believe the champ picks are Ranger versus BJ, I think. So it'll be interesting to see how the Dire Orb plays into this.
Yeah, I do too. You can see from that first map, Kilson was showing us, you know, first or second form, not his final form as of yet. When it is his final form, we all know exactly how Kilson plays and what he gets up to. He's just an absolute machine. We call him Railson for a reason. We don't really see too much of it, and you know, it's quite early days yet. You know, for some players, it may take, you know, until map 2, map 3 to try and fill himself a little bit, but you saw during the last few minutes, you saw a sprinkle of flair from Kilson with that rail here and there, but we'll have to see. But then again, even though it didn't look like he was hitting all his shots with the rail, he still hit 53%. But that is against a larger champion, of course.
And that's on his off day. That's like,
yeah,
that's Kilson not hitting all his rails, and he's still shooting 53%. So I think a sigh of relief a little bit for Garpy, knowing that the rail won't be an issue here on Corrupted Keep. But Kilson is still very good at Corrupted Keep as well. So Ranger versus BJ, interested to see how the Dire Orb comes into play. That burst damage might come in handy. I think that might go a long way for Garpy. If he can get that initial damage, get the jump on Kilson, and finish off with the Orb, I think that is probably the way to roll. We've seen set plays come out from players before, but you have to be just so precise on the timing, and it's such a risk that you don't really see it as often. Will Garpy be able to bounce back and get himself on the board? Chat, I think locking in your predictions right now is a good idea. If you haven't already, what do we got? Oh, yeah, don't look, Lethal. Don't look. You don't want to know.
Do you know what? I already looked when you said that.
You?
I was like, yeah, I'm sorry, mate. I had
no
to,
respect
but...
for the boy. No respect for the boy. Chat, you're ruthless out there. Sheesh. We'll see. We'll see what Garpy has. We'll see what he.
I thought it was going to be a bit more in favour of Kilson actually after that first map, but you know, it's still 88 to 12%. But then again, there's that 12% thinking, you never know. Like Garpy could actually make something happen now that there's no rail, but you know, it's still going to be a toward, no matter what weapon's not on the map.
The true believers out there. The true believers out there. The 12%. We'll see. We'll see. Put your money where your mouth is. You already have as we go into Corrupted Keep, map number 2 of this set between Kilson and Garpy. It's all about the rockets, a little bit of LG, and the heavy machine gun. Probably a lot of shotgun, too, as we're live right now between Garpy, Kilson, map number 2. Garpy, quick start on the rockets, making his way back to the heavy. Dire Orb in hand, ready to make a splash. If he can just catch out Kilson. The dual wield needs to be wary of that. If he can try and bait that out, it'll be even better to go full in on a fight. But again, another slow start from Garpy, very cautious, just trying to lay a trap, see exactly where Kilson is. Did Kilson spot him? Oh boy, yeah, that rocket. Not big damage, but enough to show Garpy that he can't stay there. He needs to get away.
Nice game plan there, but it just wasn't to be, as that predicted rocket was beautiful from Kilson, just in case Garpy tried to at least contest that Mega. But Garpy just playing this very passively, just waiting to see what Kilson is going to do, but Kilson's having none of it. He knows that Garpy's just playing this super passive, some good rockets there, but not enough for Kilson just to push in straight away, as he's going to flank round into that red room. Good all, but it's just not enough. 36 HP, up to 50, gets the Mega, and now it's Garpy on the back foot, but does have the stack advantage here, so if he has the weapons, he can try and trade this out if he finds the opening here, but doesn't get that window of opportunity. Kilson has already destroyed it.
Big rocket there from Garpy, needs a little bit more. Okay, that's exactly what he needed. Rocket into shotgun combo. Well done from Garpy there. Does hear the 50 shard, needs to try and play on this Mega, but he gave it up. The concession, never mind that, the whole frag. It's all gone horribly wrong for Garpy, as Kilson gets right back into the game just like that.
Some good rockets there from Kilson. The second to last one was behind him. Behind Garpy, rather, to slow him down and stop him from going round outside of the red room to heavy. Kilson, no good rocket there. Garpy's going to try and play this out anyway, but Kilson in the end takes himself out. It would have been taken down anyway, but look at Garpy's stack. He can still take this next fight, but the dual comes out with a shotgun. Does a little bit of damage, not a lot, but just to keep Garpy on his toes here, as Kilson has picked up the heavy. Managed to get those hourglasses ready for the next dual. But very, very passive stuff from both of these players. I think it's more the fact that because Garpy's playing quite defensive, but Kilson feels like he needs to do the same in order to catch Garpy off.
Garpy's in a real bad spot right now, and he knows it. Trying to play off sound cues and just get away. Good job not fully committing around that corner. Kilson had the LG, but he gets caught out regardless. Kilson just so good at hunting his prey. The spawn and the rocket pop, the orb to get back in and at least steal the Mega. Good heads up play from Garpy. That could have been absolutely terrible. Turns nothing into a little something here. Does have LG. Kilson's going to go in. The wrong weapon out for Garpy. Kilson capitalizes. 3-1 now. Still rather weak. Trying to push off the spawn. Needs to be careful with the shotgun blast. Can he get it? And he does. 16 HP. Garpy very fortunate there. The second one not as chunky as he wanted. Does get that frag back, but Kilson right off the spawn. And here we go. 3 HP for Garpy as he ties it up.
Oh, that was great stuff from Garpy. You saw that he knew he was pretty weak from that last engagement. If he kept his distance enough, the shotgun won't do enough damage in order to take him out before the Mega spawns. And he did that comfortably. You know, you saw that was his game plan. He knew that it was still a very risky play, but it was the only way for him to get some kind of comeback going this early on. Good direct, good all, but Kilson is still the one who takes him out. 20 HP. It's not the first time we've seen Kilson pretty weak from the last fight, but Garpy was looking to trade it out, but just a little bit too late. But even though he's got the dual wield, Garpy has got the heavy. Didn't really last too long, and now needs to try and recover as Kilson is just flanking around to see if he can find out if he is going to the red room, which he is. Good rocket, good cleanup. Left on 37 HP, but he will recover nicely. But good first rocket. Second didn't do a lot, but it's been noted. He's trying to show that map presence still.
Yeah, Garpy trying to get those big chunks of shotgun damage. Gets one near the end, but at what cost as he gives up a frag? He's down 2 now, trying to stabilize a little bit here. Really relying on that orb for that last bit of burst damage on some of these frags and just miscalculating. Now slowing down again, throwing out rockets at any choke point he believes Kilson might be in. I think he heard the drop, not quite yet, as he still thinks he's going to come through that choke point. Mega's going to be up shortly. There's the drop, and Kilson gets a little bit of damage. And there's the Dire Orb, laying a bit of a trap there. Kilson gets caught off guard. The LG is spot on. Kilson very weak. He steals away the heavy, and Garpy actually goes down. The heavy saving Kilson. Very unfortunate for Garpy there, as he's going to try and push off the spawn. Wants to try and get this frag back. He does get the 50 shard. Mega's going to be up shortly. No LG, and through the telly would be suicide right now, as Kilson flying up above him pushes him off the Mega and gets the frag from downtown with Shoddy Pippin. 7-3. Uh-oh, Kilson starting to pull away with this one, Lethal.
Yeah, this is getting a bit out of control now. Garpy really trying to establish himself again, trying to stabilize this map, but Kilson just letting it get out of control. As soon as one of his players gets full item control, it's where it can go downhill. Not completely, but one player will get a much bigger lead than the other by at least 3 or 4 frags. But Kilson's still on 65 HP. Garpy's still got 4 minutes left to make something happen with this stack. He's only on 15 now. This is his window of opportunity to finish him off, which he has done. And look at the stack Garpy still has. This is his moment to try and push in and make Kilson's life hell during this map. Again, still got a very healthy stack to work with. He's got the orb in his back pocket as well. He just decides to prioritize this Mega instead, which is coming up in the next 5 seconds. But is Kilson going to go for it? Decides not to. He's going back towards the heavy spawn. But the question is Kilson going to go for the heavy as well? He knows he's there. Good rockets from Kilson, but it looks like, oh, Garpy needs to try and back away if he can. Look at the stack difference. Amazing stuff from Kilson to turn that around on its head. And Kilson's looking to try and get that 10th frag as he drops down with the LG. Garpy knows he's in a world of trouble, and there we go. Kilson's still got a great stack and has his dual wield still.
Just brutal there. The Forbidden Dance over the heavy. It goes Kilson's way. He gets the frag. Garpy does bully his way onto the Mega and gets the frag. So this could be the turnaround that he needs. 4 frags, 3 minutes. If he could just stabilize and get his stack, he needs more clean kills like that. Kilson, of course, not going to allow that to happen with 2 big rockets into the shotgun. The defensive play from Kilson, so strong. The dual wield, the rocket, just adding insult to injury now as Garpy is just going to get caught out again. Good rocket on the way down, but 29 HP. Mega's not going to be up for another 4 seconds. Kilson is going to push in for this. He does bully Garpy off the Mega for the time being. And there it is! Oh, the trade comes out. And that, unfortunately, doesn't mean anything for Garpy as Kilson gets the God Spawn. Gets right back in on the Mega. That might be enough to just seal this one. 5, 6 frags down with 2:10 left. It's going to be a rough one, Lethal.
It certainly is. Maybe another potential miracle, especially against a player like Kilson. Again, Garpy had a very good start, changed the style and the pace of the game compared to what we've seen in the previous map, but it just wasn't enough as Kilson just treating it like his playground. 14-7 in favour of Kilson. But Garpy, though, did really show signs of life in some parts of his matchup, but during the one point where Kilson got both items and was in full control, Garpy was just struggling to, you know, control the beast, you could say, like to try and control his motives and what he wants to do around the map, and kind of gave him free range. But Garpy still managed to take him out here, but still needs 6 frags and get his stack back up. Highly unlikely here, but we can see what we can do. As he managed to clean up another frag, it gets the Mega, so there is some kind of potential here.
More importantly, the dual wield's gone for Kilson, but unfortunately for Garpy, so is the heavy, and the shotgun just so strong as he gets up close and personal. With a minute left, it looks like it's going to stay in Kilson's favor on this map. Through the telly he goes. LG just so on point. Garpy getting hit with it, doesn't even realize, needs to back up. There's the push. Kilson wants it, and he's going to get it. There's another frag, 16-9. Garpy's going to go down for another map, and I don't know what he needs to do. Dig deep, maybe grab a Mr. Kipling's Cherry Bakewell. I don't know. I don't know, Lethal. You tell me. I don't know. What kind of treats does he need to kind of regroup and maybe get this 3rd map off Kilson?
I don't know, mate. It's pretty mad, isn't it? There's only so much someone can do and eat, but at this moment, I'm not too sure what Garpy can do here. The Garby did have a good start. The only problem is he let the items go a little bit too easy in some areas of the map. And I liked the way he was playing. He was trying to set up traps for Kilson, but Kilson wasn't falling for any of it at all. And it was a real shame. And we know what Garby can be like. We said it before, Leonard. He's very reactionary. He will change his style depending on his opponent. And I think he expected Kilson to be very aggressive at the start, but instead, Kilson adjusted to his style straight away. He's like, well, if you're going to play defensive, then I'll play your game and do it just that little bit better. And the damage count, you can see there, 1,550 more damage in favour of Kilson, even though Garby did have more item control. So did a good job bullying for the items. The only problem was he wasn't really doing much with it. It was Kilson being able to get the first shot off, the first stack, the managed to have some positional advantage as well. There's a lot of little things here and there which took Garby off, but it's just one of those things. We'll have to see what happens on the third map, but that does mean that Kilson is now up 2-0 in the series.
Yep, the set goes to Kilson. There's no question about that, but can Garpy get in on the third map? It's going to be Exile, so it might be a bit of a wild card here. We'll see. I know Kilson's the German, but Garpy might be the one saying 0-9, because if he loses this one, it's 9 maps dropped in a row. And we will see if he has the energy. Chat, predictions, lock them in, give your energy to whoever you want to win. And yeah, Lethal, what do you think about Exile?
Exile in terms of the map itself, you know, I do enjoy it. I still don't think the meta's been established, and it won't do for another 3 to 6 months, which is understandable. But that's what we love about Quake as well, especially with the new maps. It's the fact that we're always going to see some new things all the time consistently. If it's a new spawn trap, a new spawn cycle, in terms of how to control the map and how to position yourself on certain parts of the map. There's a lot of little things, a lot of nicks and crannies which we still need to wait to be figured out by these top players. And I feel like the more we've seen Exile now, the more people are starting to establish their style and how they want to play Exile. And also it depends on the champion picks as well. We've seen a wide range, we've seen quite a few Athenas, we've seen a lot of Nixes as well. And we'll have to see what these two can do here. As you know, we saw it when Deep Embrace first came out. It was almost in every single series. Everyone loved that map, and Exile plays a little bit similar, not just because it's a small map, but just how it pans out in terms of where the items and the weapons are placed are quite similar. So we'll have to see going into this third and final map. But you saw it from the LG. Look at the LG damage from Kilson. He still had 46%, considering the amount of shots he pulled off. Unreal.
Just brutal. Brutal. The Rockets as well. So strong from the German. Yeah, as we go into Exile, it looks like it's going to be Galena and Anarchy. So Galena might have a little trick or two, maybe 3 for the overstack. We'll see. Using the Anarchy, of course, sometimes you get caught up in the speed, and if you run into a totem, maybe that ruins your momentum and throws you off the map. It'll be interesting to see how Kilson handles that. I'm sure he's planned and prepped for that, as both players have probably put in a lot of practice on Exile, but you never know. It's going to be interesting to see. It's a bit of a wild card. It is a relatively new map. There are some things that haven't been tried, tested. I'm sure people have some things in their pocket, but you know, the story moving forward, Kilson wins the set. Can Garpy put himself on the board? Again, every map is money, and you know, tea cakes don't buy themselves, Lethal.
No. Absolutely not. I don't know how expensive you think tea cakes are. But
I have no idea
yeah.
what the exchange rate is. I think like $6 American is like 45. I don't know, or maybe 45 cents, 50 cents. I don't know over there. I don't know. It's bad. I imagine it's bad.
Yeah, it's pretty bad. It's pretty bad, but we'll have to see. I don't know. With Exile, it's like it's nice to see a wide variety of champions being used. Like I said earlier, you know, we had the Athena versus the Nyx. You know, this time we're seeing the Anarchy and Galena. And with Galena, that's the thing with the Galena. It's the fact with the totems, you know, no matter where you put them, you can even put them through in front of a lot of the tellies, or you can use them just to put them in your back pocket in order to recover certain areas. But even if you put them, like, you know, in basement, in you could say like on the rail jump pad or in a rail area, it forces your opponent to have to drop down and give up height advantage on so many different occasions. But then again, depends how many line of sight you can actually see, because you can shoot down, for example, the totem at the rail jump pad from Mega and bits and pieces like that. So I'm pretty sure they're going to know all the little bits here and there anyway, but we'll have to see what they can do with these two champion picks between Garpy and Kilson. So it's going to be Exile again. It's the second time we've seen it today, and see if Garpy can bring back a map number 3 win, or if Kilson would be the one with the clean sweep. As Garpy, very good start from him.
Big damage with the nail gun and a shotgun combo to get that first frag. Really weak. Trying to hit him with the gauntlet. It actually pays off. Just a little boop, and Kilson takes himself out. Garpy maintains the lead and now has a fresh stack, and that couldn't have gone better.
yeah, could have been worse. He's very, very lucky in that situation. As Kilson gets to heavy uncontested. It's the first rail. He knows Garpy's in a world of trouble here. Trying to get that second rail, but look at the movement from Kilson. He's definitely played this map a few times here for you.
Yeah, I think he's had a little bit of practice as the injury comes out, but lots of damage coming out from Garpy as he's going duck hunting, picks him out of the sky, barely surviving. Extremely weak right now. Does have a totem, but he's taking a lot of LG damage as Kilson just hops right in and steals that Mega right out from under him. Does eat a totem, can't take down the second, but the heavy is up and it's in Kilson's possession. So stacks about even now. Yeah, Kilson, just no problem traversing the map with Anarchy. Speed is not an issue here, but it is going to be for Garpy. As Kilson is everywhere Garpy wants to be. Inject coming back up in 5 seconds. Is the rocket around the corner? Ooh, Garpy takes a direct make that two. Kilson hitting him with the dunks. That is brutal. Barely missing out on that rail. Fantastic retaliation from Garpy. Can he thread the needle there? A little bit of rocket damage into the rail. No dice, but still the rockets. Garpy, please! And oh, the rail gets him right in the toesies. Kilson just so hot right now.
That was so risky. I'm surprised he even went ahead and tried to go for that, but well played from Kilson to pull that off. For at some point, even then, Garpy will make something happen, but that's the advantage of the height which Kilson had. He could find the rockets down and rain it down and then get the combo rail afterwards, but Garpy couldn't. He was just trying to look for that one rail shot. Just sadly for him, couldn't pull it off. Another great rail from Kilson, misses the second, but it doesn't matter. The damage has been done. It's just a matter of Garpy. Is he going to fight back or not? But Kilson turned away as soon as he repeat, but Garpy got the heavy. This could be a complete game changer here. Oh, Kilson just barely missed that last rail, but decides to drop down, go for the light anyway. Might be able to corner him off, but Garpy knows that Kilson will most probably go for that next light, so decides to teleport back away. He knows the Mega's up in the next 7 seconds, with the heavy coming up soon after. And Kilson does have that inject if he wants to use it, if he's in a world of trouble.
Misses with the first rail, connects with the second as he doubles back to the Mega. Heavy goes to Garpy as he pushes through the Telly. LG out, doing decent damage here. Inject is available for Kilson. Just holding off on it, keeping that in the pocket. Missed rail from Garpy. It would have been huge here as Kilson goes, traverses the map to grab the other 50 shard. Good rail from Garpy, but he's so weak. Now the pounce from Kilson. Mere seconds away as he smells blood in the water. The inject comes out for a little bit of extra stack. Garpy healing back up off his totem, waiting on the Mega, and Kilson and Garpy will swap items.
Kilson just doing a good job taking out all these totems, just being a pain in the backside. Garpy at the moment hasn't got any totems up at all, so if he does want that overstack, it's going to be a long time until he gets the chance to do that. As Kilson still keeping that height advantage, abusing these audio cues. Good rail shots from Kilson. It's been hit and miss throughout the course of this map, but as the map has progressed, he's starting to hit them more and more. Another one. He needs to back away though. Gets the heavy. Garpy is available. He sure is now, as Kilson is on the hunt and he has to inject if he does need to use it. The items aren't coming up for the next 20 seconds. He's assuming that Garpy's going to drop down at some point to the rail, which he has done. Waiting for him to go through. Good rockets there. Could be a matter of time until he's finished off. Yes, he has. Good rail shot from Kilson. Run out of rockets, but good spawn rail there on the rocket drop down.
Really good shots coming up from Kilson. As again, items swapped from both players. Kilson takes 2 frag lead, looking to extend here. Again, it's not Railson, but he's still shooting 42%, and this is an off day for him. Not terrible here, as Inject's going to have to wait 22 seconds. Goes through the telly, takes a lot of damage as Garpy. The rockets are spot on, forcing Kilson off. But can he attack? And there's Garpy. He's got to try and push this. Just trading items over and over again is not in his favor here. He does push Kilson away, and Kilson just gets in on that heavy, just barely taking out the totem in time. Inject back up again. Kilson doing a great job of keeping that in his back pocket as Garpy's just trying to get in on anything and do some damage, get up close and personal, land a couple of rockets. There's the jump pad, but the LG from Kilson's so strong. The swap to rockets should be able to do it, and it does. And the inject saves his life. Needle in the arm, rocket out. Kilson up by 3 right off the spawn, taking quite a bit of damage. Needs to be very, very careful here.
Yeah, that's one thing to make note of, which is a very valid point you made, 40, is the fact that he doesn't use the inject that much throughout this third and final map, but to be fair, he doesn't really need to use it. He just wants to keep it as a safety net in case he's on the back foot in a certain engagement, like that last fight where he survived on 41 HP, and without it, he would have been in a world of trouble. As Kilson now still has a 5-2 lead. Trying to figure out what Garpy could be doing here. He knows he's going to be going for the heavy, gets the first rail. Great stuff. He's letting him have it so he can get the Mega Fort himself. This next light will be crucial. He's waiting for Garpy to port through, realise he will not be doing that, and gets the light for himself. As Kilson just keeping this height advantage, he's had it for like almost the entire game. The only time he hasn't had it is when he's dropping down for the light, the rail, or for the heavy. So he's done a good job just being a real pain in the backside to Garpy. But Garpy's still got plenty of time left, still got 3 minutes and 15 left on the clock, still got 3 frags to try and get. He's going to pick up the Mega and the light again, and is on a very healthy stack. But Garpy isn't too far behind either. Just Kilson playing with his food a little bit, baiting out when he goes for the portal, when he's not going through, and just being really annoying for Garpy. Garpy needs to try and find a way to cut off Kilson's path.
He might need a whole bunch of damage right here. And what?
Oh, what's in there?
I'm not sure if that rocket splash hit Garpy or if he just slid on a piece of ice, but either way, he took a toll and he took a ride. So there goes Garpy. Yeah, he slipped. There needs to can Sinkier put some signs in the map? Slippery, please. 7-2 for Kilson here. It's raining down damage from above. Garpy trying to fight his way out, but the rockets can't save him. The rail will land 8-2 for Kilson now.
Nothing wrong with slipping. It's fine. Nothing to worry about. But what I am worried about now is the fact that time is of the essence. Garpy needs 7 frags. He's playing, using some desperate methods of attack to try and take down Kilson, but it's just not going to happen. As Garpy managed to contest that Mega well, manages to grab it, but still took such a huge chunk of damage from Kilson. Kilson's just doing everything that needs to be done perfectly here, and Garpy's just running out of answers and ideas on what to do and to go about this. As Garpy still has 1:35 left, but to get 7 frags, highly doubtful.
Missing that rail. Not that it matters, but just interesting to note as Kilson is on his way, it looks like, to the 3rd and final victory of this set, completing the clean sweep here. As Kilson's been in the kitchen cooking up something delicious. Up the jump pad to his death. Can he hit the air rocket? No. Kilson trying to put on a show here as Garpy does go back up the jump pad and gets that frag with the LG. But with a minute left, 6 down, it's going to take a miracle. Kilson has the speed on his side. There's good LG out of the telly again, but Kilson should be able to get away no problem here. As he dealt with the totems nicely. I mean, this was never really a question of whose map this was. I mean, even if you look at it, it looks like there's Bavarian cream all over the map, right, Lethal? This was all Kilson all the way through. And, yeah, the clean sweep will be complete. Unfortunately for Garpy, he's going to go 0-9. And look at this cheeky spot. Look at this guy. Good rocket there from, I don't even know what to call that. We'll call that ice chandelier from now on, Lethal. What do you think?
Yeah, we'll call it that, yeah. I'll have to agree with you on that one. But yeah, it's yeah, Garpy just didn't have any chance of an overstack. He had the terms in his pocket in order to regain some kind of control mid-fight, but that's literally about it. Kilson was all over him. He had height advantage throughout, what, like 7-8 minutes of the game, and couldn't find any kind of window of opportunity. So, sadly for Garpy, that will be a 0-3 series scoreline for him, 40. Kilson with a 3-0, which is kind of what we predicted. And yeah, look at the damage counter again. 1,207 more damage done for Kilson in comparison on a map like Exile as well, with some decent item control. Garpy still had good item control throughout all these maps. It just couldn't really do much with it, sadly.
Yeah, and the predictions. Who lost all their points? Oh, that was brutal. 94% to 6. Shame on you guys for not having more faith in Garpy. But yeah, this was all Kilson. Garpy did have that great play though, right at the start. But after about the first 2 minutes, it was the Kilson show. 3-0, and Garpy's got to dig deep and bounce back. It's been a rough 3 weeks for him. Hopefully he can get back to form, maybe grind it out with the Maestro boys, get some in-house sets running. But yeah, I think I speak for all of chat when we say we'd love to see Garpy get back to form.
Yeah, it certainly does have to, indeed. And I think I'm just sad for you, really, for you, because I think you've lost all your channel points, haven't you?
I got nothing. Yeah, I got nothing. I believed, you know, I'm not biased here, but I believed in Garpy, and he let me down. So, oh, okay, it was a rocket jump. I was wondering what happened, and then
I'm just going to say he slipped. I'm
yeah,
just
he
going to say
slipped.
It's fine.
Slipped and fell. It's icy. It's icy out there, Lethal. It's icy out there. If we take a look at the highlights again, Garpy goes down 0-3 to Kilson. Kilson, maybe a return to form? I don't know. We didn't really see Railson throughout any of those maps, but glimmers, little glimmers, strung together some maybe 3 or 4 rails at a time. But even on that map, 41% on an off day, not terrible. Not terrible, but we're used to seeing like 70s, maybe 80s, but I'm sure he'll be back.
Yeah, he will be. I think I'm not sure if he still is, but he was trying out a new mouse, and I think he was going to try out during this stage. It could be why his rail's been a little bit off. I could be completely wrong. It's just from what I remember him saying a couple of weeks ago, but that could be one of the reasons why. And that's why it could be off and on and a little bit inconsistent with his rails here and there. But he did enough damage anyway. Like, even though his tracing, in terms of his rail wasn't the best, like, I think it's because we're used to him doing damage in not damage, but the percentage in the 60s or the 70s. When we see it like 43%, etc., we're just like, oh, that's a little bit of a surprise. But actually, that's actually still quite good, depending on what kind of champion you're playing against. But so far, so good. Kilson's still doing Kilson things with his movement and positioning. His aim, a tiny bit off, but we'll let him off for that one. He still played extremely well.
Yep, we're about halfway through, folks. We still got a lot of action coming up. And don't forget DJ Wheat stopping by in the last 2 sets of the day. But let's take a quick break, and we'll be back with Rafa versus Nosfa. 4 sets down, 6 cups of coffee, and 1 production rig later, and we are back. I am 40 Lines, joined by the one and only Lethal, Quake Pro League Stage 2, Week 3, and we got a doozy coming up, Lethal. Rafa versus Nosfa.
Certainly have indeed. We know how strong Nosfa can be when he plays his A game, but always struggles against Rafa, like many other players do in the Americas region. We saw a slight weakness from Rafa in that last series last week, but I'm sure that he's shaking it off. He still won it 2-1 anyway, but to see him lose a map, we don't see it too often. It's a very, very rare occurrence, especially during the Pro League in the Americas region, so we'll have to see how he can come back from that, which I'm sure he will do. He's a very strong player. He always fixes any kind of, or rectify any mistakes he makes anyways, so I'm sure he's going to be a very strong opponent nonetheless, but it's more on the side of Nosfa and what he can do, because he's still improving in very, very small doses, but still shows a high level of consistency.
Yeah, Nosfa coming off a big victory in Week 1, I believe 2-1 over Chain, who's, arguably number 3 in the Americas side of the bracket of things. So a lot of confidence going into this one. But at the end of the day, even though Rafa dropped a map, it's still Rafa. So Nosfa has a tall order in front of him. It's going to take a lot. He has to play perfectly. He has to be able to adapt to Rafa's adaptation mid-game. I think it's going to be a crazy one, but I feel like Rafa might have a little thorn in his side from dropping a map. I know he doesn't care about that. He wants the overall win, but in the back of his head, he's going to use that as motivation. He's going to take it personally, like Michael Jordan. So it's going to be an interesting one. I wonder if Nosfa's going to feel his wrath, but if we can get into the map veto, see what maps, what champs we have coming up on this one, we can get a better idea of the picture they will paint. It looks like Ruins of Sarnath, Veil of Noth, and Exile on this one. We got Scale versus Anarchy on Ruins, Sorlag versus Ranger on Veil, and then Galena versus Visor on Exile.
Interesting to see their Molten Falls banned by Rafa. And that was actually the map he lost to Zanaku on. And it's weird, the Molten Falls is just one of those maps where sometimes we've seen, the better player, which we predict to actually take the series. Sometimes they do drop that map, which Rafa did do against Zanaku last week. But Nosfa for Ruins, we'll see the Scale Bearer again. We're going to be very happy about that watching this against the Anarchy. So, heavy versus light, we don't really see it too often, but Rafa, I'm sure, is going to have good control of the Anarchy to see if it can take down Nosfa's Scale Bearer. And Veil, no Eisen this time round. We will see the Sorlag again against the Ranger, and it's nice to see another dosage of Exile here for you with the Galena and the Visor.
Yeah, that should be a very, very interesting one. Always interested to see how Rafa utilizes Visor on any map, especially a new one such as Exile. He's kind of the master with the Visor, so definitely looking forward to that one. I'm not sure if he has the belt on Visor. He might. We might be able to see the belt vanity. Don't quote me on that, chat. But looking at this, Lethal predictions, chat predictions already raining in. What do you make of this?
I think most people are going to predict this as well, that Rafa will take this 3-0. It's very rare occurrence we see him drop a map. We saw it happen last week, which made a nice change, but still didn't state the fact that Rafa still won that series against Zanaku. And I've noticed that a lot of these players are choosing Exile over a couple of the other maps as map number 3. Could be more due to the fact that what better time to try out Exile in the Pro League rather than during the Pro League season. You want to at least get some kind of practice on it, so when it comes to the stage finals, then they'll know exactly what's going to come up against them, depending on which opponent they play against. The only problem was with the last stage with Tower of Koth, we didn't really see it that much, but we saw it ahead of a lot during the stage finals. But this time around, we're seeing a lot more Exile, maybe because a lot of these players do actually enjoy competing on that map, so we'll have to see.
I think the map itself is a lot more fun for the players that are enjoying it more, and now you kind of get to pick and choose your poison. It used to be, I either have to pick Tower of Koth or I just have to figure out how to play it, but now it's kind of like, well, maybe Veil is my forte, I'll pick Veil, or maybe I hate it, ban that, play Exile. So now kind of better for, certain play styles, as you mentioned before, Kilson absolutely will never play Veil if given the chance.
Never.
So things like that
Never.
play into it, and as we get further and further, the deeper map pools need to come out for the best of 5, best of 7s. But this one today, best of 3, Rafa versus Nosfa, and it should be a good one, but I feel like this might be kind of the Sausage Kings 3-0, the stamp to say, I dropped a map, but I'm still Rafa, I'm still a reigning champ. Don't come at the king. And we'll see if that is the case here on Ruins' first map. Live now between Rafa and Nosfa.
Nosfer is called lightning in the bottle for a reason, with his pure aggression and his great aim skill. Been able to adapt better and better as each stage has gone. But nothing compares to the adaptation of Rafa. He's probably the best adaptable player in the game. And Nosfer gets that first frag on the board. And even now, still has a decent enough stack to force out another engagement if he wants to. But as you can see, Rafa wants absolutely none of it. He's going to try and get away, but Nosfer has other ideas. Gets a great rail off. Rafa gets the Mega, gets the first rail of his own. Nosfer needs to back away here, but does have that bull rush if he needs to use it. But it looks like he wants to try and find out where Rafa is going to go. He hasn't had armor for some time, and he's trying to get any kind of light possible. He's trying to go for it in the courtyard, which he has finally managed to grab. No thanks to Nosfer getting that first rail as he was going towards that courtyard. But another good rail from Rafa. He was looking to push in, was trying to at least force him to pick up that heavy, which he has done, and now Rafa is going to go for that Mega. So, in terms of stacks, almost even. It looks like Nosfer may have a tiny bit of an advantage, but not anymore after Rafa picked up that line.
Bull rush, Rafa nowhere to go, does it? He ate the bull rush, and that works out in Rafa's favor as he takes that frag, ties it at 1. Whether that was the plan or just a good reactionary play from Rafa, he gets the frag either way, and Nosfa kind of left wondering what could have been as it's tied to 1, 2 minutes in. Rafa has firm map control now, looking for this rail angle. He's going to find it.
Yeah, Rafa's been looking very good here. Good shotgun, another good shotgun shot straight afterwards. The light is just standing there waiting for him to get picked up. And will be dropping down for that heavy. Realises that he will not be contested. Making the assumption that there's a possibility that Nosfer would have gone from rail to the heavy room. And that was a safe prediction, but Nosfer didn't go there, as another great rail there from Rafa. He's going to drop down and see if he can finish him off. Good rail as he passes through into the telly. We're about to catch him here, but he has picked up the Mega. But Rafa should still be able to take this here, which he does. Scoreline 3-1 in favour of Rafa.
Not the most ideal. He kind of pushed him into the Mega, but he does have an inject, and he gets the frag, and he gets another one off the spawn. Inject coming out to save his life as Rafa has to work for that one. Nosfa, good machine gun funk on that one, but he's still down 3 as Rafa looking to add to the lead. There's the rail through the telly. It's going to miss Rafa with a little bit of rocket damage. Swapping to the LG. The shotgun from Nosfa isn't going to land. 18 HP. He needs a bigger blast, and he finally lands the shot he needs, but he's so incredibly weak. Mega just in the nick of time. Rafa up close and personal with the machine gun. Nosfa hits a fantastic rail. Almost gets a chance at a follow-up, and he does from down below. Nosfa going big.
Even that play earlier from Nosfer, he decided to just go for Rafa anyway, and that was a great bull rush to tie things up for all. He knew that earlier Rafa was going to go for those hourglasses and the light because it's just a convenience. It's predictable, but he thought we'd go for it anyway, but doesn't matter now. Nosfer, huge stack advantage. Looking to find where he can go for Rafa. Gets the first rail. He's going to see if he can just tickle him with the LG, maybe even take him down. It's not to be the case. He's just going to try and charge on through. We'll be able to clean them up. You should be able to here, but the LG was looking very good for Rafa, but it just wasn't enough. There's too much of a stack advantage there for Nosfer. And look, as now still has that advantage here as he's going to collect more LG ammo. What's going to rocket jump up? Rafa's going to know he's there. Good first rail. Will he be able to corner him off there? Good LG. Will he be able to clean him here? The inject comes out, but it looks like he's going to have to get away. The Mega is still up. And Rafa's in a little bit of trouble here, with Nosfer having that 1 frag lead. It definitely is a world of trouble picking up that light, catches him in the courtyard, but Rafa's still the one who wins that engagement and ties things up.
That was incredible. Rafa should not have won that, but he put the beat on him. Nosfa with a bit of a misstep there, misses out on an opportunity to get that frag. Rafa's going to ride this momentum, just plus back rail. The rocket in his pocket sends him to the heavens, and the shotgun lands for Nosfa. Wow, sky high, and gets the frag, and that's just so unfortunate.
Certainly was indeed. Good direct. The shotgun, but it didn't really do too much damage. It was way too far away. He was hoping he was slightly weaker than that, but he wasn't, as Rafa now Knows where Nosfer is. Nosfer's going to charge on in with that LG. He's taking too much damage there to continue that bout. He's gone to the courtyard, managed to pick up the light. Get the nail, get the rockets. He hasn't got the LG yet, but it doesn't matter. Oh, nice bit of damage there, but because of the bull rush, won't take as much as he'd like to. But looking good so far for Nosfer. Still, Nosfer has a slight stack advantage, but has tied things up and kept the game close. As Rafa's now going to drop down and see if he can clean with the LG. And this time, Nosfer's still going to try and rail him, but I don't think it's going to be enough. But Rafa, as I say, but it's only on 43 HP, needs to back away and get away with his life.
This is crazy close here, as Nosfa had no business turning that around, let alone getting that frag. And how is this happening? Rafa gets the spawn for Mega, and that's going to be curtains for Nosfa, but somehow Nosfa does all this damage, and what was that?
That was just remarkable stuff there from Nosfa. Needs to re-heal as soon as possible. Rafa knows this. He's still railable. Once he gets his bubble, he'll be fine. But what's his next motive, though? The Mega is coming up in the next 8 seconds. Heavy has already been picked up. And Nosfa's just not making any decisions on what path he wants to take yet. Wants to find out exactly where Rafa is going to go. But it's way too early for Nosfa to even play defense, especially with the mobility of Anarchy. He's only 2 frags ahead. He's railable. He's hoping the Heavy comes up any second now. He's going to risk the bull rush. He manages to get away with it here, 40. As he picks up the Heavy, he's going to re-heal. And Rafa's in a world of trouble now. 3 frags behind, and he's got 3 minutes and 10 left to make something happen.
What timeline is this, Lethal? This is the reigning champ, and he's trailing by 3. There's the rocket jump up to secure the Mega. There's still plenty of time, but this is rare form from Rafa here. There's the rocket sending him out of the map, and that'll stop all momentum. Unfortunate for Nosfa. Rafa knocks one out of the park, trying to get back into this. 2 frags. There's a good trap here. Nosfa is going to be able to bull rush his way through the Heavy. Inject comes out just in case, as Rafa having nightmares from the Intergalactic Warlord's shoulder. Just getting smooshed all game.
Rafa made the right prediction with the rockets, but just a little bit too late. So Rafa now is going to see if it can trap him in the courtyard. He's stuck on that shotgun area. 3 for 3, and that is definitely a way to start that comeback. As Rafa's still got a great stack to work with, and it depends what Nosfa's next motive is. As Rafa's in a great spot, a little bit of damage, a little bit of tickle from the shotgun, but Nosfa needs to get away here, but I don't think he will. As Rafa misses that first rail, has to inject if things get out of hand, and uses it anyway just to play it safe. Traps him in the courtyard with the LG. The bull rush comes out, just barely misses, and Rafa's cleaned him up again, and just like that, just within a small time window, he was 3 frags behind, and now he's 2 frags ahead. Marvelous stuff.
Just Rafa things. Just Rafa things. And you can't help but feel like maybe some of those bull rushes, some of those rails that Nosfa were hitting bailed him out. The game plan overall from Rafa was sound. It's just he wasn't hitting the shots he needed to, and now that he is, it's all going Rafa's way. Nosfa doesn't have the bull rush or rail to bail him out. He is peppering with a lot of machine gun and shotgun damage. 7 HP, 32 after the 25 pickup. And Rafa's still very weak, needs to be careful. There's still time for Nosfa to make this happen. He had such a commanding lead early on. Peppering with shotgun, the rail as Rafa tries to max damage on his way out. He's going to stand tall, take that frag. But the spawn for Rafa, so unfortunate. The pummel comes out. Rafa adapting to the bull rush. He's like, you know what? I can't escape it. Let me do some damage. Hits him with the boop, little bit of machine gun. Up 2 with a minute left. Rafa looking to cruise to this map 1 victory here. But Nosfa, 50 seconds to make it happen.
He has the time, but not the mobility to do it. Rafa's going to play this safe now. He knows that he can't win his next fights unless he gets a huge advantage in terms of the choke points with the rockets. It's backed away, but this could be a start for Nosfa if he just manages to clean things up, which he has done. He's taken a lot of damage, though. He needs to hit these rails, though. It doesn't matter. That MG was perfect on spawn from Rafa as he keeps that 2 frag lead. And they've got 20 seconds, but Nosfa, he has to push in here. If he traps him in courtyard, I mean, goes for him on spawn, if he takes him down, then he could be okay here, but misses the bull rush. Actually, no, he gets the bull rush, sorry. He gets the nail gun as well. Got 10 seconds to try and find where Rafa could be. Will he be able to find him? No, he hears that he's at the telly, but he's down below. He hasn't got the rockets to jump up from, and that's going to be GG as Rafa manages to take the first map only by 1 frag. It could have been a completely different story, though, from what we saw earlier. And Rafa, you saw the map presence there, 702 more damage. And the item control was roughly the same. Nosfer, the only problem with him is the fact that even though he had the item control, Rafa ate up more of the light armors.
I just cannot stop thinking about everyone in chat who would have lost everything. Their life savings wiped out in a heartbeat because of Nosfa. So close, so close. And this is an interesting thing to see. We don't usually see Rafa on the back foot like that. But even though he was down rather large early, he shows why he's the champ, remains composed, brings it back. Yeah, he only won by a frag, but he still got the victory. He did what he needed to do, stayed calm, and yeah, hats off to Nosfa for pushing him to his limits. It seems like more and more people in the America side of things are kind of maybe not downloading Rafa, but upping their talent and their skill and kind of, saying, hey, we're here to compete too.
But that's what happens in that light versus heavy matchup. Nosfa trying to look for those trades whenever he saw fit. And it's a shame earlier when, towards the last couple of minutes of that game, Nosfa was charging to go for that heavy. And sadly for him, Rafa actually spawned on the health bubble on the stairs behind it and managed to go straight in. But some great rail shots from Nosfa. You saw where Rafa was just like, oh god, here we go again. Nosfa's doing his thing with the rail like he normally does. Some good ball rushes, some good decisions on when to use that active ability. But sadly for him, it just wasn't to be. I feel like Nosfa, there's only a few minor mistakes he made here and there, got a little bit too over-aggressive, but some of the rail shots he had early, just to try and finish off Rafa, even when he's in a really bad spot, worked out so well for him. And you saw there, just making good use of the champion, but not the first map. So a good way to start things off. Nosfa should be at least pleased with his performance. It wasn't one-sided in any way. Nosfa definitely could have taken that. It could have gone either way. It was a bit of a coin flip in some scenarios. So I have to see how we get on with map number 2 and 3.
Yeah, going into Vale. Definitely interesting to see how Nosfa approaches this. I believe it's going to be Ranger versus Sorlag. Rafa has the Ranger, Sorlag for Nosfa. Yeah, I mean, usually we see a lot of skirmishes near the rockets, depending on who gets the first spawn. It's kind of a defensive play around the rocket, maybe grab heavy and just kind of punish your opponent, make sure they don't get it for free. We'll see. With the Dire Orb, getting up close and personal, getting that burst damage, Rafa, of course, no stranger to doing that. A lot of shotgun will probably come out to chunk through that sorbet. It should be interesting, especially after that first map and seeing Nosfa kind of pop off and play Fearless, which he's done time and time again. I think we might see more of that. Up close and personal, a lot of spit, a lot of shotgun, really pushing Rafa, making him kind of play out of his comfort zone, which usually Rafa's used to, but it seemed like on that map, Ruins, the bull rushes were just catching him by surprise. He didn't really expect Nosfa to use them or maybe not get hit by him. Maybe the side steps weren't working. He's got to work on that footwork a little bit, Lethal. I don't know, but very close game. Rafa pulls it out, and that's why he's the champ. But map number 2, we'll see if Nosfa can push him to the limit again and maybe take it from him.
Yeah, 8 or 9 times out of 10, he made good use of that bull rush. He made sure that if there's any chance or opportunity to trap him or keep him in the corner or at least get up close and personal with him with his combat skills as well as the bull rush, he will make something happen. And he did almost every single time. It was great stuff from Nosfa. And it makes you wonder, had so many great performances for that matchup and he still lost that map number 1, but kept it so close. And he knew at some point that even though he was, I think there's about 3.5 minutes left, and he still had 2 or 3 frags to his name in terms of the advantage. He had to do something. He had to try and keep that control. He had to at least try and get those trade frags if he gets taken down in some of those bouts. But he just couldn't get the trades off sometimes. It's a real shame. And you saw Rafa just caught him on spawn, I think like 3 times in a row at one point. It was just ridiculous to say the least. But going to this next map, yeah, you've got the Sword. Like you said, we are going to see a lot of split. We're going to see a lot of control at top mid for the Mega and how they're going to contest the Heavy. It'll be interesting to see what their game plan is going into it. And yeah, like you said, sometimes on spawn, they will try and find if you're going to pinpoint them on for those rockets, because rockets are so important because there's so many choke points on Vale.
Yeah, interested to see what the predictions look like if we have them. I have no idea, but you should be safe with your predictions. Nosfa out here proving that he can run through all your pockets at the drop of a hat, keeping the first map close. Will we get another close second? I hope so, because that makes it a lot more interesting to see. But map number 2 shortly. I hear the loading sounds. We're going to get into it. Vale of Nath, again, back in the pool. Personal favorite for me. Sorry, Kilson. I know you hate it, but yeah, it should be a good one. Ranger versus Sorbet. Always a classic fight. I think that Dire Orb's going to go a long way. Going to be a lot of spit, a lot of shotgun is my guess, Lethal. A lot of shotgun.
Kilson's not going to be happy with you, is he, now that you've said that? I hope he didn't hear you, by the way.
No. Yeah, probably not. Probably not. But it's he doesn't have to listen to me. He's a champion, so what am I? I mean, I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. I hear the fire, the bullets, the rockets raining down as we're going to get into this one shortly. Map number 2 between Rafa and Nosfa. Rafa edging out that first map ever so gently here. Nosfa looking to try and retaliate and put himself on the board and tie the series at 1.
We are going to start off with Rafa. He gets to shotgun, sorry, the actual rocket spawn. Great way to start things off with the Mega and the Light to boot. Taking a lot of LG damage there, and a rail. He is actually raidable as well. It's not looking too good for Rafa.
Wow.
Nice rocket to try and finish things, but look at the stack of Nosfa, and he gets that first rail too. This is a map I would assume someone like Nosfa or Maxter or Chain would be very, very good at. Good rail there. He's going to try and get a follow-up. Just misses on the skin of his teeth. As he gets to heavy, he's going to be looking to contest that Mega up in the next second. He's going to charge in anyway. Even if he picks up the Mega, he should be able to do something with this, as he's so weak. He's just trying to clean him up with the shotgun, and he does. Wow. 13 HP. He needs to be careful where he goes on spawn. He knows he can't charge for the rockets because he's probably spawned around that LG area.
What a rail there from Nosfa, making the most out of the damage. The spit, will it connect? Doesn't look like it as Rafa can drop down safely. Nosfa still extremely weak, trying to grab those vials, but instead an armor for the misplay, and there it is, Rafa making sure he doesn't restack at all.
Yeah, great prediction of the route Nosfa took from Rafa. Oh, he just manages to stay alive top mid. In time for when the Heavy's going to spawn in the next 6 seconds, but will he be able to stay alive? Nosfa's still back on his default stack after picking up that light. Good try bolt shots, feeds him enough information to know where Nosfa is going to be and where he's going to go. Nosfa's going to see if he can get to the Mega in time, just a bit too late. As Rafa now is going to try and pick up these lights. Managed to pick them up both, which is fortunate for him. And he sees that Nosfa's still up there with that height advantage, hoping to get a little bit lucky with the spit. Doesn't, I'm afraid. And he knows the Heavy's going to come up in the next 3 seconds. These missed rails could cost him here, but at least he gets the first one. Nice orb to go for the Heavy, but a chunk of damage has been taken from him due to Nosfa's LG accuracy, and he picks up the Mega too. So good stuff from Rafa. Put himself in a bad spot with the rails a couple of situations, but managed to come back and still collect both of those items. He's taken the first rail. Taking the second, will Nosfa go 3 for 3? He will not give him that window of opportunity. He's going to try and go for the flank round, but he's so weak. He needs to keep away from Rafa at all costs.
Oh, and unfortunately for Nosfa, gets too up close and personal. The rail is not enough to keep him out. Rafa will take that frag in the lead, but Nosfa's hitting like a truck right now. It is pretty ridiculous. A little bit of gauntlet just to make sure he doesn't go through the telly as he drops down and wants to re-up on the rockets, grabbing the 50 shard in the jump room here. Still very, very close. 3 minutes in.
It certainly is close indeed. Nosfa's been keeping it close all series long, not only on this map, but on the last map too. Manages to pick up that Heavy unscathed, but Rafa got a small amount of chip damage with that rail. Gets the second one. Oh, he got cornered off there. He was a little bit lucky that Nosfa had to drop down from that last rocket. But great LG. He's only on 64 HP. He picks up the light anyway. And Nosfa is the one in the bad spot at the bad time, as he's only left on 14 HP. He'll try and heal up as quick as he can because the Mega is coming up in the next 6 seconds. He's going to take the risk, pick up the health orbs from the rocket area. And now he just needs to try and stay alive for the next seconds. Good tri-bolt shot on the rockets. Made the assumption that he will be going around there to pick it up to add the weapons to his arsenal. Good rail from Nosfa though, considering the path he took to try and capitalise on Rafa's situation. 68 HP, Nosfa takes him down. Very, very well played there, considering the damage he took throughout that last 10 seconds, but he's only on 38 HP himself, as the 10 ticks of damage per second is happening for Rafa. He's taking quite a lot still. He's just trying to find a health bubble. Manages to in the end, so Nosfer's going to be quite happy with that. Won't be happy with that rail, as now he's finally been taken down by Rafa, as he now is up in the lead 5-3 with the Mega in the line.
Felt like that acid spit was just doing so much damage forever, an eternity.
Yeah.
Rafa on top. Two rocket. Base. Nosfa trying to find some damage. Even this thing up here as we're getting closer to the halfway point. A little bit of LG as Nosfa gets in on the heavy. Trying to give Rafa a little bit of a tickle. Good jump over Rocket as he's trying to play for this Mega. There's the spit preemptively. Rafa using that Mega to his advantage. Drops down after taking a lot of damage. The rail from Nosfa won't land. Now he needs to get out of there, barely dodging that rail from Rafa.
Yeah, Rafa's realised that he's gone to the rail room just to heal his wounds. Oh, nice chunk of damage there, going for that heavy. He's only on 54 HP. Nosfa, being the daredevil that he is, was hoping to get one rail shot off on a railable Rafa. But that opportunity did not come. As Rafa now knows his exact location, managed to orb through from the telly, but he's only on 21 HP, needs to get that orb ASAP, manages to get it. Nosfer's still looking for bloods here. Bit of a desperate attack considering there's only 4 minutes and 15 left on the clock, but managed to hit the first rail on spawn as Nosfer has the stack advantage and needs to try and make something happen here if he can.
Ooh, just missing with that rail. Nosfa still very much in this. He wants to play for this heavy. Rafa slowing things down now. Good rail traded out from Nosfa there. Rafa's going to play very patiently. He's going to get bullied off the heavy. Opting for the 50 shard, trying to do damage from down below. Does hit a rail, but the pickup is after the fact. So Nosfa still has a pretty good stack. Grabs the 50 shard as well, and now has position on the Mega. So item control firmly for Nosfa. That rail was fantastic. A little bit of spit's going to land. There's the rocket now in the Thunderdome. Rafa in a bad way. Can't get out. The Dire Orb clipping the wall. Had no escape. Nosfa down by 2. What a combo. Wow.
That was ridiculous, and Rafa's still only 2 frags ahead. He's still keeping it close. Nosfer's just constantly playing on Rafa's minds and keeping him guessing, but Rafa has been predicting well until that point as Nosfer managed to clean up that frag. He knows that Rafa's going to be pushing in. He's railable. He needs to be careful. He needs to try and get away. He's not railable anymore, but it needs to pick up that Mega, which he has done, and is now going to charge on at Rafa. Good rail to keep him back. 2 for 2. Will he get a third? No, he will not, as Nosfer just manages to get away. With the heavy still intact, he's going to risk it. Managed to grab it. And now both these players are on a similar stack, or both almost to their default stack now, as Nosfer's just waiting to see if he rotates from the LG area, which he has not. But does have that spit in his back pocket if he wants to use it, as he picks up the Mega. And Nosfer's laughing in terms of his stacks so far, and is going to be on the hunt and see if he can chase him down and see where Rafa is going to go. But Rafa's going to just play passive, bide his time, and hold that top mid angle from Mega.
Oh, we didn't see him at the last second. Rafa peeks over, gets 1 free rocket. Doesn't do a ton of damage as Nosfa's stack is still gigantic. Rafa trying to fight for this Mega. Nosfa trying to speed boost through, and he's going to eat a lot of LG, and he doesn't quite push Rafa off of the ledge. Unfortunate there. Giving up that item, adding to Rafa's stack, making this harder. He is only down by 1, but he doesn't have spit for another 4 seconds. Needs to be careful. Trying to hit a rail. Does convert on that. Hits with another one. This is looking good. Hits with the third right before the heavy. Nosfa's popping off.
Oh, I mean, he gets another one as Rafa went for the rockets on spawn. He needs to get away here, but then again, Nosfa hasn't even got rockets himself. He's still got a little bit of rail ammo left. He managed to pick that up. He needs to try and get those rockets at some point. But minute 10 left. It's a tie between these 2 players. It's been close all series long. As Nosfa's just trying to make Rafa's life hell. Oh, good rail off the heavy as well. He needs to go for it though to try and stay alive. And even if he uses that spit, it's not going to do too much here. Nosfa's at a disadvantage in terms of stack in this next fight. He needs to try and back away if he can. But after that rail, could be a little bit of a different story. as the Mega is up. Oh, Rafa goes for it. Managed to pick up after that rail, but these rails from Nosfer have just been ridiculous. 2 for 2. But Rafa's actually dropped down to see if he can try and clean them up, which he could not. Could go either way here, for it's literally a coin flip between these two.
Both players hitting 60% rail. As the rocket's raining down from Nosfa, he's got 58 HP. If he gets caught out, this could be the frag that Rafa needs, and he finds it with 15 seconds left. Nosfa has no choice. He's got to go balls to the wall. Shotgun out, a little bit of LG from Rafa. He's going to get out of there. 10 seconds. He just has to hug the ropes.
Oh, and just like that, he's been taken out again by one frag. Nosfa's going to be kicking himself a little bit throughout all of that. Again, another good comeback, but slightly over-aggressive as Rafa was able to get that last rail shot in order to clean things up. Look at the light armor's taken. 29 lights for Rafa, 23 for Nosfa. And the item control is slightly in favor of Rafa. 62% to 59% rails. Both of them were just on form with their shots, especially the accuracy on both those weapons and the rockets at the time.
This is crazy. I know Rafa, he took the series with that win 2 in a row, but hats off to Nosfa. Like, this is an amazing performance from Nosfa right now. He's pushing the champ to his limits, and I think that's a testament to how Nosfa's been practicing and grinding. I don't necessarily think it's a drop-off from Rafa. He's not playing poorly. I just feel like Nosfa's style, his rails popping off. Like, he's hitting so many insane rails right now. And I feel like he's playing a comfortable style where he could pop off and play kind of confident, aggressive, and it's working. He's just so close to taking these maps away, but Rafa's just that much better. He just gets that sliver that he needs, Lethal.
The fact that he's lost 2 maps now by 1 frag is, you know, it's not disappointing for him. It's just so disheartening in terms of, you know, knowing that he's come so far yet so close in both of these maps. But then again, he can still take a map on the 3rd and final one. But I feel like with these 2 maps, it could even be in his favor 2-0. You know, it's there's a lot of talking points. But like we mentioned again, look at these rail shot accuracies: 62% versus to 59. Both these players are playing out of their mind. Great predictability from both of these players, using their instincts and initiative to the absolute maximum. And that's why Vale can be such a great map as well. And without the Eisen, it can play slightly more different. And to be fair, it's nice to not see an Eisen on that map for a change, but I have to see what happens in map number 3, if it's going to be as close as the first 2 on, I think it's Exile again, I believe.
Going to Exile, it's going to be Visor versus Galena. Rafa on the Visor. Again, he's a technician with that champ. It's going to be interesting to see how he benefits from Visor on this map specifically, how he utilizes all that vision. We saw Galena earlier on Exile. We'll see if Nosfa can use those totems a little bit better. But yeah, this one should be interesting. I mean, if Nosfa takes this one all the way to a 1 frag kind of lead again, maybe Nosfa's just a different human. I don't know, because I've never seen him kind of take Rafa to the limits like this before.
Yeah, as I mentioned earlier, like Nosfa, he's been improving, but in very, very small doses, like just here and there. And then when he does improve, it's not a huge margin, but I feel like this is like the closest he's actually been in order to, you know, hit that next tier level in terms of how he wants to progress as a player. And the fact that these first 2 maps have been so close, it's not Rafa playing bad at all. He's still playing very, very well. It's just some of these players in the Americas region, like Zanaku and Nosfa, are just playing their A game right now.
Yeah, everyone's stepping up in NA in the Americas side, and we'll see if Nosfa can add that little extra something and take away a map from the champ. We're going to be live on map number 3, Exile, Rafa versus Nosfa right now.
And believe it or not, we are going to start off with Rafa and see what shenanigans he's up to, as he's already got some beautiful LG shots.
No.
Gets taken out, is zone off the map once again. See you later. And Rafa now is looking very good. Has all the weapons in this arsenal. Needs to pick up a little bit of LG ammo soon, which I'm sure he will do. But both items aren't segregated at all. And what a great cut-off point for Rafa, and managed to clean him up. Nice, patient, passive rail there, just lining up his shot, knowing that once he's hit it, he managed to get another frag to his tally. And he knows that Nos has picked up the Mega. Good first rail. He's got the piercing sight in his back pocket to find out where he wants to go with it. Knows that he's dropped down to the rail to go for the light. and to see if he can recover, firing these rockets to see if he comes through. But Nosfer's actually committed suicide here, 40. Oh dear.
Somewhere Sinkair is smiling, maybe even giggling. As it looks
Just
like
like
Nosfa flew off the map. Yeah, just slipping and sliding all over the map. It's super dangerous. Watch your footwork as Rafa has a 3 frag lead. He's going to get that mega comfortably. Nosfa's going to go in with the shotgun up close and personal. Almost makes it happen as Rafa has to work for that one. 71 HP after that frag. But he is up by 4 a minute and a half early. And this is more the scoreline that we're kind of used to seeing with Rafa.
Yeah. Yeah, this is kind of like the normality we normally see. But if anyone ever falls off on Exile, as you can see, it happens to the best of us. So do not worry. It's Rafa now. Final tri-bolt shots to see if he can find out if he's still there or not with the information. But it doesn't matter, he knows exactly where he is anyway. He was at Rockets, he's just flanking round. And Rafa's just trying to topple him. He's got the height advantage here. He's just trying to cut him off, cut his path off in any way. But he's struggling a little bit here, but managed to get that rail. He's going to try and clean him up with the shotgun. But Nosfer's just put that totem down for good measure to keep himself alive, but not for much longer, as Rafa has picked up the heavy. We'll be going up for the mega very, very shortly. And the items are perfectly segregated for him. As now it's looking like Nosfer is going to be in a world of trouble and running out of ideas on how he should try and capitalize on this. Good direct there from that first rocket. Sadly, a missed rail. Missed rail again, which is unlikely of Rafa. And the heavy will come in the next few seconds as he's going to try and go for the height instead and see if he can stop him from going for the heavy. Will he drop down for it? He will not, but will get a nice chunk of damage from that rocket and a little bit from the tri-bolt as he goes into the basement.
And a good play from Rafa there, knowing that if he drops, it's probably not lucrative. Oh my goodness, Nosfa with the big damage, popping Rafa off. Height advantage gone, frag in Nosfa's pocket. Back to 0, up 4 for Rafa as he almost makes him float. Wow. Quite the turn of events as that rocket changes everything. 19 HP. Rafa trying to fight from below, goes up the jump pad, and there's the tickle that he needed, and the heavy's right there as well. Nosfa, I don't know if he ran out of ammo or he didn't expect that, but didn't look ready for that one as Rafa commanding lead at 5 again.
Yeah, it was hard to tell. Not going to make any assumptions. As now Rafa is the one on back foot. Down 5-0 Nosfer is. Only a 5 frag deficit, which can be easily closed if Nosfer plays this right. Has the height advantage. You can let him get the heavy if he wants, as long as he rains down some decent damage with the rockets, which he hasn't really done. So Rafa has that piercing sight again whenever he wants to use it as he sees fit. But it will be here that he is around that light area. Good first rail. Great second rail. Just make matters worse for Nosfer as he extends his lead 6-0. He's trying to look for back-to-back frags, but after those first 2 missed rails, it's not going to happen. But it might be able to clean him up with the LG. Nosfer has picked up the mega, but he can still do himself justice. Beautiful rail there from Rafa to now make it 7-0.
You love to see those vertical rails come out. Hard shots to hit. Rafa makes it look easy. Up 7. Not even at the halfway point yet, lethal. And yeah, this is the more true to form Rafa that we know of as he catches Nosfa out the jump pad. There comes the totem for a little bit of extra healing. Is it going to be enough? The shotgun around the corner, not quite it. Can Nosfa get away? Just barely chipping away. Here is Rafa. The rocket into rail won't land. The follow-up does as he converts, and he's like, oh look, a mega.
He was hearing the screams for the last 5 seconds. He's like, surely no, surely no, but yet finally he managed to get it on that last rail hit. 8-0, Rafa is huge stack advantage. Not really too much of a surprise. He's baiting that light out. Nosfer does need it.
Big rockets.
But I think, yeah,
Big
Nosfer
rockets
needs it now. As finally managed to take him down. Great rockets like you just mentioned there, 40. Is he going to pick up the totem? Sorry, land the totem, pick up the mega. But needs to be careful on how he wants to go about this. The light is still up and the heavy will be taken by Rafa.
Those rockets just chunky right there from Nosfa. Still has a lot of work to do, but glimmer of hope maybe as visions popped. Rafa will secure his railgun and Nosfa on the hunt trying to make something happen. A little bit of a tickle trying to rail. Does convert on the first shot. wants the Mega. That's going to be up shortly. And the split between the items is just enough for Nosfa to make a mad dash over to the Heavy and take complete map control. So it looks like Rafa's just waiting down by the 50 shard. Nosfa with a great play, super patient, wants to deal the damage, needs to deal the damage before picking up the item, and he just adds a bigger delay as well. So this is going to help him. If he can keep this map control, then the split is going to benefit him a lot more as the rockets rain down. Traps Rafa in a corner, gets the frag. 6 down with a little under 4 minutes. I don't know if we've seen a comeback like this yet on this map, but it's possible. Rafa extremely weak. Nosfa taking the plunge, so to speak. So dangerous there. Should be able to catch out Rafa here with a little bit of a tickle. The Tri-Bolt isn't going to save him as the rail will land. Perfect shot from Nosfa.
We haven't seen it often on Exile, but it has the comeback potential. We saw Dewey do it earlier when he closed the gap from 10 frags down to 4. Or it might have been 5 rather, but it just wasn't enough. As eventually the trade is going to happen. Rafa good rail back. Nice Tri-Bolt shots just to keep him away. Managed to take out the totem before he can re-heal, but it doesn't matter as Nosfa didn't need it anyway. So far, Nosfa 5 frags behind. Heavy is still up, but Rafa's prioritising trying to take Nosfa down. Realises that he's on a bit more health than he can chew. So he gets to Heavy for himself anyway. But Rafa is on the warpath. He's still looking to clean him up with the LG. Good rockets from Rafa. But Nosfa's only on 3 HP, just tickle him a little bit with that. There we go. The LG comes out for Rafa, picks up the light, and the Mega is coming up very shortly. But we'll be able to stop him. Decides to get the Mega straight afterwards. Perfectly understandable. He most probably would have lost that fight. And he's going to go for the teleceive where he could be, but the Heavy will be up in the next second. He manages to try and stop him, but Nosfa just ran out of luck there as now Rafa's up with a 7 frag lead.
Yeah, more of the Rafa we're used to here. Secure 7 frag lead. Nosfa doesn't really have any answers here. Maybe it's the climate of the map. He's not used to it. Needs a little bit warmer. I don't know. But Rafa looking strong on here. He is from Chi-Town, so he's used to the cold. Nosfa wants to get in on this Heavy so bad here, but it's going to cost him so much. And there's the pop. A little bit of a shuffle from Rafa there. So he knows that he feels good about that combo right there. But Nosfa comes right back. So much LG right off the spawn. He's going to fight until 0-0. Oh, what a great rail from Rafa. Wow. Beautiful shot.
Again, absolute filth from Rafa. The trade comes out, but it's not going to make any difference to the scoreline. 13-4 in favour of Rafa. He had such a huge lead to begin with, and it's kind of continued to trend as we're looking at the stats. And so far, Rafa has done at least 850 more damage in comparison. His item control, so 19 of the items, and his rail. Both players have had very good rails. 56% of Rafa versus the 50% of Nosfa. So both these players have had a really good shot off in terms of a lot of these fights, but it just hasn't been going Nosfa's way. Again, some great rails, 2 for 2 there, just cleaning up Rafa. He's going to see if he can find out what path he's going to take. He's assuming he's going to go around the shotgun to LG, but sadly, he thought wrong. 40 seconds left. 8 fat frags were required. Not going to happen here, 40, but again, a very good series, especially in those first 2 maps from Nosfa.
Yeah, a little brutal. Rafa back to form here. Nosfa trying to fight his way out. Shotgun blast is going to be enough. Just a little bit around the corner. 14-5. As the first 2 maps incredibly close. Nosfa pushed the champ to the limits, but the third one, Rafa shows why he's Rafa. Comes out on top, takes the clean sweep, and well, Nosfa kind of looks like a birthday candle the way he just got blown out. But I mean, the first 2 maps were fantastic. So, and there's the belt. That's what we want. That's what we want to see. Is there a better ending screen on that? I don't know. I think that's the way that should have ended. Unfortunate for Nosfa on map number 3. Those first 2 were incredible though. Like, you have to hand it to Nosfa. Yeah, he went the full 86 miles on those first 2 maps, and that was an incredible display. Just barely getting edged out, but Rafa takes the third one convincingly.
Mate, he could have taken the series, if anything. Like, if he took those first 2 maps, we could be seeing, Nosfa with a huge amount of momentum going forward. But the fact that he was winning both those maps and then was trailing behind, and then it's just on the first map on Ruins, all I'm thinking of is the fact that when he had a 3 frag lead, and then Rafa just got him on spawn again and again. You know, coming from that 5 frags, from a 3 frag deficit up to 2 frags up, and was just doing everything in his power to make Nosfer's life hell. It was a real shame. Just every 50-50 Nosfer took on spawn, and that's the time where he fell off. He's like, oh, that was a shame. But, you know, I'm not going to complain, because he managed to get it anyway. And even on the second map, it was back and forth. Both these players had great rails, great LGs. Their accuracy just overall was just mind-boggling, like, with what they can do on all these maps. But XR, it seems like Rafa is kind of his pedestal here. We saw him play Zanaku on it, and Zanaku couldn't really put up much of a fight on XR, quite similar to how we've seen things here. So Rafa is establishing that meta. We'll have to see what they can do in the future, but looking very, very good. I'm nice to see Nosfer make a large amount of improvements to his gameplay overall, even if he did lose to Series 3-0.
Definitely. You can kind of see Nosfer's like, okay. This isn't like the first 2 maps. I don't like this feeling. But yeah, I think it might just be reps on the map for Nosfer. Again, it might, maybe Heavy Champ might have helped a little bit too. As he could play kind of more the style that we know that he likes to play, where he has a Heavy Champ, he has the stack advantage, he can play a little more aggressive, take more risks because he has more of that stack to burn through. I feel like that really lends itself to how Nosfer loves to play, up close and personal, getting in your face, making you hit all your shots. Unfortunately on this one, couldn't get away from Rafa. Rafa shows the world why he's still the reigning champion, 14-5 to take that series 3-0. And yeah, puts the stamp on it. And I don't want to feed any conspiracy theories or anything, but you know, there's some people out there that think that maybe the lack of power from Rafa is because he cut his hair. I don't know. I'm not feeding that. I'm just putting that out there. Just something for you to chew on, because we have 2 more sets and we will be joined by the legendary DJ Wheat. But we're going to take a quick break. You can read those conspiracy theories, grab some snacks, drinks. Lethal and I will return shortly with the legend and 2 more sets. So stay tuned. Been a long day of Quake, and we still have 2 featured matches remaining. I am 40 Lines, joined by Lethal, and you know what? Why don't we bring in Papa Wheat right off the bat, as we got 2 heavy-hitting matches left to go through. Wheat, how have you been? How are you feeling?
Good, feeling good. Been great. I was telling you, gentlemen, before I spent a few hours this morning getting ready for a snowstorm that's heading our ways, but good thing it doesn't snow in the Quake arena. I'm here. I'm excited for the 2 matches we've got. We've got two different players that have yet to play in stage in week 3 of stage 2. Well, I guess obviously in any week of stage 2, but both Cooler and Dramus making their premiere today. I'm excited to see how it's going to play out.
Yeah, it's going to be fantastic to see Cooler. I think there's been a lot of questions in terms of his performance and whether he's going to have that kind of return to his kingdom, so to speak. He's a little shaky last stage, but you never know. He was grinding. I think he was grinding earlier this morning before we even started the broadcast. So he's probably locked and loaded and ready. CNZ coming off a rough loss to Avik. I believe he dropped 3-0 earlier last week, so that's a little brutal, but this should be a good matchup between these two.
Yeah, it should be indeed. It depends what kind of Cooler we're going to get, His level of inconsistencies can depend on how much he plays and how much he's pressurized. For example, because of his battle for survival in the last stage in the last 4 weeks, I think it was, he just went on a clean sweep throughout most of his players. So he obviously has it in him. It's just when he wants to initiate it, showing his final form. But CNZ, he has been riding the struggle bus quite a lot over the last couple of stages in terms of his performance. But then again, it's not really saying much anyway. CNZ is still also a very, very strong, well-rounded player. And you saw it in the last stage in the EU region. Every single player was within a map or half a map in terms of win, in terms of trying to stay alive in the Pro League. So anything can happen. And I think between these two, it was actually between these two in the last stage to see who is going to have to fight for their spot in Pro League again. So I think this match is still very, very important. It's still very, very early days. I know we've got 10 weeks left, but you've got to think about the future if this actually does happen again, as another reoccurrence.
Yeah, I completely agree with what you said, Lethal, in terms of what are we going to see out of Cooler, right? I think everyone right now is really kind of nervous. I want to spend my points. I want to predict here, but not even sure which way to go. I mean, CNZ, I feel like in stage 1 started off strong after coming in through Challenger, and really, in my opinion, is struggled a little bit near the end. Then still came out on top. Cooler. The story of Cooler continues to be more of a roller coaster with lots of ups and lots of downs. And I know there are a ton of Cooler fans that are looking for him to get back on that horse and really find the Cooler that we know and love. Are we going to get that Cooler this week? I'm really excited to hear that he has been playing, has been sort of grinding out some games. I would like to see that Cooler, but I think that there's also many fans that remain on the fence with a giant question mark above their heads, and I think that is really the storyline here today.
Well, let's hop into the picks and bans and see if that'll sway any skepticism in the chat. As we see Molten Falls, Deep Embrace, Runes of Sarnath. We got CNZ on Strogan Peaker versus the Sorlag, Ranger versus Anarchy, and Visor versus Aizen.
I'll start things up on saying I'm not surprised CNZ has banned Corrupted Keep because Cooler's been looking very, very strong. He's also very good on Blood Covenant, but of course Blood Covenant isn't here anymore, so sadly for him, one of his better maps isn't in the map pool. He's banned Exile as well. I'm not too sure if it's the fact that he hasn't got enough experience as of yet, or maybe he's just not too keen on it. We're not really too sure. And the fact that we're seeing Molten Falls to start off with for CNZ, no surprise there. In terms of map picks, I would say that CNZ has a huge advantage. His better maps are Molten Falls and Ruins. Deep Embrace is kind of like 50-50 between the two players. And the fact that with Molten Falls, you've got CNZ more of mobility in terms of the stroke against the Sorlag. He does have the Sorlag as well to do that, but with the slight Peaker advantage, we'll have to see what he can do to abuse that later on in that first map. And the second map, no kill, which is a little bit of a surprise, more to the fact that Cooler's actually banned out the kill, which is perfectly understandable. He just want to deal with that big boy anyway. And then on the final map, we have the Visor versus the Eisen. Pretty standard picks on Ruins. You know, sometimes we see Visor a lot, sometimes we don't. It depends who they're playing against. But he's also banned the Nyx. So we can see a lot of players from Cooler, you know, contesting for that heavy with the turret down below. And CNZ waiting patiently to choose his right moment to execute any engagements with that piercing sight.
Yeah, I you know, we saw quite a few Exile games today. In fact, more than I think we've seen every week. But I'm not surprised to see that banned by Cooler, as this is his first match back in Stage 2. But I do expect that we'll continue to see that map a little bit more. So not really surprised by the picks, and frankly, by the champion or the map picks, and also by the bans. But I still don't know, you know, where I land here. I'm really curious to hear if anyone else has a pretty confident prediction that they'd like to throw out here.
I don't know about me, but I'm just looking at the chat predictions, and chat has spoken. They believe King Cooler is right around the corner.
All right.
Waiting to lay waste to CNZ. But, you know, what do they know? I don't know. No, it should be a close one. It should be a close one. I'm hoping the set is tight because, you know, it's just more fun if we can get like a 25-minute sudden death game.
Yeah.
But Lethal, what about you? If we put you on the spot, are you gonna pick one, or are you gonna be a coward like I am?
Nah, I'm not gonna bail. Oh, it's fine. I'll give you an honest prediction, shall we say? I'll say if Cooler plays how he normally plays in terms of on form and what he normally does, it should be a 3-0. If he doesn't play on form, it's either going to go 2-1 either way.
All right.
I think that's fair.
I'll throw down here. Why not? Yeah, I'll say Cooler 2-1 as well.
Cooler 2-1. All right, well then I'll say CNZ 3-0 then, just to be a psycho.
How dare you?
All right.
How dare
Now
you?
we have a little
Put
bit
your
of
points
each
on
the
it, 40. Put your points
Yeah.
on it.
I think I missed the window. Darn.
Uh-huh.
Unfortunate for me. I'm doing a thing here, Weed. I can't, I
Fair.
can't multitask.
Fair.
But I think we're going to get into the game shortly. So for now, Lethal, why don't you just go grab a cup of tea, and Wheat and I can take our EU vacation that we can't actually take. How's that sound?
That's fine. I'm a coffee man, though.
All right, well, we got rid of him very fast. So, yeah, enjoy your coffee. Wheat, welcome back. It's always a pleasure to cast with you.
It is.
And looking forward to this one. I know you hold Cooler near and dear to your heart. So, hoping that he can return to form. We'll see.
I do need an invite to the game in case anyone is listening that might be able to issue me an invite. But, it comes down to how much Cooler's put into this. As a player over many, many years, 40, there's one thing that is certain, is that Cooler does not like to lose. In fact, I would say that most top tier Quake players, they share this similarity. They don't really enjoy losing. However, we haven't seen Cooler in the greatest of shape, where CNZ, we've definitely seen him not only make through Challenger, but fight his way through what would be a very tough European pool of Quake players. So I think there is anticipation that we want to see Cooler make his return. Last season, obviously Toxic lost out and lost his spot in the QPL. I know there's many old school fans that don't want to see a similar fate, and maybe this could be one of those moments in which that momentum really starts to swing in his favor.
Yeah, definitely wants to come out swinging and get those points on the board early, just in case something happens. I know we spoke with him last stage. He's pretty honest. He's pretty blunt about it. I'm not playing my best game. There's some stuff going on. I'm not really getting the practice in. Hopefully all of that stuff has been, dealt with and everything is cool and he can start grinding again and get back to form. That's exactly what we all want to see, but it really depends. I mean, life happens sometimes, so we'll see. This is going to be his kind of debut in Stage 2. And against CNZ, I mean, he's not a pushover, so it's going to be a rough one, especially given, if he has or hasn't had a lot of practice. I think that's going to sway immensely on how this series goes.
Yeah, and this is the first game of the stage for Cooler, and CNZ lost to Avic, who has been playing quite good. Lost 3-0. But in today's featured matches, we've got 2 players that have yet to really step into the arena for stage 2, Cooler being one of them, the other one being Dramus, as our second featured match is going to be Hang versus Dramus. But I feel like this one's a little bit closer in terms of how it could be called, really coming down to how's CNZ feeling, and then how, what we're going to see out of Cooler. But, I really wish we could have seen the new maps, but also understand that players want to feel comfortable. If Cooler is kind of really easing back into it, and along with CNZ, I'm not surprised to see that one banned. But I've been pretty impressed with some of the games that we've seen so far in Exile.
Yeah, I mean, to that same point, if Cooler wins or loses, it's kind of like there was no surprise, necessarily. It's kind of like these are maps that I've played, seasons after season. So it should be, like you said, he's more comfortable on it. If he loses, it might be just a straight up, like, I got outplayed kind of a situation instead of I didn't know the map, or I haven't gotten the reps on the map. So this is
right,
more true to, their skill level currently. We're just fixing up some things in the background, guys. Be a little patient. We're going to get into it. I know you're all foaming at the mouth, but just calm down. Okay. It's just
I gotta ask. I didn't get a chance to watch the first couple games. I kind of was in and out on that one. But what's been your favorite matchup so far today?
So I think it was interesting to see Maxter pop off the way he did against Dewey and take that 3-0. And the last game, Nosfa, for me, was insane. Watching that performance on the first 2 maps. Yeah, Exile just kind of was a blowout, but those first 2 maps, seeing, anytime you see Rafa get pushed to the limits like that, especially within the Americas, where he's kind of known to be the end boss with the Americas, but Nosfa has stepped up and pushed him to the limits. Zanaku taking a map off of him already, that's kind of mind-blowing to me. And it's a testament to how everyone is practicing, grinding, and they want to be competitors, worldwide. And I love to see it.
I love to see it too. And good news, I see green in my Quake client, which means that we are about ready to get started here in just a moment. This is the first of 2 featured matches. First one is going to be on the EU side. It's CNZ versus Cooler. Cooler's premiere. He's come back and here in week 3 of stage 2. And so how will he do? Well, he's unranked right now, but this will be able to put him up on the board. And then CNZ currently in the last rank, number 9, but he has a chance too to potentially take the series and start to move up, see if he can get a little bit further along in this stage than he did in the previous stage. But want to say also thank you for everyone joining us here on a Sunday. No better day to play. Actually, any day is a good one to play Quake, but Quake Sunday is my favorite, 40.
Absolutely. Everyone here for the Sunday sermon, appreciate you, and thanks for the patience. We're going to get into it. Map number 1 between these 2, CNZ and Cooler. We are live, DJ Weed.
Yes, we are. Molten Falls is going to be the map that we're going to kick off on, watching through CNZ's eyes to kick things off. And I think, as always with this particular map, the pacing of this game will be dictated here in the opening moments. And a quick rail comes out, but look at this. Cooler getting super aggro, throwing down the spit in that very, very tight choke point, and getting the first frag as a result of it, but coming right back with the Peaker annihilation there. Does a lot of damage versus Cooler, but CNZ, no armor at all. Will he go down to a second frag right away? He does. The first 30 seconds, we see a very strong Cooler up 2-0.
Yep, Cooler fans smiling in the chat right now. As that first fight was a little messy, CNZ up close and personal couldn't really do any rocket damage because he exploded. So kind of just had to sit there and take it. And then the second one, Cooler just catching him out at the heavy, getting the item. So really strong start from Cooler here. Looking to tack on more. I think he may have heard CNZ here too.
I think so as well. And chat's commenting on all the trophies in Cooler's background. I like that. The intimidation factor is very high today, 40 Lions, as he wants to make him known, like, I am a Quake champion, have been one for a very long time. Proves it again here in the, just after that first minute with a 3rd frag. And so far, 40, just looking very confident, playing smart. Of course, as I say that, CNZ doing the right thing. Nail gun in the back hallway. Spit goes down, does do a little bit of damage, but he picks up his first frag here in the game.
Peaker comes out up close and personal. CNZ needs to convert, and the shotgun's too strong from Cooler. And yeah, you gotta love that flex. It's like all those trophies. It's like, oh, these old things?
Yeah.
Good rail from Cooler. CNZ will take the Mega and the 50 shard, making his way back to the Heavy. The split between the items about 6 seconds. Lots of time before this Heavy comes up here. CNZ almost gets some rocket damage. Cooler needs to think twice. Let's get away. There's the spit, but the LG strong. CNZ almost gets taken out again. He's very, very weak. Cooler might be able to press in on this. Looks like he's just trying to line up a shot, maybe do some damage on the pickup.
Ooh, interesting. Decided to actually turn around and leave that. Is going to leave the Heavy to CNZ, but forces out the Peaker, which is not too bad here for Cooler. Means he can get up close and personal, give him a little kiss if he tries. And here he goes. He's going to give it a shot. And it does exactly that. It's a kiss that hurt. It comes in the form of a shotgun 40 Lions, but it's going to be 5th frag for Cooler. And I just have to say, making an initial comment here, I know we're only 2.5 minutes into map number 1, but I feel like we're seeing a strong Cooler play here.
Yeah, absolutely. I would agree. I think Lethal's probably somewhere saying, you know, this is huge because this is CNZ's one of his stronger maps, and Cooler's just asserting dominance right now. 6-1 early on, hitting all the shots he needs. There's one rail, almost looking for another one. CNZ has to think twice before serving that one up. But this is the Cooler that we want to see. He's playing tactical. He's hitting his shots. He's aggressive when he needs to be. And he's just playing really, really well. Using that spit super well, zoning out, dealing with the Peaker perfectly. He could even push in off this if he wanted to. Now he gets the extra spit damage. That was a fantastic rocket from CNZ. The read on that was brilliant.
Very, very much so. I thought that actually the rail was going to hit, but the rocket did win on that one. Cooler now setting up at the Heavy, has just picked it up, but going to wait here. There might be an opportunity for CNZ to move in here, and Cooler catching his opponent by surprise. Spit is back up, so he is ready with that. And he, Mega and Heavy are going to spawn around the same time, and Cooler not really sure where CNZ is at this point. If we just peek over, we do see a nice rail by Cooler. Peaker does come out, going to try to follow up with the second rail. Spit goes down and is doing some damage, but he'll just decide to retreat, grab that Mega, and get ready for the fight yet again. Another good rail coming out by CNZ, and those are the rails I think he really needs to hit for it. He coming through that teleporter, though. CNZ does land the rocket, despite being bounced up, is very low off the spawn, and so we'll have to be very careful here. Oh my gosh, is almost or does hit that rail, but almost gets hit with one on his own. Now Cooler sitting on top of Heavy. He's going to come out with that LG. Heavy is still up. Peaker coming in, huge damage, and Cooler is very low. Both players, they need to go off and lick those wounds because they are not in shape to fight quite yet.
Cooler had the right idea too, almost baiting him to kind of get a better angle and then pouncing on him with the LG, but CNZ's so smart, and now he gets him. Tries to catch him out, does Cooler with the spit and the shotgun, but no dice. CNZ survives that one, puts another frag on the board, and he's only down 3 halfway through.
Yeah, I mean, after having a 5 frag deficit 40, that's pretty a good spot to be. I mean, CNZ's not going to let that really come into play. And good LG catch by CNZ on Cooler as he dropped down from the top. Mega is up, and that is going to save Cooler's life. In fact, that rail as well will put CNZ in a huge amount of danger, down to 18 points of health before he picks up those 250s. And Peaker around the corner, but it won't stop Cooler getting right up in CNZ's face again to grab his 7th frag and to reset things here on Molten Falls.
Just doing a really good job of using that stack advantage. Needs to be able to get some more items under his belt so he can keep pushing that advantage as he uses the jump pad. Tries to get the spin around the rockets. There's a rocket jump. Mega will go to CNZ, and he picks him out of the sky with the shotgun.
Pull! Straight up into the air. Shotgun right out. 3 frags up now. CNZ, can he use the next minute and this advantage that he's got here to potentially close this gap a little bit? Cooler doing the right thing with the aerial advantage, landing some nice rockets, but somehow CNZ survives and manages to get the damage that he needed with that LG, and it is now a 2 frag game, and pretty surprising. I mean, we sat here and talked about Cooler looking good, Cooler looking confident, but let's take a moment and talk about CNZ really keeping himself together here and bringing this game back, not quite in his favor yet, but much closer and within grasp.
Ooh, and Cooler with a little bit of misdirection there, not afraid to use the rocket jump into the spit and takes down CNZ. Did not expect that at all.
Oh, that was just melted butter right there. I mean, between the LG and the spit, it just watched his life go from 100 to 0 in just no time at all. And that one extra frag will be pretty comfortable, I think, for Cooler. And we've got a nice match here, really, to be honest with you. I thought the way that Cooler was started is he was going to really be putting on all, or not putting on all the stops, and a very, very nice patience for Cooler as he waits for CNZ to come up through that teleporter. 9th frag, and this is where it gets a little scary. CNZ, he was bringing it back 40, but now he's in a position down by 4. Clock's ticking away. 2.5 minutes remaining. He's got to be careful here.
Cutoff is so good from Cooler. Into the shotgun, he misses the blast somehow, but he redeems himself on the second one. Only need a little bit of chip damage, but that was terrifying. CNZ comes out. Is he going to knock him off the map? He's going to knock him into the air at the very least. 10 HP. Cooler survives, gets the frag, and at the very least steals the heavy, even if he gets refrag. There it is. But he did steal away the heavy, keeping CNZ's stack low. And he steals the mega, and that's brutal right there. Spit into shotgun. CNZ doesn't really have any options. Has to fight to the death, and 2 minutes left. We up 6. Cooler looking like a king.
It was really starting to come back in CNZ's favor, but Cooler, as a champion, you know, knows what to do when he is ahead and his opponents catching back up. Some good plays out of Cooler here. I really like how he is deciding to use Spit and LG. We just saw it by the Mega. We've seen it in a couple close quarters as well. It's going to battle here at the Mega once again. LG's coming out on both sides, and Cooler is the better LG. 6-13 now, looking to put this game into the history books as a win for Cooler here. CNZ, I mean, played nicely, right? Based off of what we've seen, I would not be surprised to see some, you know, close games as we move on. And you mentioned that this is a map that CNZ usually does very well on and dominates, but Cooler has absolutely come to play. The 14th frag for him, 8-14 with 1 minute left to go.
Yeah, big statement here from Cooler. Again, coming off the break, kind of the debut for Stage 2 for him. Getting a win on the first map is going to be huge, as he's going to take this momentum going into Deep Embrace. Hopefully, for Cooler fans, adding another win into the W column. There's a little bit of a skirmish. I don't know how he's still alive, and there it is. The spit finally takes him out. CNZ hoping he repeaked. Cooler had no intention of repeaking, knowing that he was getting melted. With 20 seconds just about left, this one goes Cooler's way, and all the fans in chat, I'm sure, are happy. The predictions were correct, Wheat.
Yeah, they were. People are protecting those points today. And nice way for Cooler to start his Stage 2 debut here in Week 3 with 10 seconds left to go. This first game will go to Cooler, and we'll be moving on to Deep Embrace soon, which I'm excited to see because this is a different type of map, right? A different type of pacing compared to Deep Embrace. And based off of what we just saw there, I'm absolutely curious to see what will happen as these two collide in a action-packed small box in which you are given weapons and just put into to fight. And I like that one of my favorite maps that we've seen here over the last couple of stages. But congratulations to Cooler in his debut map. He does manage to pick up a win versus CNZ. CNZ, though, had a decent comeback there. Was starting to stack it up. His house of cards was being built, only to have Cooler come in and be like, "It's nice," but whoosh, and he knocks it over to take the win.
Yeah, absolutely does. And just asserting dominance, running away with the lead, and hopefully running with the momentum into Deep Embrace again. For Cooler fans, this is exactly what you want to see. For CNZ fans, you kind of want them to bounce back a little bit. Deep Embrace, it's going to be Ranger versus Anarchy. Ranger on CNZ. And I don't know in terms of advantage. I feel like the orb is going to be huge in close combat. The burst potential is huge, but Anarchy, the speed on Deep Embrace, especially off the spawn, if Cooler gets a clean kill, he can run the map. He can get a couple, maybe 2-3 spawn frags just based on the speed.
Yeah, 40. I mean, when I said 2-1 to Cooler, this would have been the reason why the 1 went over. I mean, we'll just have to see, right? But Deep Embrace, position is huge. Aggression, very important. However, I'm not so certain about anarchy play on this particular map. I mean, what you mentioned absolutely could come to fruition and be what we see, but I think that orb kind of has a big advantage here on Deep Embrace. We'll just have to see how that actually plays out. But you know, I don't question Cooler, right? I mean,
Nobody should question the king. We'll see. We'll see. He's got something up his sleeve, but something that we always forget, at least I always forget to speak about with Ranger, is his passive as well. The rocket jump's not taking as much self-damage.
sure.
He could traverse the map just as quickly to close in on that anarchy and maybe get some spawn frags of his own. Never mind the rail lineups off the spawn. So it should be an interesting one. It should be hopefully a little closer than Molten Falls, but you know, if Cooler wants to be the king, he's going to assert dominance again, and he wants another blowout.
Well, chat is saying Cooler is still the king after his map 1 win. And it looks like, well, we're going to see. It's still going back and forth. You've got time right now to make those predictions in chat. So protect your points or give some free points away back to the channel. We're going to find out who will win here shortly. Yeah, second map, Deep Embrace. Third map is going to be Ruins. No Exile here today, but we did see it several times today. It's just nice. It's nice. I'm enjoy watching it play out.
Yeah, super great map. Again, shouts to Sync Error for making all the pitfalls. You love to see it. Players probably hate it, but you know, as a spectator, you love to see it. You know, watch out for that jump. Oh, you fell. You cratered. That's terrible.
Yeah.
How sad for them. But it's great as a spectator. We'll see. Deep Embrace also has some pitfalls of its own. You could fall off the map. There's that spot under the stairs that I always forget about, into the deep black hole pit of death. But these players are way too experienced for that. CNZ versus Cooler, map number 2.
It still happens. It still happens.
It still happens.
You know,
happens
we
to the
see
best
it.
of us.
My favorite's the little pit near Mega. You know, just that rail that shoots you into it. It's brought me many laughs. But
Oh, yeah.
all right, we're kicking things off. Cooler. We're looking through his eyes as he is going to pick up the Mega. And let's see how he's going to attack this one using raw speed, going up against what I would say is the positional power here of CNZ. And, you know, this is definitely a matchup that I am very curious to see how this will play out. But Cooler deciding he wants to fight here right in the middle using mostly Super Shotgun and LG. And look at him just pounding away, unfortunately getting hit with not one but 2 rails, and now still chasing 40 despite the fact that was popped and incredibly low from those rails from CNC. Is now going to have to battle. It goes down to the 250s and almost dies. Somehow we don't have our first frag.
Yeah, unbelievable. Cooler almost had him. I think he had CNZ down to 5 HP, maybe. Now CNZ on top. 225s go to Cooler, and the inject looking a little bit better, but still wants some armor. There's a rocket jump up to contest this heavy. CNZ with the orb gets right on top of it. Big rockets from Cooler, though. 11 HP, needs to be so careful.
Oh, this is a tough position. I'm actually surprised. Look at the damage that Cooler has done, though. He still manages to get away. Oh,
Wow.
my God. 6 points of health, 40, and somehow pulls out that heavy machine gun to get the first frag, but in the danger zone. Off of the spawn, LG comes out from CNZ. He takes a lot of damage, but does manage to tie this game up, getting that frag against Cooler. Cooler immediately going over and grabbing that rail, knowing that one could put an end to CNZ's life. But we're tied up here in what is definitely an interesting action-packed matchup here on Deep Embrace.
And he missed that rail. He was going so fast he couldn't hit the brakes to actually pick up the rail. So Cooler only has rockets and heavy machine gun. CNZ has to know that, knowing that the railgun was up way too early after Cooler passed, so he could use that to his advantage. He makes his way back over to the heavy. He should be able to get a free shot off here, but Cooler, good use of heavy machine gun, but the dire orb comes up short. He's going to rocket jump after it anyway. He says, you know what, I got the passive. This is fine. I got the plan B, and CNZ takes that frag up 2-1.
Yeah, that was, you know, a little sloppy, but I guess a good way to recover. And this is the, you know, this is the thing. I mean, that mostly came down to Cooler not having ammo, right? It was, I think, forced to... Oh, there it is!
Wow.
Oh my God. Someone in chat was also saying, like, hey, someone clip it when Cooler falls into that pit. There you go. Clip it, boys.
Oh, man. And now CNZ, another LG frag, up 3-0. Oh boy, wait.
That's rough. That is rough, right? I mean, a great start to this matchup. Cooler was avoiding a lot of that damage, but this is the part, this is what scares me about this particular matchup, because coming back from behind, you got that orb, Cooler makes some nice shots like this, continue to get that damage from down below. That'd be great, but he's got a really, really steep hill to climb here.
Yeah, this could snowball out of control right now, CNZ. Looking to extend, and Cooler, you don't want to drop there. Good shotgun work could actually turn this around, and he does! I have no idea how Cooler did that. He got the drop on him, 2 free shots, and that was enough to put him up over the edge. 4-1. As Cooler tries to fight his way back. He's not happy about how this is going right now at all. 4 minutes in, down by 3. He's looking to try and even this up.
I think you can see it in his play too. It's almost like there's more urgency to his play, but not like the good kind. More I'm getting a little frustrated, and he does manage to get that frag back. It's a 4-frag game. There's still a lot of time. But there's a few things happen. Missed a rocket jump, is like trading a lot here, and unfortunately, let's see what he does. Can he land a rail through the boards? Looks like no, but that rocket can hit, and Cooler very low. Wow, the flick rail through the teleporter. Now we see Cooler to go get the light. Doesn't manage to get the 250s right there. Another dire orb fail. What is going on, 40?
I don't know, but Cooler's just hitting all these rails and almost...
What?
Oh my god, Cooler. Almost sends him in the Grand Canyon, but instead just takes his soul and then claims the Mega, and wow. Just like that, 2 rockets to the face takes out Anarchy.
This is a bonkers matchup that we're seeing here. Definitely some emotion into this play, which is fine. It's okay. I'm okay with it. But 6-2, still a 4-frag game. LG coming out, Dire Orb on top of the Mega. Unfortunately, that does not work out, and CNZ's Dire Orbs have not been super awesome in this particular game. And look at this. There's that speed coming into play, 40, as uses a rocket jump and then Anarchy speed to really get the position on top of that heavy. However, the fight will continue on here in the middle. Couple of nice direct rockets coming out there. CNZ is very, very low. Cooler on the hunt now, but cannot finish him off.
That rail right during the Mega pickup, that's brutal. He will have injects, so Cooler might be able to close in on this. He does do a little bit rocket jump to try and defend this heavy, but CNZ is just right there to steal it away.
Cooler has not picked up a single heavy in this matchup, which is pretty impressive considering what he has done without it, relying mostly on that light, but deprioritizing it. CNZ with a great rail over by the rail, 7-3. He's up by 4, less than 4 minutes left to go. And these rockets, too, they are just killing Cooler. He comes around the corner, gets bounced up with one. That did an incredible amount of damage, and Cooler now starting to see this game slip away a little bit. So there's still a lot of time. But every frag just appears to be really frantic. Another round the corner rocket and another one. And Cooler is just taking a beating here.
Just really good reads, really good rockets from CNZ right now. Cooler can't really do much. Doesn't have the answer. Maybe the rail just missing above the shoulder here. Now we're getting to the point where CNZ can just play really defensive. About 3 minutes left, just over. He will pick up the Mega, and there's a great orb, but fantastic tracking from Cooler to get that rail. There's a rocket jump up, and there's the shotgun, and that kind of aggressive, ballsy play is what Cooler needs.
Yeah, and now he needs some just really smart aggression here. If he can continue to get the frags, definitely he's got the speed to try to find those conversions, but he's got to be really careful. Going to try to get his second heavy of the game, which he does, and needs to definitely be denying this for the next 3 minutes of this map. But here is exactly what CNZ can do. Play a little cheeky around these pillars, and nice rail coming out as well. Some good damage issued by Cooler, but is it enough to use the orb to escape away? Cooler gonna have to get down, goes and grabs the light. It's another great rail and a second follow-up. 8-5, 3-frag game, but this is where it's gonna be very important. Can he convert any of these frags to make up the difference that he needs.
So much LG damage from up top from CNZ. Gets a free mega out of it. Cooler's not going to be happy about that one. Inject up shortly, 2 minutes left, down 3. Cooler just looking for any kind of opening he can get. There's the inject for a little bit of insurance. The heavy's going to be up in 8 seconds, and this is going to be an important one for Cooler.
It is. I don't think he's going to be able to go over and get it. He's going to drop down. There's his opponent right there. A lot of LG coming up by CNZ, and a little slow on the uptick there, 40, as he looked around the corner. I think was a little surprised to see CNZ just sitting there. He admired him as he was being electrocuted by that LG, and then unfortunately fell. And that might have actually sealed the deal here for CNZ. He is definitely playing a bit more defensive. They're using that Diorb as a way to escape, steals away the heavy once again, has Cooler down very, very low. And despite Cooler hitting some really, really important rails, shooting a 61% rail, that just wasn't enough to claim victory here in this matchup. 4 frags separating these two, 1 minute left to go, and I think CNZ pulls this one out.
Yeah, the Diorb really the difference maker for this one. These rockets just denying Cooler any kind of shot, and the trade comes out, but too little too late. You can't help but feel like as Cooler is going to get taken on map number 2, and CNZ ties it at 1 apiece in the series.
I think it's aspirational to kind of theory craft around what Anarchy might be able to do on this map, but I have to say I do think a lot of this came down to the champion pick. Clearly the Dire Orb much more advantageous here in this matchup, and despite the fact that Cooler did try to make it work out for himself, that is simply not the case, and we're going to be taking it to map number 3 to find out who takes the series. This one's going to be on Ruins, Visor on CNZ, and Eisen for Cooler. And there it is, final score 10-7, a little bit closer in the final score than the actual map meant to be, but it all kind of went downhill, 40, after that suicide near Mega, where that first frag was picked up by Cooler and then taken away just like that.
Yep, brutal. Sync error off, smiling, of course. He just gets a tingle every time that happens. He's like, ooh, what was that? But yeah, a really good bounce back from CNZ on this map to take this, send us to the 3rd to see who's going to take the series. And yeah, I wonder if the Anarchy play can be pulled off. Maybe a little bit, you know, alterations to some of the gameplay, maybe some of the plans. Maybe even Scale Bear. I know how much you like him. Would have been a better pick. But there it is. And Cooler's like,
I mean, technically, I might have actually gone for that one here. I don't know. I think maybe a good pick, but not versus Ranger, not against the Dire Orb. Like, clearly you need something that's going to be able to give you help around that heavy and around the middle area, where we saw CNZ pretty much play most of that game. And although the rails were definitely on, you know, we saw how many heavies CNZ had control of that whole game, and it was a lot. He was collecting armor like they were baseball cards. That didn't work out too good for Cooler. So I like, though, that we're 1-1 into the final match. 40 means that we're going to find out in the 3rd and final map who is going to take this series. Important one for both of them, as this Cooler's debut, and CNZ already down 0-1 in series scores after his loss to Avix. So we'll have to see as we move on to Ruins.
yeah, big one as the predictions are pouring in from chat. A lot more even on this one. That last map put people on notice. Some people lost their life savings on that one, Wheat. So they like,
did.
God, I can't believe it. But like you said, map number 3, this is going to be the decider for the series. We got Ruins of Sarnath. We got Visor on CNZ and Eisen for Cooler. I feel like we might see some of that standard Eisen play down with the turret, setting up traps near the heavy, but maybe Cooler has a little bit something different in store for CNZ. We'll see.
Yeah, and given both of these games, you know, I'm really curious to see both players. Their rail's been on, but Cooler's rail has been exceptionally great today. Could be very advantageous for him, as we often see players that are shooting very high percentages of rail accuracy be able to control areas of ruins that they want to. But here we go, ruins for the third and final map. Who's going to take it? Will it be Cooler in his debut? Well, it probably won't be, because we don't see him in the game yet. So we might have to hold off a little bit. Well, yeah, might be taking a lap. I think we're going to have to reload this one. We'll see in a second here. But again, happy that we're tied up here 1-1. I think a lot of people are hoping, maybe Cooler might be able to pull out a 3-0, but you got to show that respect for every player that's in the QPL. There's absolutely situations where everyone can take a map, and it's hard to do, what Rafa did last stage in sort of an undefeated map streak. That already been broken here in stage 2 with only a couple of European players potentially available to be able to take that away from Rafa, but we'll have to see.
I think Razy, right? How fitting would that be if Razy does it this time? Man, I
think that'd be a pretty great narrative, right? Especially because Rafa in his interviews has said, hey, Razy's playing as good as I've seen him play, and that means that I need to be upping my game because, right, like, he says that there's a lot of players that he feels are close on his heels in terms of being able to take those series away. And although we haven't seen it happen yet, I would say Razy's definitely the closest.
Yeah, that grand final should go down in history forever because of Razy's performance. But back to modern day CNZ versus Cooler, map number 3. Cooler's just going to hop back in here. I think he just needed to take a stretch, maybe rub some trophies all over him and just be like, all right, you're still the king. You got this. It's okay. So
yeah, we'll I agree. Just take a shower. So he just throws them all on the bed, and then actually that would hurt. I don't feel like that would be painful. You don't want to jump like bathing in Legos, 40 Lion. It's just not. It might seem like it's a good idea, and then it's not. But yeah, those intimidating trophies from many, many years of playing Quake. I'm sure trophies from around the world as well. Impressive.
Oh yeah. An absolute legend, looking to get back to form as we hear it. I think we're going to get into the game. I think everything's all set. Should be in shortly. But yeah, trophies from around the world. Hopefully we'll get to a point where we can do it again. We'll get there. Baby steps. But yeah, map number 3, CNZ versus Cooler. I think the predictions are locked now. So points are on the board, chat. Let's see what you got. And also thanks for tuning in. Thanks for sticking around. Sundays are for Quake. And if you missed anything, go back, watch the VOD. First of all, shame on you. Second of all, go back, watch the VOD. And third of all, quake.pglesports.com for all the stats, all the maps, money, anything you want to dig into. If you're a stat geek, go ahead. I'm not shaming. I'm just stating it's there. Enjoy it. All the schedule and everything is there. So big shouts to PGL for that. And yeah, map number 3. This is going to be the decider. Who's going to take the series? Is CNZ going to bounce back after a pretty brutal loss last week? Or is Cooler going to make his mark in his debut for stage 2? This is it. Right here, Ruins of Sarnath.
Yeah, 71% say Cooler is going to take it. Other 29 say nope, it's CNZ, and we're going to be starting off in CNZ's view as he's going to pop that piercing sight right away to say, hey, am I good to come over here and grab the Mega? And absolutely was the answer. So it doesn't really give him any intel, doesn't set up that Cooler coming in very aggressive with the LG, but look at that, CNZ holding his ground and doing a great job there, picking up the first frag in the first 30 seconds of this matchup. Like the aggression, unfortunately did not work out here for Cooler, and he's going to have to figure out a new game plan.
Yeah, crazy. I think Cooler hit a rail in like the first 15 seconds of this map. But CNZ takes the frag, takes the lead, and now he's playing real slow, has all the information he needs based on the vision, catches a glimpse of Cooler as he goes by, and there's Timmy popping off. So now Cooler knows exactly where CNZ is. This is going to slow things down a little bit as they're right on the opposite side of the wall, and CNZ should have heard that drop.
Oh, yeah, and definitely just stayed very patiently behind that wall, try to give himself an advantage, and here that Mega is going to be up. A lot of spam coming in here from Cooler, but nice job, CNZ. Look at that fight. He played off of the Mega, almost baited Cooler to come into it, grabbed it when he needed to, did leave that fight incredibly low, but that was a smart Mega Health battle there from CNZ.
Yeah, perfect use of the resources. Take the fight first, take some damage, and then pick up the Mega in the middle of the fight. Cooler has to do 200 plus damage, and he almost did, to his credit, but
he did.
CNZ takes that one as well. Up 2 with the vision, misses with the preemptive rail, almost getting it. Cooler kind of throwing Timmy down just to take the brunt of the initial nail gun and win himself the Mega, and that item should help Cooler maybe get back in on this as long as he can try and not take some damage. That LG so strong from CNZ.
Dude, the LG 53% LG right now for CNZ. Cooler is going to say, hey, but I got this weapon. It's called the rocket launcher. Does really well down there at the heavy. He picks it up, gets his first frag, but CNZ's lightning gun could absolutely be an equalizer here in this matchup. And Cooler going to be able to grab that Mega rocket jump coming out from CNZ. Or excuse me, CNZ grabs the Mega and a rocket jump from Cooler, and he is going to have to back off here. I'm switching over to Cooler. I didn't switch over there. But now is 2-1, just one frag separating these two. A great match so far.
Yeah, really unfortunate there, the positioning from Cooler. I don't know whether the rocket knocked him off or he just didn't want to take damage, but he drops, gives the Mega away to CNZ. CNZ now full control. Timmy goes down, a little bit of rocket as well, but CNZ makes it rain with those rockets and takes out Cooler before the Mega.
Yeah, I saw a little look of frustration there on Cooler's face after that one. Does a little bit of LG damage here from CNZ. The rail does come out, but it looks like the chase is going to be on. Oh, thought he went down to the heavy, but didn't, and decided to drop down. That gave CNZ an easy target to finish off with that LG, and now down to just 3 frag, or up to a 3 frag lead now. Cooler very low. CNZ is going to pick that one up, and I think that is where we're starting to see a little frustration coming out here by Cooler.
Down 4, still early too. CNZ looking to push the advantage as best he can, as this might be a free heavy. It looks like it is. Should have heard the turret deploy, so he should know there's a little present waiting around the corner. If the turret noise didn't give it away, the rocket certainly did. Vision is popped, so now he has all the information. Could get a preemptive rocket if Cooler's not careful.
Oh, he's been hitting those very, very nicely all day too. 40, like very good anticipation and patience on his part. CNZ is very low, but Cooler can't really do much from down below here. Does anticipate that rail, zooms in. Oh, a second one zoom in, perfect hit. And now CNZ is low. Can't quite make it up there, needed a couple more inches, but there is the rail to finish it off. And will this be the moment that now we could see a Cooler start to bring this back? He's got control over all the major items, gonna find his opponent down here in the lightning gun room, can't finish him off, gonna follow through that teleporter, still on the chase. Where's that LG? No, pulls out the rail, can't find it. Misses that one too. CNZ so very, very low. He's gonna drop down to the heavy. He's gonna be there. No, he knows that Cooler's gonna go for it and decides not to go, and Cooler just cannot find the follow-up to that frag.
Ooh, and just barely gets back down to CNZ, but Cooler takes full map control right at the halfway point, so Cooler can just catch him out. This is in the bag, as CNZ is just so weak right now. Living off the scraps, and there it is. Parts those cheeks with that railgun. 5-3 is Cooler, adding to his frag body count here, but still 2 down. Plenty of time. Andy has map control. This is going to be all Cooler here, but he needs to get back to the Mega. There's the rocket jump, and it doesn't land, and that is unfortunate. That is a huge momentum just boost for CNZ.
Yeah, those rocket jumps they feel the worst too. They don't feel good. But both players in a standoff. Oh, a little peek from CNZ. And quickly retreats back behind that wall. He's very, very low. There, the rail. Great rails coming out by Cooler. Still, he's shooting a 62% rail. That 48% still up there for the LG of CNZ. And now we're going to be back over to the Mega, but CNZ is going to steal that one away. No rails landed right there. Turret trying to do some damage. More Hyper Blaster coming out as well. And he knows exactly where he is. Big battle here. Direct rocket does hit that rail. And once again, CNZ's so low.
Such a good rail on the drop off from Cooler. Might die for this heavy. There's the rocket. Needs a little more damage. Cooler shouldn't give this one up. If he can get one good rocket and get in there, this is a frag for him. Around the corner, a little bit of LG. CNZ playing this really well, just wasting time. That rocket's going to land as well. Cooler, it's another one and can't hit the rail. CNZ will survive. That is incredible.
I mean, think about Cooler would be in the lead by 3 if all of these last hits that he has needed actually land. It's just another rail, and not commenting on his rail accuracy. It's been on all game, but you just think about all these moments where CNZ has just gotten away, just somehow snuck away. Another great rail. But CNZ, despite being very, very low, has already moved into a defensive posture here. Up by 2 frags. Can he hold on to this defensive style of play for the next 2 minutes?
Channeling his inner base, his teammate right now. Is Cooler just trying to find any kind of damage. What a shot. Threads the needle. Perfect read. Well done to Cooler. Still needs a frag, but that one's going to ease the tension just a little bit.
I really think so. That changes everything. I don't think CNZ can continue to play in this defensive style here, as Cooler's kind of figured that out. And what? No. What? How did CNZ not fire at him? I can't even believe it. Steals away the Mega too. Surprises everyone there. And can he continue to deny this? Railgun back in the far corner. The turret doing damage, but CNZ does get the frag, but Timmy gets the frag as well. It's still a 1-point game, but Cooler got all of the weaponry off of that spawn.
Wow, what a play there. Cooler going in, and he misses the rocket jump again. Unfortunate, but Timmy bails out Cooler and says, Papa, I got your back. 6-5. Pressure still on Cooler. Minute 30 left. CNC. Oh, this is super precarious. And look at that. Wow. Timmy pops off again, and the rockets are there. Now Cooler has to stack back up. He can breathe a little bit. We're tied,
We are tied. Heavy machine gun coming out. Oh my gosh. God. Rail does hit. CNC is on the retreat once again, down to 25 points of health. We are tied up here. That piercing sight is up. And it will be used immediately because he needs to be able to rearm and gear up here as he does grab another health. He's back up to 100 health, but no armor at all. And this is not... Oh, look at this. Cooler has an idea of where he is at over by that light. He does manage to... No, he misses that rocket. LG does come out. CNC incredibly low again. And Cooler, I feel like, could have just waited out the clock there. Force his opponent to come out, but instead he's going to grab the light, get ready for the heavy because it's popping up here. There it is. Cooler grabs it.
Yeah, Cooler, he knows that CNZ doesn't have any choice. He's going to deny all the items, starve CNZ, grab the last of the items, and get this frag before time, and that's the plan right here. CNZ has to pray. He has to play super defensive. He has to pray that Cooler doesn't find him, but Cooler, he knows. He's on to him right now, and now it's just a matter of trying to run and play super, super defensive and stay out of Cooler's sight.
Oh, yeah. CNZ, I think, is playing scared right now, knows that Cooler has map control, is trying to avoid him everywhere that he can. But Cooler, as long as he holds on to those majors, I think that he is in a better position to take this one as we see in CNZ continuously running away. The Mega is going to be picked up again. That is the second time now that Cooler's grabbing both of our major items, and we are officially in overtime here. Next frag is going to determine the winner. CNZ really needs just like a couple of beautiful rails and then go in for the kill, hopefully using that sharpened LG to get some damage done. But once again, Cooler could run this route all day long, and we might be here for a while. I don't know.
Yeah, CNZ not even going for that outside armor. He knows that Cooler knows that he wants that.
Yep.
So Cooler doing a great job of running the majors and still keeping tabs on the 250 shards here, and CNZ just playing the jump pad, and Cooler knows. He's like, you've been here before. There's the rocket from above and a little bit of a tickle, and Cooler says, hi, you're not going to get me the third time, and drops the hammer on him.
Very, very nicely done by Cooler, despite being down there at the, the opening of that game, really brought it back. Those pinpoint rails, ended up shooting a 50% rail gun with 16 shots. But think about those. Those 8 hits were crucial to victory in that particular map. And those are the rails that we love to see. Those are the rails that you expect Cooler to be able to pull off. And so many of them, 40 Lions, were just like, I can't believe he hit that one, anticipating his opponent's movement perfectly or where they were going to be. Even missed a few, right? Mentioned that it could have been a larger lead, I think, had he hit a few more of those, but still manages to pull it out, and he sees victory in his debut matchup.
Absolutely. Congrats to Cooler. I'm waiting on the clothing line, the way that he kind of thread those needles. But if you're a Cooler fan in the chat, you know that series got a little bit hairy. And speaking of hairy, why don't we bring him back? Lethal, what do you think about that set that we just saw?
That series was just phenomenal. It's exactly what we wanted, and we got it pretty much as what we expected too. And yeah, I think for you brought up a very good point. I was noticing as well during that last dying moments of that game. It's the fact that Cooler was baiting him to go for that light armor in the courtyard. He was baiting him so hard to hopefully just move out of position, because the defensive posture which Wheat was talking about is the fact that that heavy jump pad is one of the best places to hold that defensive style of play. And if you're in a bad spot, then you can go round. But Cooler was just waiting, biding his time, being so patient for him to actually make that move. And in the end, we knew that you could see from Cooler's perspective, and we saw there, CNZ was just, I feel like CNZ didn't want to shoot, was just due to the fact that he was hoping Cooler would go past him, then with his back turned, he could take the shot. So the patience did work, but Cooler had the game sense to go, right, okay, he's still definitely going to be there. But this is the play which ended it all. Cooler knew that he had to somehow sneak behind him, and there we go. Cooler with the finger bang.
Damn, the pop-off.
I love it.
Yeah.
I love it. If that's not clipped and gifted and used everywhere within 2 hours, then chat, you're doing it wrong. You're doing it wrong.
Bam. I like the slow fist pump into the firing of the pistol. That was good. Wow. Cooler wins the pop-off of the week.
Beautiful stuff. There's 623 more damage. Always had that map presence, and he's behind at one stage. But Ticker's was playing very patient, was waiting for CNZ to make the wrong move at the wrong time. He did it on multiple occasions, a couple of missed shots, but in the end, Cooler was the one to take it in the end. He hit the rails which he so desperately needed. And yeah, the patience did pay off. We know that heavy jump pad is a real pain in the backside to kind of, cut off your opponent's route in terms of where they want to go next. But the fact that he was baiting that light armor and courtyard the whole time in the dying moments, it was pretty much just delaying the inevitable.
Yeah, well, I think the king is back, and we actually have him in the studio for an interview. Cooler, congratulations on that series win.
Hi all. I'm here to bring some fun to watch.
You brought some fun.
Yeah.
I like the slow fist pump to the pistols, Cooler. That was nice.
We have to do something for entertaining and I don't know, to bring some enjoyable stuff for viewers.
Well, thank you.
I mean, I'm trying to show I am something special, but something we have to watch is fun, And I really like how Cygip shows himself with sunglasses.
Yeah,
the personality coming out is what people want to see, and that's I think that's a big part of it, and that's great to see.
I mean, it's something players should bring into the showcasts and translations.
Yeah. I got a question about the games, if it's okay, gentlemen, to kick this off. I want to talk about Deep Embrace. It looked just from the champion picks, Cooler, that that was going to be a tough matchup. Dire Orb, very good on that map. What was your thoughts about Deep Embrace, and specifically going up against Ranger versus Anarchy?
Well, I think in general this map is is always tough, especially when you play light champion,
Mm-hmm.
And it was going pretty well from the beginning, but in the very key moment I lost my sound, so I didn't hear anything. About his way to the heavy, and then I came to next heavy, and I was like super surprised, and I just died because of it. But you know, like playing light champions as a second stage is very hard. I mean, when you have like Ranger on the other side with the control, it's really hard to get it back. So it's
And
always
to-
like, you know, key moments.
Yeah, I was going to
But I
say,
was,
going
you
back
know,
to that
trying so
second map.
hard.
Oh, sorry, I was going to say, going back to that second map. You saw from there CNZ was consistently making sure he would contest that heavy armor, and it would always contest it very, very early, at least like 10 seconds prior. Do you feel like, you know, what mistakes do you feel like you could have rectified during that Deep Embrace game?
Well, I think, you know, like staying pretty early on the main item, especially on the heavy, and especially playing as a ranger is, you know, it's the right way to play against Anarchy. So he's getting a position before I come there, and yeah, it was the right way he was playing anyways. But like, I don't know. I was thinking like how I can do like, you know, like fast pushes, because like playing as Anarchy, you have to use your, you know, like air control and speed. But was not working pretty well for me. But whatever.
Yeah, I think without going into too much detail, I know last stage you kind of said that you didn't really have the time to put in the practice near the end that you wanted because of life stuff. This stage, do you think you'll be able to have more time to kind of grind it out and get back to form? Because everyone in chat, and us included, we want to see, you know, the rise of the king again. We want to see you playing at your peak. So we're wondering.
Well, I've changed my mouse, you know, to refresh my mind. I've replaced my table to the different place, so I, you know, like reload my mind, so I can you know, focus on it and like trying something new for me, for myself, and I hope it will work. I will do my best anyways. I want to stay into the league as long as I can. But you know, like our region is really hard, and I can say like Zenaku, he's yeah, since he came to the Europe and started to practice against European players, you can see his form at the moment. So it's like, you know, like super school for new players. So I really would like to recommend everyone to join our league and yeah, go to the school and learn some stuff.
Go to the school of hard knocks.
And maybe you will be able to beat Rafa.
I love it.
Even one map.
I love it. Congratulations, Cooler.
Yeah, congrats.
Yeah, well done.
Wise words from the king.
Thank you, guys. I really hope we stay with the league like pretty long time, because I don't know, it's a part of my life, and I really appreciate you guys for your work, and I really appreciate 04 and Tokyo and everyone from the Bethesda or id Software for everything, like doing super great stuff for us and for viewers. We are not that big family, but we are super family. Focus on that. And thanks everyone for watching us. I mean, we have like core audience, which is always coming to our games. It's not that much, but I hope we will grow it with, you know, like all of us.
Respect.
Agree. Yeah.
Thank you.
100% agree.
Thank you, Marcus, for coming as well, because you know, you are something new for us. And imagine our first meeting was in 2002 on World Cyber Games in Korea. It's almost 20 years.
Yep, that's crazy. Almost 20 years.
I have to remind.
Yeah, thanks for making me feel old,
you
buddy.
still look very good.
Oh, thank you, Cooler. My day's over. I got a compliment from Anta. All right, thanks.
I'm coming to you, dude. I'm getting old, you know. People started to call me like grandfather already.
Yeah, not me. No one calls me that, Cooler.
I'm fine staying grandfather, but you know, still beating somebody.
Damn. All right.
Hell
Yeah. Tell him to check all those trophies behind you when they try and talk to you like that.
Only I can say like to Kilson because he said last time like I'm a minor winner. That's the kind of answer to him.
Ooh. All right. All right. I see you, Cooler. I see you.
It's fine. It's fine. Nothing personal, but
A little bit of banter between competitors. That's what we want in this
all
league,
good.
right? It's all good in the hood. Cooler, congrats again. A
Congrats.
great debut for stage 2.
Congratulations, mate.
Thanks for taking the time. It's always a pleasure, and we look forward to seeing you play more.
yep. Keep going, guys. Keep going. Thank you.
We will. You too.
Yep.
Thanks, Cooler.
Love it. I love it. Wise
That
words
was
from
great.
the king.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it was awesome.
Favorite interview we've ever done.
It's so good. It's so good. And we have one more potentially on the way. One more featured match for the day for the Sunday sermon. Don't go anywhere. Replay that interview over and over again for everybody in chat. We're a family. We're going to grow together. We're going to die together, all right? Sundays are for Quake. We'll be back shortly with our last featured match of the day. we've had blowouts, we've had close calls, and we've had inspirational words here at Quake Pro League. I'm 40 Lines, joined by Lethal and the legendary DJ Wheat. We got one featured match left, boys.
Yeah, this should be an absolute cracker, to say the least. Dahang versus Dramis. With Dahang still playing very well up to the standard and caliber which we expect, but Dramis has been playing phenomenally well. Like, just in terms of how he's been approaching a lot of his opponents for the last few weeks of the last stage and stage 1 finals, he played extremely well. Even funny enough, taking likes of Cooler and some other players out in the stage 1 finals, and we have to see if he can continue that trend of defeating such high caliber opponents. But Dahang, I don't think it's a tall order this time round. If it was like at least, over a month ago, then yeah, I would say it's a tall order. But Dramis has improved dramatically since then.
I think that's kind of what a lot of people are very excited for this matchup. Dramis making his debut, similar to Cooler in our last featured matchup. That means there's been a few extra weeks to watch the other players, to maybe practice the maps, and we'll find out here in picks and bans in just a moment. But how much grinding has been done. We've definitely seen an improvement in Dramis as well. And this is a kind of a phenomenal opponent to showcase maybe what they've done or grown during this off season into the next stage. So I'm hoping that this one, like you said, is a banger.
Well, let's get into the picks and bans and see who can control that slash, or if she's banned outright. And it looks like Dahang was like, no, I will not be allowing that.
Yeah, not really too much of a surprise there. We know Dahang, some of his better maps have been on Deep Embrace and Awoken, but we will see Awoken as the last pick. But it seems like Dahang now wants to go for Veil, so that's going to be an interesting pick. Dramis has gone for the kill on Veil, but then again, there's a lot of close quarter situations which can use those pineapples on, so it's been a while since we've seen a kill on Veil, so it's a nice surprise there. Dramis has banned Exile, so he probably doesn't have the experience he needs yet to maybe adjust, or maybe it's just not his cup of tea. It's normally one of the two, and Dahang, he knows that Dramis is very good on Molten, so he just thought, you know what, I'm just going to get rid of that straight off the bat as we go into Ruins on the second map, Stroker versus Ranger, and then last but certainly not least, Devicer versus the Nyx on Awoken should be a good one. We've seen a lot of Visors actually on Awoken in recent weeks.
Yeah.
Sorry, I was just going to say, no Eisen on Veil? Weird, right? I don't know. I feel like Eisen's pretty strong on that map. So yeah, interesting. Pretty interesting, at least from my point of view. But go on, Weed. Sorry.
No, I was actually going to comment on Veil too, because it's just interesting to see two heavies duking it out there. And I agree with what you said, Lethal, about Veil and Keel. Like, that's kind of interesting to me. Both players, with Spit and with Pineapples, have this extra zoning control. But we're going to have to see exactly how it plays out.
So yeah, predictions, boys?
Oh, predictions. I'm not sure. I still would say Drummers can take at least a map from what we've seen in the past, from the way he's been playing. I think he's definitely good enough now to put a stand against Dahang, but I still think it's too much of a tall order. I still think Dahang should edge this 1-2-1. Could be a close series, could be not. Depends on the circumstances of the first map, but we'll see. So I think Drummers has improved. I don't think he's improved enough to beat Dahang, but again, we'll see. But I think 2-1 in favor of Dahang.
I'll match that. I think there's a potential of a map being taken away, but I'm definitely leaning more towards Dahang, whether it's a 2-1 or a 3-0. Would love to see this flip flop. Dramis come out of the gates and say, "Boom, I'm here to play. Let's do this stage 2." But we'll have to see. I'm not sure. I'm gonna go with Dahang though.
Oh yeah, chat is popping off right now. It is heavily in favor of Dahang. But I like to always bet the under, so I'll go Dramis, and I'll say 2-1 Dramis. We'll see what happens, though, any given Sunday. Oh yeah, just need all those sick channel points, Lethal. But I'm going to put this one in your more than capable hands. Lethal Wheat, please take us to the promised land on this last featured match of the day.
Will do.
Thank you very much,
40.
Thank you very much indeed. Enjoy the last series as you put your feet up and rest. And now is the last series of the day with Dahang versus Dramus. I mentioned it earlier, but over the last month, Dramus has improved dramatically, not even in small doses like we've seen in players like Nosfer, but a big, big impact. The last time we've seen him play like this was Season 1, Stage 2 or 3, where he made a huge impact in terms of his gameplay, his knowledge, and how he likes to execute certain attacks. And then he jumped off a little bit, but it seems like in recent weeks, he's kind of at his peak potential again, and we'll have to see what Dahang can do. He needs to be a bit more cautious compared to how he's played against Dramus in the past.
Has he been just practicing more, new practice partners, just putting time in? Is there anything that's the secret to his success here that we know of?
For Dramus, I'm not really too sure. We've not really seen like too much in terms of like what he's done. Maybe he just pulled his finger out and gone, oh, do you know what? Actually, I've had enough now being like near the bottom of the leaderboard. I'm going to completely turn things around and just sort myself out a little bit. But there was a few times in the past, the last season, where he was chasing for kills too much. He was playing a little bit impatient.
Yeah.
Maybe he's kind of rectified that again. Dahang has always been, you know, roughly the same level. He hasn't made any improvements in himself, but he hasn't really gone backwards either. He's kind of stayed the same as the kind of player where he adapts very easily. He can miss shots depending on the situation, but we'll have to see as we go into our first map week, which will be on Vale, to see which one of these two will take the first map in the series and go on to see what happens in the next couple of maps. So Dahang, we're going to start with his POV to see what he's up to with his shenanigans.
Yep, and he's going to get some initial damage done right off of the bat with Spit coming out as well. And, you know, as expected here on Vale, not a super action-packed map. Definitely more like a giant chessboard in which everyone is moving around some giant pieces to set up, control various items, and then, you know, attack and hit those really interesting spots. What am I going to be looking for? How is Keel going to be using those pineapples, right? How is Dramus going to be using those? We've already seen it there, kind of zoning it out a little bit. And there, oh my gosh, that pineapple in the back doing a ton of damage, popping to hang up into the air, down to 10 points of health, and he is running away for his life. So if that's a little preview of what we might see out of Keel and those pineapples, I like it.
I'm not going to lie, I don't know how on earth he managed to get away with that, but that pineapple was just immense as Dahang stacked to the eyeballs in terms of armor, but he's only on 22 HP. He needs to be careful here, needs to back away, just restack just a little bit in the HP department. As both items have been taken, the heavy will be up first, so we'll see who's going to contest. Great rails there from Dahang. He's now going to try and recuperate just a little bit. But this is his window of opportunity to get that first frag. He's seen him, got that first rail. That was beautiful. But I suppose he doesn't know exactly how weak it could be. But this is his moment. Get the first frag. Yes, he does. Dahang is going to scally away, get the heavy. Won't have time to get the mega after that. Slight builds up, dropping down, but it doesn't matter. He knows he's picked it up. Won't do too much damage here. Gets the spin out, but look how much damage he's taken himself. As Dramus managed to get away, but is only on 58 HP. As Dramus got a shoe stack even after that first rail from Dahang.
I feel like we saw Dahang's playstyle change within a second's notice. You know, he got hit with a bunch of pineapples there in that initial exchange and realized, I can't really fight Keel in this way. And then he immediately switches to more of a mid-long range style where he then hits 4 railgun shots, just immaculate shots. And you know, that's the way I think that he needs to approach this one. Like, Keel can be very dangerous, and obviously Spit can be dangerous too, but there's kind of a limitation, right, to the ability. Not, you know, you get hit with 5 pineapples and that might be the death of you. So he knows he can't really chase Dramus the way that he might want to. Playing that medium long range game is definitely going to play out more in his favor. Hitting rails will like that attempted one right there, but does already have a 66% rail accuracy, and I would expect to see more of that throughout this matchup.
I love that from Dahang. He knew he was behind the telly, just wanted to choose the opportunity to go through and get straight to that mega, which he has done. Dahang now wants to keep that top mid control. He knows the possibility of going into the telly, which he has done. Misses the rail, but has got some decent rockets there. Managed to get the heavy for his troubles. Gets hit by pineapple and the rail, but both these players are so weak. Dahang's slightly quicker to recuperate, but then again, Dramus is the one who picked up that mega. As Dramus is the one with the stack advantage. But not really too much has happened here. Some trades here and there in terms of rail shots and, predicted rockets, but that's literally about it. Not really too much to say here. Just both his players playing it like a game of chess, where normally Vale is a lot more faster paced in comparison.
Yeah, I mean, with 2 heavies, I'm also not surprised. Also, like 2 zoning abilities is definitely not surprised by that. Another pineapple hit by Dramus on Dehang. And now as he watches that teleport, his opponent does come through. Gets a little bit of LG damage, but nothing any too damaging. There, though, that is huge. And a rail. However, the rockets in the back will use the shotgun for Dehang to get that second frag of the game. 4 minutes and 19 seconds on the clock. He will rearm now. And I think Dehang is just playing a better strategic game so far here on Vale.
Certainly has done indeed. Great LG there from Dehang, but the Rockets retaliating.
Wow.
Only 2 HP for Dehang. From what we've seen, it just needs to pick him off with any weapon. Gets the rail, but then again, Dramus gets to trade with the Rockets straight afterwards. Good trade there. I suppose Dehang wasn't really certain how weak he was. Just used the rail just in case. Perfectly understandable. But Dramus needs to get away here. The heavy's coming up any second now. Manages to get it, but he's still so weak and on the back foot. As Dramus is trying to recuperate whilst trying to keep Dehang on his toes. He did a good job. Has the better stack now, but then again, Dehang has just picked up the Mega as Dehang is dropped down to go for that light in the rail room.
Yeah, like a funny little avoidance dance is kind of being done by both of these players, and some great map awareness, as you can clearly see it from both players in the way that they are approaching this one. Pineapples are coming out. Dramus drops down to that lower level, gets hit with the rocket himself. Now going to try to defend this heavy rail on top. Does hit that rail very clean as he manages to get away. Oh, but Dehang hitting a rail of his own, and now Dramus in the danger zone, sending those pineapples out, making sure that his opponent cannot chase. Will pick up a little bit more health, but again, good escapes here by Dramus. Can Dehang chase him down? Is trying everything, but is still being very cautious, knowing that those pineapples can equalize so easily.
Oh, that was so close, that rail shot from Dehang, but he managed to catch him with that rocket. The LG is coming out. Dramus is so weak, but then again, so is Dehang, but it's just not going to be enough as Dehang increases his lead. He's trying to see if he pushes the rockets from the LG spawn, which didn't make the attempt, but Dehang got the rail. Anyway, these rail shots are just unbelievable from Dehang.
Wow.
Cleans him up. Great job from Dehang. Gets the Mega just to make matters worse for Dramus. You can see exactly where he's going to go, just holding that rocket area just in case he spawns at rail and goes straight away. He's only on 20 HP. He needs to get away, but by this time, the rocket comes out, still cleans him up here. We left on 20 HP.
Yeah, and again, coming back to, well, looking, knowing he's very, very low, Dramus comes right back. But I was going to comment that I thought that was really smart by Dehang going down to the rocket room. Sort of using, using the map and zoning accordingly. That was the right place to take that next fight. Dehang now has a 5 frag lead. We've got less than 3 minutes left to go here. And again, I don't think this is a movement was better by one player, aim was better by one player. I think it has a lot more just to do with strategy and thoughtfulness in terms of how to take some of these fights, and Dehang has definitely won that battle here on Vale. Narrowly misses that rail right there as the opponent escapes through the teleporter, but now with the 6 frag lead, can change things up a little bit, could get a little bit more aggressive if he wanted to. Hits a couple of super dope rockets with a rail follow-up right there. Both players incredibly low once again, but Dramus is going to have a very hard time here on Vale trying to bring back what is now a 6 frag lead for Dehang.
This is what I was worried about for Dramus. With Dehang, he has his on and off days in terms of his aim skill, but when he turns into an aim star in some of his matches, the fact that he can adapt so well to these players, it just makes matters worse. As Dehang has adapted to Dramus with what routes he takes, and his aim is absolutely on point. As Dehang has the height advantage, looking to see if Dramus has dropped down, which he has done. Looks like he's going to chase him to see what he can do. Good rail is not going to clean up yet. He's trying to see if he's flanked around to the rail area. Oh, another great rail. This is the best I've seen Dehang in a while in terms of his angles and what he's holding. It's brilliant.
His map awareness is just off the chain, and look, we've seen you know, players win just based off of their knowledge of the map and how they can play. I mean, over the many, many years of Quake, we've seen many awesome players bested by another player's just sheer audacity when it comes to map knowledge and approach that they might take, or maybe a way that it fits in with their style. And I think we're seeing this right here. I mean, it's obvious that Dahang has put in a considerable amount of time on this map to be able to find some of these angles, to be able to anticipate some of these routes that we're seeing here as well. And in the final minute, Dahang is going to close the chapter here of our series book, as he is going to land one more frag, at least 9-2 with a set of double rails to get that one.
Oh, it's just been ridiculous from start to finish, as he's done just over 1,100 more damage, 56% with the rail, 40% with DLG. I could go on and on and on, but Dahang still has a massive stack advantage. 25 seconds left, no chance for Dramis. Dramis is going to have to heal his wounds and then think about this next map, as it's not the first map he expected. I don't think he expected Dahang to go absolutely off the rails. And speaking of rails, he's still hitting them just like it's nothing, pretty much like it's his day job here, as he's going to try and chase down for that 10th frag. Looks like he won't be able to, but the shotgun does come out. Will he be able to clean them up? It was so close, but it doesn't matter. The damage has already been done, as Dahang already wins the first map in this series 9-2. Not too bad, not too shabby.
Yeah, 57% rail, and you mentioned the damage. It was definitely in favor of Dahang on that map, and kind of to be expected. Again, what I take away from that one is that Dahang has put his time into Veil, obviously quite a bit, but things are going to change up a little bit here as we move on to Ruins and then Awoken for the third map. But a great start here for Dahang. Very solid play. Really no cracks in that armor at all. And did you notice that the pineapples became less and less of a factor throughout the matchup, because I think Dahang adapted so very quickly there. You know, choosing to no longer take those close quarter fights, taking again a lot of the mid to long range fights, and with the rail accuracy he was shooting, that was definitely the right play to go with. So congratulations with Dahang, as Dramis comes out for his debut, loses that first map, but still has 2 more to try to bring it back. We're going to be moving on to Ruins next.
No, that's the money shot. Literally what you just pointed out is the fact that with Dahang, he kept away from the close, the close range, the corridors, the choke points, made sure he was always in an open area. So if he does shoot the pineapples, it's just for defensive purposes, in order to waste him or just keep Dahang at bay. It did keep him at bay sometimes, but you're right though, he didn't really use it to its full ability, but it doesn't matter anyway. That's the first map all said and done. Dahang already up 9-2, and this is a scary Dahang as well. Even sometimes when his aim isn't on form, the fact that his movement and how he adapts to any style, to like any player in the Americas region, is just scary. And Dramis knows that as well. He probably knows that if his aim's on point, it turns into a little aim star around the map, then he's going to be in some serious trouble. He is in trouble now already 1-0 in the series. But we did predict that Dahang can probably take this at least 2-1. But Dramis still has a couple maps left to go yet. So still got a bit of time left, but we'll have to see.
Yeah, and historically, right, when Dahang is in the lead, when he captures that lead early on, he's a smart player, very intelligent, never gets too aggressive, never really gets too defensive, always plays just right there where he feels like he's most comfortable. And that was, very apparent here. So what could Dramis do, right, getting that initial frag and making Dahang kind of fight back for there and then setting the pace of the game? Certainly could happen here on Ruins, a map that both players are acclimated to. They know inside and out. But might help Dramis there a little bit. Obviously was not the case. The moment that Dahang took control on Veil, he never let go.
He certainly didn't, as we are going to go into the second map, which will be on Ruins, to see if a reverse sweep can occur for Dramis, or if it's going to be all said and done and it will be another map for Dahang. We'll have to see, as we are going to start for the POV of Dahang. He's been playing absolutely out of his mind during map number 1, and see if we can do the same on map number 2. But now that we're on a larger map cycle, we'll see if Dramis can play a little bit more, not just passively and patiently, but more to his roots and how he wants to play this. As already the Pika comes through for the Hang, he's got the info, he knows that he's in corner for light, but the Hang's just going to play it safe here, waits for this next heavy, but Dramus is already there, so yeah, it's definitely changed things up a bit.
Yeah, came there a little bit early, but setting up, knowing his opponent's going to be coming up to the Mega from down below, does hit a nice rail, and unfortunately that negates that heavy that Dramus had picked up, and it's also doing a great job slinging those lights. Now has Dramus in a really rough spot. Look at that, just tracks that orb all the way over to the side, hits the rail coming out of it, but Dramus hits some shots of his own, and now we're going to be equalized once again, going to come down to these major items. Heavy is up, and well, Mega is about to spawn, so Heavy though being delayed here, and I like this.
Yeah, one of these players can get both of these items now, depending on who gets that first frag. But Hangno just playing it safe to see, find out where the whereabouts on it of Dramus, but he's got a feeling that he is at the Mega. Will he be able to get him though? Great first rocket there, but it all comes out for Dramus, and what a beautiful rail there from the Hang to get that first frag on the board, gets the Mega, and now's his opportunity to try and contest this heavy if he wants to. Even though the Pika's been taken down, it's just one rail away, not anymore though, as Dramus has picked up the heavy, and the Hang is on his way, and as I say that, a nice 34 from that rocket. Nice defensive one there. Will he be able to clean up and make it a second? He's doing everything he can, left on 15 HP. But Dramus is also trying to run away for his life.
Yeah, both players realizing that a sneeze could take them out. And I don't think Dramus wanted to give up another frag. And obviously, Hang didn't want this game tied up. But there it is, smartly played as the Hang just rains down the rockets from the top level onto the rail. And that does net him his next frag. So unfortunate there for Dramus, some great shots there to really equalize things, but these angles that we're seeing the Hang set up, and once again, his rail is just bonkers right now, Harry. It's 63% with 11 shots. His movement's looking good. I mean, this is the Hang in the zone for sure.
It's just so scary, the fact that the Hang, if he's having a bad day, he still plays well. This is the troubling position for a lot of these players in the Americas region. But now his aim's on form, and he's trying to tackle anything he can that Dramus brings to him. He just can't do anything at all, just trapping him there with the LG. 4-0 in favour of the Hang. And now he's going to try and spawn trapping around that tri-bolt area, but decides to back away from those tri-bolt shots. But Dramus knew that he was sitting there above Mega, just waiting for him to peek out again. But Dramus has got a decent stack now. He can work with this. Just needs to get a few more weapons in his arsenal to make a good go of it. But the Hang isn't stupid. He knows that he's going to be keeping an eye out for any flanks. There's the first rail. Would he be trying to go for the second? Not yet. It seems like Dramus is going to flank around to the LG jump pad. And the Hang hears him though. Realises that he's not going to peek out yet, but decides to at least prioritise the Mega and now drop down for the heavy, as he does have the stack advantage going into this.
Yeah, I was waiting for this to actually happen. He's still stolen away by Dramus, but a very patient to Hang and through that entire last couple of minutes, where he did give up that heavy a few times, really to prioritize control and where his opponent was actually holding on to. Look at that nail gun damage coming out strong, making it 6-0 now. And the Hang is so comfortable where he is at, Lethal, that he is basically able to just give up what he wants to give up and control what he wants to control, and there's still not much that Dramus can do about it.
Yeah, poor Dramus, it's not the start he wanted. He kind of feels like it's a repeat from the second map. Good rockets from the Hang, good cleanup with the LG. Dramus just has no answers to what the Hang is doing here. He's very aggressive. His aim is following up with what he wants to do in terms of his movement, and he's using some great positions, always has that height advantage, great angles. He's doing everything which is required in order to take down Dramus. And Dramus, even though he's a slightly passive player, he has some good counter aggression as well, but we haven't really seen much of it as of yet, as the Hang has caught him numerous times with his trousers down. But the tri-bolt shots at Desire is looking amazing at the moment. He has a good peak damage. It's trying to hit him up for like that rail. Sadly, he misses, so it won't be the 8th frag yet. But the Hang's going to pick up the Mega, and it looks like this could be the 8th one. He has picked it up, though. Can make something happen. It's done a huge amount of damage, and the Hang here could maybe get a trade if he can find him at the right time.
Yeah, looking for him, knows that he is low, tries to hit the rail, unfortunately misses 2, coming back through, grabs himself an LG, and now needs to armor up as he does just that. 7-1 though, 6 frags separating these two. Dramus did manage to get on the board and hits another nice rail there. The question is can he keep the pressure on? Oh my gosh, the double rocket into the Dire Orb rocket death. And the Hang makes it a 7 frag lead again with the score being 8-1. We're halfway through this game, and the Hang is just, you know, he is making this his home. Ruins is his house. He wants to let his guests know that. And unfortunate for Dramus as he is locked into the corner with that LG as he barrels around the corner. And now it is 9-1 in favor of the Hang.
He's been locked into the corner so many times, at least 3 or 4 occasions now with the LG or the Rockets. Feel sorry for him in some way, but he's put himself in that position and he couldn't really capitalize on any advantages. But there hasn't really been any. He hasn't really been able to get any chip damage on the Hang because the Hang's been out-railing him every single time. He's coming out now, just again the rail and the nail gun damage. Dramus needs to try and back away if he can. Gets a good first rail and needs to hit these next shots. So the Hang's only on 41 HP. Isn't going to go for the Mega. He's decided to leave it, but the Hang's decided to, you know, overextend, re-peek out, and he knows that he needed to try not only get the Mega, but get that next frag. So he's only got 3 minutes left here, Week. It's not looking too good, but we'll have to see.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, I think he's just trying to kind of protect a little bit of pride here on Ruins. You know, see if he can't pick up a few more frags. So we got Peeker coming out. Peeker's kind of been a side piece this entire matchup. Hasn't really been crucial to Hang's lead here, but pulling out Peeker when he needs to. And it seems to be working out fine for him in that regard. 7 frags in the lead, 2 minutes and 30 seconds left to go. Rocket coming from down below, and now both major items up. They will be traded. The Hang picks up the Mega, Dramus the Heavy, and that rail misses. And this is what Dramus needs to do. If he's hitting those rails to be able to follow up on them. Unfortunately, his Dire Orb's not been super helpful. That one, though, does put him in a great position to land the rail. 9-3 now. Do you think the Hang has a comfortable enough lead that he can sort of dictate the remaining 2 minutes of this game?
100%. He's got the mobility of the strong to get away when he needs to, and at some point, sometime, if he gets a little bit desperate, he can just hide around that heavy jump pad and just do ring around the rosy with Dramus, because he can do that. Anything Dramus can do is just maybe catch him off guard and then orb in if he does try and get away, but that's literally about it. His job now is to waste as much time as possible, but do you know what? The Hang's taking him out anyway, so it doesn't really matter too much. As the Hang's combat skills are next to none. Sometimes he has good days, had his bad days. I think the Hang, I'm not sure if he still does, but he plays a lot of 2s in order to improve his combat skills from time to time. Not sure if he still does that, but you know, we'd be surprised if he have done, considering how well he's been playing. He's barely been missing any rails. He's hitting, he's actually been hitting 37%, which is not as strong as the last time round. And Dramus has actually had 55%, which is pretty mad, but you know, what can you do here? The Hang's still pretty weak. He's only got a minute left. And as you can see now, Dramus has not really anything he can do here. 5 frags behind, good rail from Dramus, but it's just too little too late.
Yeah, the rails just did come out a little late. I mean, as we're seeing these final moments, suddenly Dramus just hitting all the rails that he needs to hit. He's been able to boost that up to a 57% accurate rail, but does unfortunately go down again, making the score 11-5. You know, nice to see though, right? He pulled it out. He was not sitting in a very good score position here early on in this matchup, but he kept to it. He had a plan. There's another great rail coming out by Dramus to make it 11-6. But as you mentioned, too little, too late. It's unfortunate those rails couldn't have come out a little bit earlier in this matchup. Not sure it would have made a difference in terms of taking away map victory, but it certainly probably would have made this match a little bit closer. And there it is. The buzzer hits 11-6 in favor of the Hang as he takes map number 2.
Yeah, that was just ridiculous. At least Dramus managed to keep the score a bit more respectable compared to what it could have been. And again, Dahang 720 more damage compared to his opponent. And you saw there 58% rail from Drama. So he was hitting all his shots. He just couldn't really make anything of it afterwards. He was in a, definitely riding the struggle bus there with 21 items for Dahang, 16 for Dramas. But the damage output says it all, really. When you've got that much damage done, the world is your oyster, really. You've got so much map presence there, map control. Dramas just felt like he was always at some kind of disadvantage every step of the way. It was a real shame. But we saw there that the rail shots and his accuracy and what he wants to do was good. The chip damage was okay a lot of the time, but it just wasn't enough. So it's a shame, but we'll have to see what Dramas can do in map number 3.
Yeah, the Diorb really wasn't Dramus's friend in that particular matchup either. Managed to make it work, maybe 1 out of 10 times that he had tried. And, just, again, didn't necessarily change anything. It's just like it didn't help him get back or really score any of those frags. Those were hard-earned frags just by the great aim and reads of Dramas. But Dahang comes out on top, and now we move on to our third map. And even though Dahang has won the series, there's still a map up for grabs. Is this the one that Dramas might be able to take? Well, Awoken is where it is going to be played out. Visor is going to be, or Dahang is going to be playing Visor, and Dramas is going to be playing the Knicks. What do you think about this one, just based off of what we've seen so far? Is Dahang so warm up and looking good that this is going to be a tough one for Dramas?
I'm not gonna lie to you, Wheat. I wouldn't be surprised if it's gonna be a 3-0 here, as I thought that was the map which Drums will be able to take a win on. So I was assuming that maybe he had an early lead and then managed to play properly, then managed to be able to play to his advantages and to his style. Then he can do what he can to keep away from Dahang and then go from there. But it doesn't seem to be the case. Even on one of his best maps, he still couldn't take him down. And the fact that it's going to be on Awoken, which Dahang isn't really too bad on either, it's going to be very difficult. Yeah. And it's nice to see another Visor played on Awoken. We've seen a lot more Visors in comparison to what we've seen in the past. Like, you normally see a lot of Doomslayers or Nixes, etc. But it's nice to see the Visor come out a lot. I think people just kind of get a little bit worried about where their opponent could be in terms of like contesting some of the items. So they just like to, at least have a little safety net in terms of where they're going to go and hold the angles before they execute any game plans.
Well, we're not going to have to wait very long to hop into our third map here of our final featured series. Thanks for joining us here for QPL on Quake Sunday. We're here every week, so we hope that you'll set your schedule, your timers, and put us on those calendars, and we'll be here to bring you all the action from the matches of the week, including our 2 featured matches. This is our second one today. This is Dramas' debut here for Stage 2, but it's Dahang who's looking to steal the show away. He previously had wins versus Effortless and Saigib, looking to add a third head to his trophy room here for Stage 2. He's already won the series, but let's see if he can sweep with a third map here on Awoken. We're about to go live, and again, thanks everyone for joining us. It's always great to see all of your smiling faces and all of your wonderful memes in chat. So here we go. Lethal, take it away.
Well, do you know what? After the series earlier, we're going to see plenty of memes. If not, I'm disappointed. Really am. But we'll find out later on tonight, I'm sure. As now we're going to head into map number 3. We'll start with Dahang's POV to see what he's up to and to see if he's going to try and close out this series in a clean sweep, or if Dramas can make something of this.
Yeah, both players' rails have looked impressive in the last couple maps, and stealing away that rail right there. Says, no, you cannot, Dahang, as Ghostwalk is popped to steal that rail, and now trying to take this advantage and capitalize on it. But Dahang did have a rail. Okay, my bad. I thought that was the one he waited to pull it out. Now using that piercing sight then to set up the shots. Beautiful rocket. Makes it a rail combo as well. And then off of the frag, great read. Unfortunate for Dramas as Dahang quickly goes up 2 in the first minute.
That's quite a predictable move, going for the rocket straight off the bat on this map, and sadly Dramas fell for it. He was hoping that maybe Dahang may look into it a little bit too deeply and just kind of overthink things, but just was like, do you know what? I'll try and stop him from going for rockets. If he's not there, then at least that way, that's one major weapon contested. These rails, Dehang is just playing out of his mind. This is definitely the best I've seen him play in not a long time, but in at least a month. So it's good to see him back on form.
Yeah, I would agree with that statement, Harry. I think this is very, very solid, right? I mean, we've always known Dehang to be a consistent player, and so I think it's actually when you see him not playing consistent, that's where it's like, wow, this is this is unlike Dehang. But I think what we're seeing now is, hey, maybe someone who's like, I'm tired of being, second fiddle here. I wanna really kind of show my dominance here in stage 2 of season 2 of QPL, and it's what he's trying here anyway. 2 minutes in, a 3-0 right now for Dehang. He's looking to lock this one into a clean sweep with a third map, but Dramas, don't count him out quite yet. We're still very, very early in this matchup, and although he's been having trouble finding ground so far in the first 2 minutes, doesn't mean it can't happen. It's going to start off with a nice rail right there. Dehang is going to back off just a bit, and he needs to respect that rail.
Yeah, the items are perfectly segregated. He's trying to bait out Dramas' position to see where he's going to go. Uses the piercing sight to find out where his ghost walk is. He's found him, but the thing is, though, the mega's coming up, and he's just jumped over it from that rocket. But the rail straight afterwards, it doesn't matter. Dehang is absolutely on fire here.
Yeah, and even off of the spawn, Dramas tries to get in a little squabble with Dehang, and he quickly knocked him down with some LG, and he does have armor now, but he's taking fights that I'm not sure that he is really ready to commit to. Unfortunately, trying to jump up to the top level, and Dehang is ready with that LG, and it's just, he has his number. Mega spawns up perfectly timed, shotgun comes out, and there's frag number 6. Dehang is not being a merciful god here today at all, as he has taken a very, very quick and swift lead here on Awoken.
Oh, that was bad timing. You saw there, Dramas used his ghost walk just as Dehang's piercing sight was finishing off, which means he saw the route which Dramas is going to take and managed to pin him down in the rail area. So he probably has a feeling that he may have just saw a glimpse of him ghost walking when he transferred across.
Yeah.
But Dehang now still got a big stack, a huge stack to say the least. Dehang is just waiting for that next heavy to appear, but so far, Jarrett just had no answers, no ideas. He's not really too sure where to go about this. He's 6-0 down, still got 6 minutes left. Good first rail, trying to go for a cheeky second through that tiny little gap. But at the moment, Dehang's looking good. Got piercing sights, got top mid control, tickling him just a little bit with that LG, and now it has the Mega. So I think that's just a matter of time until Dehang once he gets this to the frag. The LG was good, but the rockets aren't. He's at a disadvantage in terms of the height, so he needs to try and get away. But some good nail gun shots through the telly.
Yeah, I mean, just doing damage almost any time he's seeing Dramas on the screen. There's another frag, 7-0, and just reading his opponent like a book. Dehang has used that piercing sight every single time that his opponent's been in that back hallway. Steals away that Mega, but it won't matter. The shotgun to finish the job, 8-0, piercing sight yet again, and now just setting up to do damage. And he's made that work for him every single time, whether that's to avoid taking damage or just continuing to put that pressure on. But we've hit the halfway point of this game, and it looks to me that Dehang wanted to seal this deal without a question in our minds.
He certainly has done indeed. Dramas has only had 4 items over the first half of this match. Dehang 50% accuracy with the rail. He's going to try and back away. Dramas may get this first frag. He does, finally. Taking a little bit of time, but still got 7 more to go, though. And against a player like Dehang, it's going to be very, very difficult indeed, as he's getting more of the item control now. He's going to try and bully for the item a little bit more, but these rails from Dehang are just ridiculous here,
Yeah, I mean, he just can't do what Dehang has been doing to him, which is showing himself but dishing out the damage. Is, smart shots and good movement here, but Dehang just seems to be one step ahead of his opponent at every single turn. He does manage to take control back here. However, Dramas off the spawn, gonna go down yet again, and Dehang feeling pretty comfortable here as we pass the 6-minute mark, and he has a 9-frag lead. Tribolt coming out, but all of those danced away as Dramas does some ballet around there. Piercing sight coming out perfectly, does allow him to set up for a great rail, and another one just as Ghostwalk finishes, and still shooting a 55% rail. Just real impressive play here from Dehang.
Yeah, we shouldn't be surprised. It was available just then, but managed to pick up the light and the health bubble to keep him away from that scenario. 10-1 in favour of Dehang. Dramas has got a tall order here, and it's probably not going to happen as now Dehang has increased his lead again, 11-1. Not really too sure. I wouldn't say Dramas is, you know, playing bad or anything like that. It's just Dehang's just playing in a top form here. It's just quality level of Quake here, and like I mentioned earlier, it's probably one of the best times I've actually seen Dehang play. Like, normally he adapts really well in every map, but the fact that his aim is following up as well, it just shows how much of a powerhouse Dehang can be here. But nice rockets from Dramas.
Yeah, I mean, the last 2 frags really smart. I think it was the first time that he used Ghostwalk the way that he wanted to. I think that he had an idea on how to use it against Dehang in this matchup. That does manage to not only capture 1 frag, but a 2nd frag. Unfortunately, that will be short-lived as he is railed out of the air, and now both players incredibly low. Who is going to come off with this final hit as Dramas is giving chase despite the fact he is low himself, and the rail comes out and it goes to Dehang. Now a 10 frag lead with 2 minutes left to go. And I completely agree with you. Like, Dramas isn't playing poorly. Dehang is just playing phenomenal today.
Yeah, this is exactly it. It's not the way Dramas wanted, but I'm sure when he watches this game back to find out where he went wrong, he's going to understand that, of course, there's quite a few mistakes he made, but the way Dehang's been playing all series long, he's not let off the gas at all. He's going to try and peek in and get the 15th frag, but that's pretty much the series done and dusted here. There's only a minute and 20 left on the clock, but what can he do? Not really too much, especially with that stack, and he can't even make this score respectable, which is a real shame. But we know how well Dramas can play. Some good rockets there, but it won't be enough as Dehang is just keeping himself away, keeping himself at bay, and it's just holding that top mid control to find out where Dramas is going to go. But this is going to be an opportunity to try and get the 16th frag. No, it won't. Dramas will get the full from, but yeah, like we mentioned earlier, Dehang's just playing out of his mind.
Yeah, I mean, looking at the damage and whatnot, has consistently stayed about 500 damage ahead of Dramas' entire matchup. Railgun 52%, shooting a 32% LG, and then we have Ghostwalk coming out. That will get him another frag, making it 5-15. But as you mentioned, the story's already been told, and we know how this one ends. Dehang is going to ultimately steal away this series with a 3-0. And despite some of those improvements from Dramas, you can't forget that every player in the QPL seems to be improving on some level, and that includes Dehang. He's always been very surgical and very methodical in his play, but I think what we're seeing here is someone who is definitely well practiced. Dehang with the suicide in the final moments to make it 14-15. It is still a 3-map series win for Dehang, but Dramas puts out everything he can. He leaves it all out on the table here in that final map.
335 more damage, a little bit more map presence, but it's more the item control. Dehang had 24 of the items, and his rails was just ridiculous half the time. But it's nice to see Dehang with, you know, that aim star kind of quality which we've seen from him in the past. Only now and again, though, it's not, you know, consistent, but we see it from time and time again. Even when he plays bad, his adaptation and his movement normally makes up for it anyway. But his combat skills throughout that entire course of the series was just next to none. He didn't let go of the gas once. You know, there's times where players can do that, but no, he just wanted that full 3-0 to give Dramas a hard time. I think the good thing about it is the fact that he didn't underestimate Dramas. He knew how well Dramas has been playing the last month, and knows that if he sets off the gas even just once, then Dramas is just going to come straight back and try and walk all over him. So it's good stuff from Dehang, not to underestimate him. But Yeah, no, it's good stuff from Hang. Want to see what Jams can do, but I think we need to ask for 40's opinion.
Yeah, let's see what he says.
What he thought of that series. 40, what did you think of that?
So right off the bat, I was wrong. We'll just put that out there. I'm more impressed with how DeHang was playing while virtually staring into the sun, it looked like. I wonder if that's part of the strategy, like weighted training, or like if that's just an advertisement for the Gunners, because that was just nuts. But yeah, it was the DeHang show all the way through. I mean, what else can you say?
Yeah, not much. Not much. And you're right. The sun peeking through there and blasting away at his retinas somehow. That gave him the power that he needed, right? Wearing those Gunners, I guess it doesn't matter. But well played by DeHang, looking very sharp. And that's his third series win this stage.
Yeah, it's been great
really,
stuff.
really strong.
Yeah, it's been really good. It's just a shame that even in some of those situations, Dramus, when you use that ghost walk, either DeHang still had the piercing sight, or the fact that one time where he used a piercing sight when he only had a second of ghost walk left, or the second of piercing sight left as he used a ghost walk to go onto the rail. There's little things like that just made a huge impact, and it means that no matter how aware you are, if your opponent's going to know your exact location and you don't have a clue, then it's not going to pay off for you. But congrats to DeHang, commiserations to Dramus, but that's the best I've seen DeHang play in a while. Good stuff.
GG's. Do we have DeHang?
GG's. Indeed, I think we do have DeHang. He is here. We can speak with him. DeHang, hi. Congrats. How are you?
Good, thank you. How are you guys?
Good.
Good.
Yeah, good.
Good to hear.
So I'll just get it out of the way. How do you play staring into the sun like that? Is that part of the plan? Are you solar powered?
Are you referring to the blinds, like the little windows? Yeah, I don't know.
Sure
I just tolerate it, and I don't realize it until after the fact,
Okay, you're so in the zone. I like that. Yeah. Nothing can distract you. Take that away. The up and coming
can't
players
pierce
need
through
to
the
realize.
Gunners to the point where I realize it's happening, so we're good.
Exactly. You got to
There you
shout
go.
them out. That's all I had. That's the most important question in my mind.
I'll talk to you later.
I'll ask a slightly different question then compared to what I thought he was going to say. Your aim was just, next to none. It was really, really good. It was top form, top level, and it's nice to see the high quality of play from you. And what do you do to kind of improve your combat skills and keep that high level of consistency? Because I do remember you playing a lot of 2v2s a lot of the time to kind of keep that up. But is there anything else you do in order to keep up that aim style quality which you have?
I mean, there's a lot that goes into it, and I'm obviously not always the best aimer, but trying to make sure that before I start a match that I'm feeling good just moving around the map by myself, even because half of the battle is not stumbling into walls or failing rocket jumps, just having general confidence in your movement. Another component is trying to just read your opponent and kind of set up shots rather than just raw aim bailing you out. So that's what I really focused on, particularly on Veil of Nath, because Sorlight can eat grenades like their breakfast, dinner, whatever, and so I didn't want to get up and close and personal. I kind of want to just take it at my pace, try to abuse rail to the extent that I can, and then with the superior speed, just kind of out control, and just kind of flowed in such a way that I guess aiming looked pretty good on my end.
Yeah, we made that point on the pineapples early on the first map.
Yeah, and actually that was kind of my question, because we've seen a lot of different ways that Veil is played, with two heavies coming out there. It seemed like you almost changed things up in that first minute, right? Because a couple of those initial battles did happen. You had that one grenade that popped you up in the air, and you almost met an untimely death in the corner. And then suddenly it seemed like everything was mid to long range fights from that moment forward. So you mentioned that was your game plan going in, but did you feel like you switched that up right away, or was that those first couple exchanges just the chaos of the opening couple minutes?
Yeah, I mean, it's two heavies and it's the chaos of the opening minutes. You can't just let him get both major items and then rely on yourself to just hit 2 or 3 rails in a row. So there's always a little give and take, and so that's what we saw at the beginning. And Dramus's rail is pretty nasty sometimes, and so I'm just glad that he didn't really get on a real run with the railgun in particular, because that would have been what could have brought him back on that first map.
Yeah. And really quickly, a follow-up, because this is your third series win here in week 3 of stage 2. Dehang, right, what are your expectations? What are your goals for yourself here in stage 2, now going into week 4 with a nice series record?
Yeah, so I mean, this stage I should be able to put in more time and effort into Quake Pro League, and so like I'm hoping to just go as far as that'll take me. So a lot of good competitors in NA Quake now, like so much improvement as we've seen.
Yeah.
So the good thing is I'll have a good kind of way to measure how much progress I'm really making, because I still have to play like Rafa, Chain, Nosfa, Zenaku, like everyone else that I haven't played, right? So, and they're all really strong, like, to be honest. So if I can, I don't know, I just want to see improvement from myself week to week, and we'll see where it takes me.
Awesome. Well, congratulations, man. Well played.
Yeah,
Thanks.
Congrats.
Appreciate it.
Congratulations, mate.
Thank you.
Well, boys, it's been a long day. It's been a long day. We've seen a lot of great things. How do you guys feel about it? Lethal?
Yeah, it was a pretty good day in, day out. A lot of the series score were whitewashes, but some of them were very, very close. The highlight for me is definitely that CNZ versus Cooler matchup. There's going to be a lot of memes coming out about it. I look forward to it. I know there's going to be at least 100, and I'm going to go through every single one of them without fail, and I'm definitely going to save some as well. So, yeah, apart from that, some great series there. Not really too many upsets to it, just some close calls here and there, but it's nice to see to hang back on form again. Nice to see Cooler looking very strong against, again, another strong CNZ, but some great matches throughout the course of the day. Loved it.
I have to just echo what you said about the CNZ and Cooler game. I mean, it went 2-1, came down to the last map and the sudden death overtime. And it's, it's exciting after losing, Toxic to, relegation in this previous finals. We don't want to see all of our Quake legends, unfortunately be eliminated from this. So good to see Cooler in the form that he was. And I just want to also say it's great to see all those smiling chat faces out there today. So thanks for tuning in every Sunday.
Yeah, I mean, I think Cooler said it the best. We're a tight-knit community. It means a lot for me, and I'm sure I could speak for everyone else. It's a dream come true, week in and week out, to get to talk about video games, watch the world's best, go at it. And it's something that we should be thankful for. So big shouts to the chat, everyone that tunes in, that tweets, retweets. Big shouts to Bethesda and PGL for putting it all on, and big shouts to the players for putting in their time, effort, energy, blood, sweat, and tears week in, week out to bring us the entertainment to compete to be the best. And yeah, we're very lucky, and I'm very thankful. And I'm sure you guys are too. It's an absolute blast to hang out with you every Sunday and get to cast alongside you. So if you guys have any closing words, I'll leave you to it, but that's it for the old Beakbeard.
No, that's it for me. I've already said everything, and I'm sure we're all going to echo it anyway, but now it's been a great day as always, and look forward to see how these next 10 weeks shape up before the stage finals.
Yep. I'm not going to say anything other than thank you, gentlemen. It's always a pleasure as well. And again, thank you, chat, for and all the viewers that showed up. Watching Quake from around the world, we appreciate it, and we'll see you next Sunday for sure.
Yep. Same time next week. Everybody take care, be safe, and don't forget, Sundays are for Quake.